Hi, welcome to this small course overview for our latest SimplyMaya tutorial. Now, we tried to put together a tutorial here that contains a little bit of everything. So we'll be looking at some modeling, some UVing, some texturing, some dynamics within Maya, and finally some compositing with multilayered EXRs in Photoshop. So we start out by creating the basic glass shape. We then delve into UVing that. We'll look at image-based lighting in general. We'll look at sculpting in Maya with the sculpting tools. We'll be joining together multiple textures to create this surface here. So there'll be a little bit of work in Lightroom to color correct images, and then there'll be a little bit of work in Photoshop to join that together. We'll look at displacement within Arnold, and indeed combining multiple displacement maps together into a single displacement map for easy handling of multiple displacements. We'll look at, if I just flick open Maya here, we'll look at things like particle-based systems in Maya for dynamic bubbles and stuff like this. So we tried to create this tutorial to give you an overview of an entire pipeline within a simple scene like this. So we'll also be looking at creating Arnold's AOVs, or render passes if you like, to split this object into its component parts for easier compositing within Photoshop, or indeed Nuke or After Effects. We'll also look at render layers for masking. So we'll be able to mask certain aspects of this image, the bar top, the beer glass, to work on them individually. So as I said, this tutorial contains a little bit of everything. It contains modeling, UVing, texturing, but not only that, it contains a more in-depth look at the texturing process if you like. So taking a raw texture that you might have shot yourself on a camera, color correcting it in Lightroom, taking multiple images and putting them together, and then finally creating things like bump and specular maps from those images. So we'll be using Arnold and Maya 2017 for this tutorial, so it is fairly version specific. So it's 2017 or up, basically. If you're on 2016, if you're on our streaming platform, of course, and you're just interested in the modeling portion, that will work fine. But for the Arnold stuff, you'll either need a copy of Arnold for an earlier version of Maya, or you'll need to be on 2017. Anyway, I hope you join me for this one. It's a fairly comprehensive project, as I said, containing a little bit of everything. So great for beginners if you want to see a scene like this broken down into all its component parts. So thank you very much for watching, and I hope to see you in the first part. Hi, welcome back. So in the previous part we took a look at our finished scene with all the particular objects in it, the finished lighting and the finished render. Before we can start any of that, we need to move on to create some of our basic objects. Now in this case we're going to start out with this beer glass, and for that we're going to need, before we do anything else of course, to set a project directory. So if you go to the project window and type in a name here, hit new and accept, that will create a directory for you which Maya can use to organize all of its files, so your textures, your reference images, and more importantly later on things like particle caches when we get into creating bubbles. Now I will of course provide my project folder for you, so if you'd just like to use mine, which will have all the stuff already in it, you can go to set project instead and just pick my directory and hit set. So that is quite important for this before you go any further, otherwise you'll end up with files all over the place. Maya won't know where to store its caches. You'll just end up in a bit of a muddle. So this is the glass we'll be creating right now. You'll see it's quite a simple glass. The handle on it is going to be slightly problematic because glass in 3D is a completely unforgiving material. If there's any problems with your geometry at all, it will show up. So for a start, this is not very useful as a reference image. It's been shot at an angle. It's very useful for a final reference for the render, but it's not very useful for tracing an outline as a blueprint, so to speak. So I found another glass that was shot more straight on that has the same basic shape. So we'll use this one as a reference image. So I'll just minimize this, and I'm going to hit spacebar and go into the foreview. Now I'm going to do this on the front camera. You could do it on the side, it really isn't that important. What we need though is to bring that reference in. So it's going to view, image plane, import image, go to our images directory and bring that reference in. Now with the reference we want to make sure it's of the correct size. This would obviously be too big. I'm working in centimeters, and I'm going to say a beer glass is going to be about 20 centimeters high. Obviously you can look up the exact height, but when it comes to rendering, you do want to be working with real world units when it comes to simulating stuff like particles for the bubbles inside the glass. You want to be working at some sort of real world scale. Now that doesn't mean you have to be precise. It's never going to be that accurate. So if your beer glass is 20 centimeters instead of 18.2, that's not going to make much of a difference to you. In fact, that's not going to make any difference. All you're trying to achieve is to make sure you're not trying to render out a 50-foot high beer glass. So I'm going to eyeball this one in and get it to about 20 units, which would be about there. Now we can scale it after we've made it, of course, if you find you've made a mistake. But what we want to do first off is get this glass in the correct place. We want to get this as reference in the correct place. So we want to be on the bottom of the grid line here, on the bottom of the horizontal grid, and we want the glass to bisect this vertical line so the glass is straight in half. So I do a count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 on that side. 4, 5, 6, 7. So it needs to come this way a little bit. And I would say, and again, you really don't need to be perfect here. If it's, half a unit out, fixable afterwards. But for me, this looks pretty central. Let's just do another quick count. 7. 7. Yeah, so that's central enough for me. Okay, now there's a couple of ways we could model this. We could start from a polygon, we could start from a NURBS curve. With something like this glass, it's going to be probably easier to start from a NURBS curve. So I'm going to change this image, however, before we start. If you just were to grab a NURBS curve and start drawing on here, you can see that it becomes a little bit difficult to see where your curve is actually going. Now we could have taken this into Photoshop, of course, and changed the backing color of it so it was a bit more easy to see. But if you just select it, go to the attribute editor, under alpha gain here, you can actually make this thing transparent. So it'll go grey towards the background, and this just makes it a bit easier to see what's going on when you start putting the curve down. Now again, many different curve choices. I'm going to use a Bezier curve. If you're at all familiar with the pen tool in Photoshop, it works at the same way. So every curve point you will have two handles either side that you can tweak to adjust the level of that curve. So let's just click to add the first point. Oops, I actually got two there. Just click to add the first point, and when you click to add the second point, click and hold the mouse and drag outwards in any direction. This will drag the curve handles out for you, so you can get the curve you're looking for. Now you can come back and edit this at any time, again a bit like the pen tool in Photoshop, but for right now I'm going to say that curve will be good enough. I'm going to come down here, I'm going to click once again and drag and get this curve out like so. And if I wanted to alter this one, because it's not very good, as you can see, I can come in here at any time, come in and move it around. I can also select a curve handle and move those to get those into the proper order, and I've put an extra point in by accident. I misclicked, so backspace will get rid of that extra point. Now if I wanted to put a point in here to finish this glass curve off, you'll see it won't actually let me if I am selected on another point. So you always have to make sure you're selected to the last point in the curve chain, and then you can come out and sort of adjust these handles to the point where you're getting what you want. Now of course that's going to change the back end of your curve, so you always need to be on the lookout for changing these things. Let's grab the handle itself, there we go, and just get it till you've got a nice smooth curve. Because this part of the process is quite important. This will determine how rounded, how smooth your final finished glass is. So you really want to be getting this, spot on if you can. Now things like the bottom being straight isn't really that important, because we'll be left with some vertex down the bottom that we can come in and straighten out a bit later. So as you can see, I'm just moving these handles about to precisely match the curve of my glass, while also keeping a bit of an eye on, that it's a nice smooth curve. So let's hit enter and see what that looks like. That's pretty well matched to that, quite happy with the smoothness of it. Now if you wanted to edit this, you can indeed come back in and just hit the Bezier curve tool again, and this will allow you to come in and re-edit it. So if you made a mistake, it's sometimes difficult to see when the curve's all outlined in white like this, and then you go and it's a little off. All you do is simply select your curve, hit the Bezier curve tool again, and you're back in business. So before we do anything with this, I'm going to come in and go Control Vertex, and I'm going to just select these two Control Vertex here, hit R, and scale them together so they're kind of flat to the floor. Okay, because that's kind of more what I wanted. I wanted it flat to the floor. I know in the reference it's not, but that's a little perspective distortion from the camera there as well. And obviously this was photographed as a 3D object and we're laying down a two-dimensional line. So this would probably be more accurate here. And I'm going to then just go and do those Control Vertex again. I'm going to select this one. I have soft selection on, as you can see, which is not necessary here, so I'm going to hit B to turn it off. And I'm just going to make that a bit more like so. I mean, you can come back in and tweak this after you've converted it to a polygon, which we'll do now. So let's see what sort of line we get. Now another thing I would say is you want this guy here to be exactly on the center of the grid. So if we take this Control Vertex, in fact let's take this one, no, let's do them one at a time, and hit Snap to Grid, W to move. We'll move it down, we'll move it up, we'll move it across, and that way this is exactly in the center of the grid. Now we can then take this point here and make sure that's also flat, because we want a flat bottom to our glass, of course. So there we go. And again, you can see that flattening that out has just moved this a bit. Now my move point here is not where it should be, because my axis orientation is on component. So I'm just going to reset that, and you'll see kind of more what you expect. So let's go up here, turn off snapping, and just move this in a little bit. And I think that's pretty much as close as we're going to get it for now. So Q to the selection tool. Now we've got our curve. Let's hit W to move it. We want to make sure as well that our pivot point is exactly in the center. So hit Insert, Snap to Grid. Insert will just move the pivot point, and I'm just going to move that backwards and forwards to make sure it's exactly on that central point, because when we convert this to a polygon, it will use this as a reference for where we revolve. So if this pivot point was over here somewhere, you'd get a bad revolve, and you don't want that. Right, let's come up here, maximize perspective view, just come along and surfaces and revolve. Now I probably don't have the default settings, so I'm going to reset my tool and look at what we can do here. So we don't want to revolve to NURBS, we want to jump straight to a polygon. So let's go straight to a polygon. Let's come down here and we want a quads. We don't want to revolve out into triangles, of course. We want to keep quadded geometry, and let's say we want to count how many quads we want. So at the moment this will revolve and try and create a glass that has approximately 200 polys. So if we hit revolve, you can see there that we're dealing with this kind of shape. Okay, now we do have, where we didn't have our curve perfectly straight, we have here an extra edge that's probably going to look nasty, but I honestly want more geometry than that to start off with, because we're going to have to intersect the handle in it, and that intersection is going to have to be perfectly joined geometry. We can't just create another piece of geometry and sort of bisect them through. Simply won't look right. So let's go to to surfaces, and I'm using the space bar to bring up the hot box, by the way, and revolve. And we can keep the same settings. We want a sweep angle of 360 degrees, a complete revolved surface, and let's just go to 400 and hit revolve, and that's kind of better. Now one thing I want to check before I kind of sign off on this and say it's alright is the number of faces I've got around the top. I'm looking for an even number of faces. This is going to make life a bit easier later on. So 22, even number, perfect. If you didn't have an even number, you can go in and tweak the count to say 420 or 500 till you get that even number you're looking for. Now we've also got a couple of extraneous edges around here, so I'm going to grab both of them and delete. We don't need those. Now another thing I want to check is that we don't have a lot of extraneous edges around the bottom here, and we seem to. So I'm going to get rid of this one. And to get rid of those edges, by the way, you don't want to just hit delete on the keyboard, because that will leave their vertex behind. What you want to do is shift and right click and delete edge. Okay, so that got rid of some extraneous edges around there. Now I'm going to smooth this and see what it looks like. I'm going to look at it compared to the reference. Okay, the reference appears to be a little tiny bit fatter, but that's fine. We can just scale the polygon to get there anyway, so it's not really a big issue. I also want a bit more of a lip on my glass. As you can see here, it terminates quite quickly, so let's turn that grid snapping off. And best way to do this, maybe slide on edge. So hold the shift key and right click and slide edge tool, and then middle mouse button and drag and slide until we get a bit more of a lip. I might do this one as well. G to repeat the last command. There we go, something like so. Now we can always have a play about with that later on when we get to rendering it, just in case, but it looks pretty decent for a tankard shape to me. So let me just check the reference again. It's kind of matching. It's just a tiny bit out, but I'm kind of okay with that. Alright, so one thing you'll notice as well is the outside of our glass is black and the inside is the color of a standard Lambert, 50% grey. This is because when I'm modeling, I have two-sided lighting turned off. Now you're also going to want two-sided lighting turned off. This will allow you to see what's the exterior face and what's the interior face. Interior faces shouldn't be rendered. So this will also give you a problem when you try and join objects together. You have to join like faces together, which I'll explain in a moment. But if you've got that two-sided lighting turned on, you'll never know which is which. Now we can clearly see that this should be the inside of the face. This should be inside of something, and this should be outside of something. So to fix that, we'll just go to Mesh Display and Reverse. And now you can see what would be our inside is indeed our inside, and what would be our outside is our outside. Now we need to connect a handle to this. Now this is where things get tricky, because the handle will need to be exactly conformed to the faces on the main glass. So before we do anything else, we're going to need inside glass portion. So I'm going to hit Control H, not Control H, Shift H to bring that back, and Control D to duplicate this glass, and I'm going to call this glass inner. Now the reason I've done it this way is because when we put a handle on the outside, if we were then to duplicate it to use it as the inside, we'd run into a slight issue. Now as I've kept the Bezier curve, if you forget this step, or you find that you've basically got no inside of your glass, it's handy to keep the original curve, because we can always recreate the original pattern of the glass to use as an inside. So from that perspective, it's handy to keep those curves around. However, I'm going to hide it, so Control H. So I've got a glass inner and a curve. I'm going to change the name of this to glass outer, just so we're not getting lots of different poly surface this and revolved surface that. Okay, now we need to look at creating a handle for this glass, and there's several ways it can be done. We could do it with a polygon cylinder and some nonlinear bend deformers, or we could use another curve and extrude along it. So we'll use the curve in this case. It's a fairly curvy handle, and it should be a quicker process than trying to do this with a bend deformer. So once again, I'm going to nip into this view, and I'm just going to use again a Bezier curve. So I go to Curves and Surfaces, Bezier curve, and I'm just going to get a kind of basic handle shape here, and we might be able to do this in one. Yeah, that's looking pretty good. And I'm going to want to take this point and adjust it up here, and click this one, and then let's just backspace. I didn't actually mean to do that. And let's just finish this one off somewhere around here. Now I'm going to turn on X-ray so I can actually see through my object to see what's happened to my curve, and obviously that's not a good thing. So I'm going to actually delete that point. Let's come here. Now I don't have the handle on this, so if I hold Control and Shift, you can see I can pull out the handle there. Okay. And this is no good at all now. Okay, just moving this one. Whoops, I accidentally put a point in. Aha. Let's delete that point. It's very easy with this to accidentally put a point in as opposed to grabbing a handle when you need to. But you know, it's no problem. You can just select the individual points, of course, and delete them. Okay, so that's looking probably about spot on to me. Now I want this in the center of the handle, of course, the handle shape. So something like that. And I'm going to just knock this one out, which I know knocks it off the center line, but I'm not too worried about being dead center. I want to get more of an impression of the basic shape. There we go. Much better. Right, let's possibly shorten this one a bit. No, that should do. Enter. Right, so there's the curved shape of the handle. Now we can't revolve this one. If we did, we'd just end up with a giant mess. What we need to do is create something that will be the same shape of this handle and then extrude along this curve using it as a guideline. So if we do a NURB circle and we just move this up to approximately where we need it to be. So I'm going to hit E, I'm going to rotate, I'm going to hit J to lock those rotations and rotate that 90. You can also use channel box here to just rotate it 90, or in this case minus 90, it really doesn't matter. So I want to snap this to this guy. So let's come in and hide our glass just to get it out of the way. So Control H. I'm going to take this, I'm going to hit snap to curves up here, W to move it, and that will snap it to the curve. So I'm just going to move it back until it's snapped to the very end of the curve. Then I'm going to get it about the right size for the handle. So I'm going to scale it a bit, and I'm also going to push it this way because these handles, they're not actually round. It's difficult to see from the reference, but they are much more sort of oval shaped. Okay, and again, this can be changed after the fact. So we're just trying to get the basic shape for now, and the somewhere in the ballpark of the right size. Once we extrude it, we'll be better able to determine what that size is. So select your NURB circle, shift select your handle here, and just go to surfaces, extrude. Now I'm going to reset mine as well, so we're all starting from the same place. And again, we want to go to polygons, and we want to go to quads and count, and a count of 200. Let's go extrude. Now you'll see that's come in quite a bit too large, which is what I said, it's quite difficult to see sometimes from the actual NURB circle, but because they're still connected together, we can take this NURB circle and scale it, and that will actually scale the extrusion as well. So rather than sort of faffing about trying to do it by eye, when you've got the reference here, it's much easier just to scale down that circle, and this gives us the kind of handle that we're looking for. Now obviously we've got an issue here, this one being a little thicker, we've got some accidental polys here, so you can come out and just take that out, don't need that, and this wouldn't be thicker up here of course, so we just scale it in until it's about the right size. Now you might have to come in and do a couple. Unfortunately there's no magic make it perfect button, so you're going to get, when you do these type of extrusions or revolutions with this kind of stuff, you're going to get the odd occasional edge, and again I'm hitting shift and right clicking to delete those edges. I'm not simply hitting delete on the keyboard because that would leave extraneous vertices around. So let's bring back our glass outer, so shift H, and let's see that as compared to the reference, and it's actually pretty good. So, you know, we could do maybe a bit sharper around here, but again, now we've got the basic polygonal shapes, they become fairly easy to move about. My reference wasn't actually completely centered, so if I move it this way a bit, you can see we're a little bit out in the bottom, might need to go a little bit wider, but everything else, fairly happy with that as the sort of basic shape of the mug. Now I'm going to hide this image plane in everything but the view we're using, which is front. So come up here, looking through camera, front. That way it'll disappear in every other view. Just this one. Okay, so in the next part we'll look at connecting this handle to this beer glass. Now this can be an issue because it needs to be connected perfectly. If we were to render this now, you would see huge artifacting around it. It just wouldn't look very nice at all. So we'll deal with that when we come back. Thanks for watching. I hope you found something in here that was of use to you, and I'll see you in the next part when we tackle, you know, how to deal with the combination of two fairly rounded and fairly complex surfaces. Okay, so see you in the next part. Thanks for watching. Hi, welcome back. So in the previous part we finished with our handle and our basic inner and outer glass here that are not yet connected together, and in this part we want to look at connecting the handle to the outer portion of the glass. Now to do this it's going to take a little bit of effort, and one thing I did notice between the parts, I'm going to select the NURBS circle we used to extrude this handle from, and I'm also going to select the handle itself and hit Ctrl 1 to isolate those in the viewport. And one thing I noticed is very round. Even though it's sort of an oblong shape here, it's still very rounded along here, and I want to square it off a bit. I noticed on the reference footage, on the reference photo, sorry, that it's actually a bit square. So I'm going to go to Control Vertex and I'm going to hit Scale, just scale those in square. Now you might notice something changed here, and if I go down you'll notice that we've got a big artifact here. Not very nice at all. And there's a very simple explanation for that. It's because after we extruded this piece of geometry, it's still connected to this curve, of course, even after the extrude, and that's how we can scale it and move it now. But we went in and we cleaned up some extraneous edge loops we had around here. Now it doesn't know that, so it still thinks they're there, so it's working with edge loops that are not, so we'll get this artifacting. And it's an easy fix. You simply delete it, hit Ctrl 1 to bring everything back, select the circle and the Bezier curve we drew again, and just hit, with exactly the same settings, surfaces extrude. There we go, surfaces extrude, done. So now we've got this extruded surface again, and you can see what the edge loops we would have taken out, this one and probably this one. But for now, we need to leave them in for a second. So select the circle and this piece of geometry, Control 1, and again we want to go to the Control Vertex, and we're just going to square this up. So you'll see now it squares up without any nasty artifacts, which is very nice for us. And I'm actually going to make it a bit wider as well. So I'm select these ones, scale them outwards. Done. Just a little bit wider around there. Okay, let's make sure there's nothing wrong with that. No, but now it's nice and square down on this plane and this plane. I think they do it with beer mugs to stop it slipping out your hand maybe, but it's something I noticed, and it's something that would show up on the render, so it's worth, you know, an extra bit of effort to take care of. Now we're happy with this, we can start tweaking it. So if we want to disconnect it from the curve, we just have to go Edit, Delete by Type History, and it will no longer be connected to that curve, as you can see. Now I'll leave that curve here. So NURBS curve and Bezier curve 2, Control G to group, and we'll just call this handle curves, because you never know, we may end up recreating this handle. As I said, glass is very unforgiving, so it's one of those things where later on you can come in, you can find out that when you do your test renders, actually that doesn't look how you thought it would, and you need to quickly redo it. So it's worth keeping those curves. For right now I'm just going to delete these edges again, so I'm just going to press Shift right click and delete edge so I don't leave any vertices behind. See the smooth view, and there we go, that's kind of handle shaped. Now probably up here these are a bit too big, so I'll go to edge and I'll just scale them down in Y a little bit. There we go. I don't mind if it flares out towards this end. In fact, I'm going to purposely flare it out up there in a second. So just making sure that it's not bumpy, basically. And that is a bit bumpy now. Okay, so maybe just this one needed shaping a little bit there. And that's something you can actually spend some time on. I'm not going to, because I think you get the general idea. And there is a flat bit on top of these glasses, so you can get a good hold of it with your thumb, again, so your hand doesn't slip off. So I'm fairly sure they make millions of these things. I'm pretty sure it wasn't an accident of design, done intentionally, I should think. But before we go merging all these things together, we need this to precisely fit onto this. And it can't just be like it is right now. It can't just be left kind of flapping in the breeze close enough. That's not going to do it at all. We need to precisely connect them together. So I'm going to take this one, and the first thing I'm going to do is find out how many faces I've got going on around here. So I'm going to select this one, double tap, and I can see up here I have 11 faces. Okay, let's just check its edges. Whoops. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so 11 faces, that's going to be problematic because we would be better off with an even number of faces when we come to join it to this one. So unfortunately, as I said, keep these hanging around. Let us extrude this again, but with slightly different settings. So let's go to surfaces, extrude. No, we could have used 11, but it would cause big problems down the line. It really would. Let's set this on 200. We don't need so many faces perhaps, and let's see how many this gives us. This gives us 8. 8 is a much nicer number for us to work with, and we are still connected to our curve, so we can come in and square it off. So Control 1, and let's come in and square it off. In fact, because we were working with it already squared out, it was, so we don't even need to do that anymore. And if we look, yeah, that's pretty squared off down the sides there. So because we used the curve to extrude that we'd already squared off, that part was done for us, so no harm done. And having this as 8 rather than 11 is going to make the next bit a lot easier. And of course we'll need to go in and get rid of this edge and any other extraneous edges we might have. We don't seem to have any. So let's just pull this edge a little bit back from the glass, and I'm going to then tilt it a little bit so it's kind of matching as much as I can get it, you know. And that again, this is not really something you need to worry about too much. We're going to get it more spot on in a second. For right now, I'm just trying to get it kind of even Steven. Alright, done. So we are quite near the surface of that. Now we want to match this surface to this surface quite precisely before we start doing any of the joining. So let's make this a live surface. Let's go ahead and done that. Now anything I move right now will snap to the live surface. You'll notice I can't select the live surface itself. So if I were to select, say, these vertex here and move them, you'll see them jump on to the surface, like so. Now in this case it hasn't done a particularly good job when we've tried to do them all at the same time, but that's no real issue. We can do them one at a time, and we're just looking to slide these down into a nice pattern on the surface here. Let's get this one. Working with these live surfaces can be a bit finicky. This one really doesn't want to slide downwards for some reason. Let's try and get all 3 at once then. This one really doesn't like that. And again, this will have something to do with the angle that you're at, believe it or not, the angle that your camera is at. So if you're getting a situation like this where you just can't slide it, it's probably because it thinks you're trying to slide it on this surface. So try moving your camera angle. Might help out a bit. Okay. And we're trying to get it to look like sort of a molten blob on here. But again, it's not terribly important that it's perfect. We just need it, you know, kind of good enough, because we're going to be joining this to the surface as well via another method also. Now let's have a look at that. How's that looking? That's looking pretty good. So you see what we're trying to achieve. We're trying to achieve like there's a kind of molten glass weld up here. And to accentuate that a bit, we can take this edge. Now we want to take the live surface off for a second and move this one up. And I'm just going to actually rotate it. There we go. So it comes in like so and leaves us with an edge that looks rather like that. And now we need to do the same with the bottom. So this one was particularly not very good at conforming to the live surface. We'll see what it does when it's on the bottom. So select this one, live surface. Select this one, and we'll try and do it all at once again. Although with that you're often on a hiding to nothing. How did that go? Oh, that one actually went slightly better. Okay, so individual vertex time. And as you can see, camera angle is all wrong. And again, still not getting it. Okay, this one really doesn't want to come up. Let's try it from inside the glass. Nope. Okay, I think I'm going to have to do more than one at once. In fact, if you get this and it's really not playing, you can select the one underneath it and R and then scale them both outwards. There you go. And once it's past that hurdle that it won't do, it works fine. But it's not one of those tools I can just say, you know, do this and that will work every time. These are just a bit fiddly. They really are. You know, and it completely depends on the surface you're trying to conform to and the geometry that you're working with and stuff like that. So there is no sort of magic bullet for this that, oh yes, you always do this and it always works. No, you just kind of have to play around with the surfaces you've got, and you know, changing your camera angle will help a lot of the time. So I kind of liking the look of that, but it's not quite big enough. So I think we might be able to get away with selecting the whole edge and E and scaling it all together. This normally works pretty well. Okay, how's that looking compared to the top one? Pretty good. So I'd be quite happy with that. If we can get those joined together now as one unit, this would be making me quite happy. Now let's double check we still have the right number of sides here. No reason why we shouldn't. Just make sure I counted right. So we have 8, yeah, and again I don't think this has become twisted, so 8 and 8. Okay, which means I need to cut 4 faces out of here. And as you can see, at the moment I would need to cut, yeah, this could be doable. Let's have a look at it. We want to keep it as low poly as possible, so we might have to change some geometry around, but this, let's do the bottom one first. Let's take this edge and control right click slide on edge. Sorry, shift right click slide on edge. And I'm going to move this edge down to about the middle of the beer glass here. And then I'm going to take this edge here and move it down to about the top of the beer glass here. Okay, but that's going to monkey with the actual shape too much. Let's just undo that. I don't want to change the basic shape of the glass, you see. So I'm actually going to put another edge loop in. Okay, and then I'll be able to delete 1, 2, 3, 4 faces and connect this to it. And up here, okay, this one will be a bit more problematic. I'm going to try sliding this edge. No, that's edge flow. I want slide edge tool. There we go. And up the top, because there wasn't much in it, hasn't really changed the basic shape that much. So that should be pretty fine. Okay, I'm going to come here. And yeah, that should be okay. Now this won't give us the perfect join, but we're not looking for the perfect join. We're actually looking for it to be a little bit out, which is why we did this sort of unconformed shape at the top first. Because you know, it's molten glass, it wouldn't be perfect. I know they cast these, but they're still not perfect because, as I say, they're not a high ticket item. So they tend to be a bit lackadaisical. Let's delete that, and 1, 2, 3, 4 here. Let's delete this too. In fact, before we delete those, make sure your glass inner copy is there. Okay, so mine is. So it's no problem. Control H to hide it again. I was just double checking that we had something we can use for the inside of the glass. So 1, 2, 3, and 4. There we go. Now we need to combine this. So I want to do a mesh combine. I don't know why, but on 2017, half the time that mesh combine just misses a little bit. I'm not quite sure why. Take the edge of this and the edge of this and hit bridge. And there we have a bridge over to the handle. Okay, and do the same on the bottom. And bridge. And this one looks a bit twisted, doesn't it? But I don't think it is. Let's just hit 1. Okay, I'm not liking the way that bridged. So I'm just going to go back to object mode here. I'm going to turn the smoothing on, and I'm going to undo that bridge. And what's gone on here? Okay, yeah. Alright, it wasn't the bridge, it was actually the way that this was been put together what I didn't like, and this one as well, I don't like it. So we're going to have to go like so. You can get this when you have smoothing on. I should have checked it without the smoothing on. Didn't think of it. Silly mistake to make, but anyway. 1 here, 1 here. Bridge it across. And it still looks twisted. So, bridge offset. There we go. Yeah, that does it. Okay, let's smooth it. Okay, this one wasn't quite as successful as that one up there, but it should be good enough. We can come in here and maybe adjust this. I think this edge here could do with some adjustment. So I'm going to click here and slide on edge. And I'm going to slide it down. There we go. Okay, and that's looking a lot better. And now we have this edge here that can probably just come out. Yep. And that should do it. Just give it a check over for artifacts. Don't really see any. Nope. Now we need to put a inside on this. Now, you know, we come back and revisit this handle. You can tweak it now. I mean, obviously you can't tweak it with the original curve or with the original circle, but you can still come in and adjust the polys if there's something about the shape you're not happy with. Me, I'm pretty happy with this. It's square along this direction. You know, it's not perfect here, which is exactly what we wanted. It would have been easy to uniformly scale it to make it perfect, but then I don't think it would look realistic, to be frank. So let's get an inside on this. So let's go Shift H to bring back our inside, and we're going to scale this down. So center its pivot first, and hold Control and scale it in X, and it will scale in the other two axes. So by holding Control and scaling along one axis, what you're actually telling it is to scale on the other two axes, like so. So you see it's not getting any taller or any shorter. It's not going along X, it's not going along Y, it's simply going along X and Z. So we want to just scale that in until we get it to about the thickness of a piece of glass. So how thick's a piece of glass? Well, not very thick. And let's see, that's probably thick enough. Let's take a look at that on the X-ray view. Let's just hide this image plane a second. And as you can see, that's about that thick. So yeah, I guess in this case it could probably stand to be a little thicker. So this glass inner, it's that thick. So if this is a centimeter, yeah, it could probably be a little thicker. Because these big Pilsner tankards, they actually tend to be quite thick glass. So I think that should do it. Now we're going to have an issue here, because if we look at the glass inner, there's no foot on the glass. You know, our glassware has a solid foot at the bottom of it. So let's take care of that. Now to do that, I'm going to take my glass outer here, glass outer. Now that changed names when I connected it to another piece of geometry. It was really nothing to worry about. Glass outer, I'm going to come up to the channel box. I'm going to put that on its own display layer by clicking here, which is just create new layer and add objects, and then I'm going to turn that into a reference. Now I cannot select the outside of the glass, look, which means I can work on this inside portion of the glass after I bring my reference back. So Shift H, and you can see where the foot of this glass is. So I should just be able to do this by taking the vertex at the bottom and going upwards. There we go. So I'm going to scale it outwards, so I don't get too much thickness down the bottom. And that will leave me with a nice solid glass foot on the bottom of my glass. So there you go, one tankard pretty much. We've got an inside, we've got an outside. We've got an outside we can't select, of course, because it's on reference here. So we've got outside, inside, we've got a handle. All we need to do now really is put a lip on it and get a test render going. This stage might seem a bit early for test renders, but with glass it's never too early. If there's a flaw in this, we need it to show up immediately before we continue any further. No point UVing it, adding displacement to it, and then finding out that, you know, it looks absolutely fine like this, but when we render it there's a whacking great artifact. Now I'll be back in the next part when we'll talk about combining these two inner and outer glass pieces and putting a lip on this glass. So thank you very much for watching, and I hope to see you in the next part. Cheers! Hi, welcome back. So we've got our handle attached to our glass here, and I've just cleaned up the scene a little bit. So I've selected everything and gone edit delete by type history, because I don't really need it connected to the curves. I've put all the curves in a little folder in case we need them again, and I've just named these glass inner and glass outer, which brings us on to finally joining the inside of this glass to the outside. Now it's not too troubling. One thing I would note, again, with the two-sided lighting turned off, you'll see the inside of this is black. It needs to be reversed, of course. Reverse. So basically anything that's exposed to air will have the right side face to it, and all of the inside faces will be black. That's what you're looking for generally when you're modeling. If we don't do that, let me just reverse that back again. I'll show you some problems that can crop up. So let's say we left it like this. If we had two-sided lighting turned on, we wouldn't know which surface was which. So we would just do a mesh combine. There we go, let's combine those both together. And then we would join this edge to this edge in the fashion we've done many times, just by bridging it. And you'll see that that bridges right across the top. Something completely unexpected happens. It's because the surfaces are pointed in the wrong direction. Okay, so let's just undo that until we get back to two separate objects. There we go, and reverse these faces around the right way. So again, we'll turn on two-sided lighting, or turn off two-sided lighting, should I say, and mesh display reverse. This way, when we connect both of these objects together, mesh combine, there we go, no, combine, there, done. Now, when I do exactly the same bridging operation as before, it will work as expected, because the surfaces are pointed in the right direction. However, I want a lip on this glass, not a huge one, but just one of those little rounded lips. So just bridging across is not going to be a good way to do it. What we'll do is we'll take a polygon torus, a donut if you like, and move that up here, and we'll use this to form the lip of our glass. Now obviously that's going to be a bit too big of a lip, so we'll go into the channel box and we'll change its radius down to 0.3 maybe. No, it's still way too big. 0.03. And I'm just going to move this up and get it into place. Okay, so somewhere around here, we're just kind of checking it for scale at the moment, and that looks probably a bit too big for me. So I might go down to, let's say, 0.025 here. and possibly that would be okay. Now we're going to need to make sure that this has the same number of sides as this, otherwise we won't be able to join them together. So if we come in here and we go to face, we select this one and this one, this 22 faces around, so we want this thing to be 22 faces around as well. So going to torus and subdivisions 22, there we go, and actually no, other one. We want subdivisions around the axis as 22. There we go. And now when I select these both, you'll see that they correspond. So joining them together is not really going to be an issue. Now the other thing I want to make sure is that they're central on the glass. And I can see here that they are not. Let's move this in. You can see the two edges there. And just turn on X-ray a second. Okay. And this just lets me see where the edges of the glass are. So here is the wireframe. Might be easier to see this wireframe on shaded. No, actually that is quite tricky to ascertain where that is. So I'm going to come in here and just zoom in and get it spot on. Ah, okay, I see. So that's needs shrinking. There we go. That looks about right to me. What you're trying not to get is this situation here. This needs to be a little smaller. And let me smooth this. That'll make it a lot easier to see. Yeah, it did. So I'm actually going to bisect it here with the geometry a bit, just to make it a bit easier to see what's going on. And there we go. So that looks about right to make a lip of the glass to me. That's a bit fiddly to see exactly where this is going, but I think we are pretty much spot on with that. Let's lift it up a bit so we can see underneath it. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to make sure that my glass here is on its reference layer. So let's just add selected objects. And this way we should be able to just hide that. We can. And then I can come in, check out which faces need to be deleted on this. So this one would go, and we'll get the inside one that needs to go as well, if this camera angle will catch up with me. There we go. So probably this set. Let's check that. Yep, and this one, and we can just turn this off visible to make sure we get them all. And this one, whoops, Control Z, and done. So now I should be able to delete this, bring the glass back, move it down a little bit, there we go, and combine these objects together, mesh combine, done, and then a case again will just be a case of bridging this edge with this one. So bridge, there we go, and bridging this edge with this one, bridge, and that gives us a nice rounded lip on the glass without too much effort. Now we didn't want it huge. I mean, it is quite subtle on these glasses. It's just, you know, it's a manufacturing thing, I think, to stop getting sharp edges around the top of the glass, of course, and it will be very visible when it comes to render time. Now, talking about render time, before we go any further, I'm going to delete all the history off this. History, so I'm just left with this glass, and this can now just be called glass because we no longer have an outer and an inner and whatnot. And I'm going to make sure that that's still on the layer because we combined it into a separate object. It isn't. So add selected objects, and that way I can just turn it on and off. My curbs are here as well. Now I'm just going to hide these rather than putting them on a layer because I probably won't need them again. But just in case we do, it doesn't really hurt. Curbs don't take up a lot of room in your scene, so as long as you've organised them okay and they're all in one place, they shouldn't get too much in the way. Okay, now we need to do a quick test render of this. So let's bring in some sort of floor plane. We're going to sit this thing on what looks like a bar. So we'll just do for now kind of a long stretchy bar, and we're going to add a material to it. So I'm going to be using Arnold for this, and you'll see here for some reason it's not loaded in. So Window, Settings, Preferences, Plugin Manager, and let's go and load it, Arnold. And turn on the auto load, but the same thing if you've used Maya for any time, you'll know it just drops these whenever it feels like it. Did the same with Mental Ray as well, so I'm not expecting a fix for that anytime soon, but it's really not that much of a hardship. So let's go down to shader, and we'll be using the AI standard material for pretty much everything. Arnold's standard material, and let's make glass. Now this is rather simple. Glass is all reflection and refraction. It doesn't really have a diffuse contribution, unless it's got a sticky label stuck to it or something. But in our case, we don't want any diffuse weight at all. So we want a completely specular surface with no roughness. Now, no roughness would make it completely perfect glass, which really isn't going to happen in the real world. So when I say no roughness, you can give it a hint of roughness, not too much, just a bit, and that probably would only be noticeable on a fairly extreme zoom or a 4K or 8K shot. But even so, nothing in the real world is going to be perfect, so a little bit of roughness won't hurt. Go down to refraction, make sure you turn Fresnel reflections on, go down to refraction, and a weight of 1, because this object will be completely refractive. Now an index of refraction of about 1.5, which would be your standard sort of glass. 1.33 would be liquid. You can, if you do a search for IOR charts online, you'll find the index of refraction, the physical index of refraction for actual real world materials. So you don't really have to guess. In our case, we're just going to use Fresnel, use IOR, and we're about ready to render. That is a glass material in Arnold. It really is quite simple. So we'll just call this glass clear, and we'll put a light in the scene. Arnold won't render without one, so let's go to create lights, and we'll just put a directional light in for now. I'm going to scale that up. Now, as you probably are aware, the scale of a directional light and the location of a directional light won't make any difference to its lighting contribution. So where you put it on the screen won't make a difference, and how big it is won't make a difference. Only the direction it's pointing in will make a difference. It's an infinite light. If you're brand new to Maya and you don't know anything about lighting and you're on our streaming platform, go and have a look at the videos we've got on that. Might help you out. But for this very simple example, just know that this is an infinitely strong light, so its location in space and its size don't matter. Now let's get a render. So we're going to pop open the Arnold render view, okay, which I'll just bring on to this screen. I'm going to just check out my render settings to just make sure we're not trying to render a huge image. So HD 540 will be fine, and let's do a render. And you'll note that looks absolutely nothing like glass. Now this is the point where a lot of people start having trouble when they first start in 3D. And you'd have this same problem regardless of whether you were doing glass right now or chrome or any really shiny reflective surface. The problem is that 3D space is entirely black, and because glass is just made up of a specular reflection, a reflection and a refraction, well, there's nothing for it to refract. So all it's got around it is a black background, hence it renders a reflection from the floor plane here that you can see here, and then it just renders blackness. Now people have this issue with chrome too. You make a chrome ball in a black environment, it just appears black. So to solve this, you need an environment, and you need things around the glass to make it look like glass, because on its own that's what you'll get. So let's look at setting that up. Let's just push this stop button here to stop Arnold rendering away in the background while we're playing about, and what we'll need to do is bring in an environment. Now we could use an environment ball, an environment shader, we could use a polygon plane behind the glass, and many different techniques we can use. I'm actually going to bring in HDR light, so an image based lighting system. So I'm going to go to Arnold, Lights, Sky Dome Light. And by default this will just be a grey sky dome. It's a grey physical ball, as you can see, that'll just put light from sort of 360 degrees around this. Now we don't want that, because now this would just render grey. In fact, I'll show you. So it's reflecting the environment, sure, but the environment's grey, so it's the similar problem you have when your environment is black. It's nothing interesting to see, and it's hardly surprising when you think about the way glass works or chrome works or very shiny metal works. So what we need here is to put something on this. Now we can use image-based lighting, which will give us a couple of benefits. The first one being it'll give us a realistic lighting scheme for our bar. The second one being it'll give us some environment in the background to reflect. So let's go ahead and under the color here bring a HDR image in. Now I've got one. You can experiment around with whatever you've got, but I'm going to use this Garage 1K one, which I've had knocking around forever, and as you can see, it's got some fairly strong light sources in it, and it's just, for me, it's a nice overall quite pleasant orangey color. So I'm going to load that one in. Now yours will probably stay on sRGB. Under color space, it will probably come in as sRGB. Because this is a linear image, HDRs always are in general, you're going to need to go up and set that to RAW. The reason mine changes automatically is I've set up rules for the render engine. So if you want to do that too, which I'd recommend, because generally if I'm bringing in an EXR or a HDR image into Maya, it's going to be a 32-bit image. It's going to be a linear image. So rather than change this every time, you can go up to Windows, Settings, Preferences, and Preferences, Color Management. There we go, and you can create rules. So you can see here I have everything with the file extension HDR set to an input color space of RAW, and everything with the extension EXR set to an input color space of RAW. Now you can obviously add another one that you might want to say all of my TIFFs are 32-bit images, so extension, find the TIFF extension here, and there we go, and you can say all of my TIFFs are RAW images. So now every time you load a TIFF into Maya, it will automatically come in as color space RAW instead of color space sRGB. Now for most textures, most JPEGs, you're going to want the color space set to sRGB, which is why it's the default. But for certain things, bump maps, normal maps, displacement maps, HDR images, they are always pretty much going to want to set them to RAW. Okay, so nothing too fancy there, and let's do another render of this and see what that looks like with the background on it. Although you won't see the background through the refraction, you'll simply see it in the reflection here, because this type of HDR lighting is not going to be visible through a refraction, so we also need to create a backing plate. But you can see once the reflections come on here, we start to look a little bit more like glass and a little bit less like just black and reflection from the ground plane here. So let's stop that and let's bring in a backing plate. Now before we do this, I'm going to create a camera. So camera, because I want one camera that I can move around with and model and place objects, and one camera that I can use to render through. So I'm going to go to the render cam here, get it somewhere on the glass there like so, and I'm also going to change this from a 35mm lens to a 50mm lens. It'll cause less perspective distortion and whatnot. And I'm going to bring in a backing plate. So that is exactly what it sounds like. We'll start off with a polygon plane. We'll get it to a certain size. We'll just J to lock its rotation, E to rotate, and rotate it up. And we're literally going to shove it in the background with an image on it. Okay, so I've got an image here. I'll show you. I'm going to assign a new material to this. Now, for the backing plate, because it's not actually real, it's not going to be lit up by us. We don't want our lighting affecting the backing plate. We want the backing plate to be pre-lit, or rather, we don't want it to have any contribution from Maya's lighting. We want it to stay as it is. Now, in Maya, we do this with a surface shader, and that will still work in Arnold. Better way to do it in Arnold is with an AI utility node, and we'll set this to flat color, color mode color, color overlay none, and the color image here will just be our picture. So let's load in our picture, and I've got this grainy bar back JPEG. There we go. So as you can see, it's just literally the back of a bar. Its color space is sRGB. It's an 8-bit image, so it's JPEG. And let's hit 7 here for the textured lighting. Now, why am I not seeing an image on that? Probably because these utility materials are not supported yet in the viewport. So let's take a look at the image itself again, and let's view that. And what I'm looking for is the size. So it's a very large image. It's 4K basically. So for our intents and purposes, this is 4,493 pixels by 2995. So it's a very large image. But I want this plane to be in the same aspect as this image. So I'm going to say it's 45 by 30, and then I can just take this under the channel box and set it to 45 by 30. Okay, and that is the right aspect ratio. Then all that remains to be done is to scale it to our camera. So, and again, how big it is will depend on how far away it is. So if we're working in real world scale, and this is about 20 centimeters, then the bar back would be a couple of meters behind the bar. So somewhere about there. And we'll fine tune all this later. For right now, we're just going to attempt to get a render with a bar back on it. Now let's pull this up, push it over a bit, and we also want to see a resolution gate here. We want to be able to see what resolution what we're actually going to get on the camera when we shoot the image. So something like this. Okay, and there's the background in place, and we'll do a render now. First thing though, I'm going to change this, assign a new material to this, and again an AI standard. And I'm not actually going to put wood on it just yet. I'm just going to make it a darker brown color, just for the sake of giving it, you know, something dark brown bar-like wood color, just so it's slightly more in tune with what we'll be getting in the end of the day. And let's bring our glass over and hit render. And that's rendered on the wrong camera. So we'll just go up to render, camera, and let's see, camera shape 1. There we go. Now, we've still got the problem with blackness here. You can see the front of this glass might look quite nice, and if you look at the handle, well, we can see the handle's going to look pretty nice. But we've got this thing here where it doesn't seem to be fully working. Now this is because there isn't enough refraction rays to go all the way through the glass. So Arnold by default will only calculate a certain number of refraction rays. It will also by default call all objects opaque. So to speed the render up, what Arnold does is it says everything unless you implicitly tell it it's not is going to be an opaque surface, fully opaque surface. So if we click this and we go under the shape node, pull down Arnold, you'll see it's got this box here that says opaque. Untick that box and we'll render again. And we'll probably still have the situation where we don't have enough rays. You can see it's lightened up considerably, especially where the glass is solid, but we still have this problem where we're not seeing all of the way through the glass. Now this is a big issue, obviously, and well, obviously it's a big issue because you don't want one half of your glass to be black. The reason for this is by default Arnold has tracing paths for its rays. So its rays will trace for refractions twice. So they'll hit one surface, trace through it, hit another surface, trace through it, and then they'll terminate. And you can see this quite clearly if you use something called the exit color under refraction. So if we pop down to exit color, you'll see the exit color of these refractions are black, meaning when they exit, when they die, they will be black. If I turn that to white, you'll see the back of this glass go white. So we can use this to very easily ascertain if we are actually getting a black reflection of something. If we use a terrible sort of red or green color, you can use this to ascertain if you're actually getting a black reflection, or what you're getting is the refraction ray terminating too quickly. So if I just stop this and I go into the render settings and we take a look at under Arnold and ray depth, you'll see for refraction it's set at 2. So if I set it up to 3 and render again, you'll see some of this green disappear, but not a lot of it, because the back of the glass is double walled. So it would need at least 4 to go through all of that. And now with 4, you can see it's actually going through the whole glass. We are still getting a bit of this green color, where rays are getting trapped and bouncing around. Now if that was black, you'd barely notice it. Okay, so this is always going to be a trade-off. How many rays do you want? Now for a glass like this one, because it's going to eventually have liquid in it and all sorts of different things, we're probably going to end up using at least 8. That's probably far too many for our test rendering, But if we turn this back to a hideous green color again, you should see almost none of it, which indeed you don't, because now we have plenty of rays to go through the glass. Okay, and now our glassware starts to look a little more like glassware. Now it's not perfect right now, and because there's no reflection on this bar surface we've got here, it looks kind of plonked on there. But going from something that was just pitch black to something that was then pitch black with a black back, so the material, there was nothing wrong with it. The problem we were having was with the setup, and that's the problem a lot of people have when they're making glass, or as I say, chrome. It's not actually the material that they've designed, whether that be mental ray, Arnold, V-ray. It's more the environment that they're trying to render the object in. So remember that if you're having problems with glass, shiny metal, you need to check what's being reflected around it, what's being refracted through it. Because I would say 99 times out of 100 it's going to be an environment problem as opposed to a material problem a lot of the time. Alright, so I hope you enjoyed this part. Now we've got our main glass together here. In the next part we'll come back and we'll look at some more work on our scene here and maybe a little texturing. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next part. Hi, welcome back. So in the previous part we ended up with our glass in place here, a backing plate and this kind of faux bar surface, just so we can get a look at it. Now in this part I want to discuss UVs, because we're going to add textures to this glass, whether it be condensation, the beer foam on the inside. We're going to need textures for the displacement for the logo of the glass, and possibly a county logo up here, so ½ a litre marker. So all that's going to either have to be displaced. We're going to use normal maps for the condensation, and we'll be using opacity maps to mark where the condensation is on the glass and where it's clear. So there'll be quite a few textures on this glass, which means it's going to require a UV map. Now I'm just going to go into shading and use default material and use default lighting, so we don't have anything we don't need on the screen. It just makes it a little easier to see, and I'm going to go ahead and turn off the resolution gate now, as we won't be rendering. Now I'm going to do this with the Maya bonus tools, which can be downloaded if you go to Autodesk's website. If you actually do a search on Google for Maya bonus tools 2017, or whatever your version of Maya happens to be, they're free to download straight from Autodesk's website. So I recommend you go and get those and check them out. For UVing a surface like this, they're absolutely great. What we'll do, as opposed to the traditional workflow, is just mark texture boundaries and let Maya do it for us. So it's probably easy if I show you how this works if you've never used it before. You go up to bonus tools and UV editing, and we're looking for auto unwrap UV tools. So you're going to leave this as standard. This is its standard settings. So we're going to use unfold 3D, which is new. I believe it was new since 2016, but don't quote me on that. You can use the legacy methods as well if you want, but this one's probably the best for most things I've found. So I'm going to hit enter and close. There we go, and you'll see here I now have these additional controls: add border, remove border, continue, and cancel. Now I'm going to flick us into the UV editing workspace here, just so when I'm doing this and when it's finished I can see where my UVs and my shells end up. Now what this is asking me is to add borders where I want the UVs to be cut. So for me personally, I'm going to cut the handle off, so add border and add border, and that will cut the handle away from the UV. So if we add another border here, that would be, let me just trace that around, yep, this one. So I'm going to just shift double click, and no, wrong one, of course. Okay, I seem to have, there we go, that's the one, and then add a border there. And this will be all the seams we need from the handle. The handle will now come away from the main body of the model, and it will split here, so it will lie out nice and flat. Now in that regard, I'm also going to chop off the bottom of the glass here, on both the inside and the outside. Because for me, a seam at the bottom of the glass shouldn't be a big issue. If it's right down there, our condensation will go all the way down to the bottom, but this will be sitting on a beer mat and you wouldn't be able to see it. So it's easier to cut the bottom off. Now if we look at the back of our glass, which is where I put the seam on the handle, I can now just run a seam all the way up the back of the glass, So I'm going to go over the lip and I'm going to cut it here. So just shift double click and we can see where that edge is. There we go. Whoops, I've gone through the backing plate. So once again, add border. And then we could have actually gone all the way down at the bottom there, thinking about it, because we'll need to cut the inside away as well. Okay, like so. Add border. And that should be about it. So it really is quite simple with these bonus tools if you're doing a sort of rounded shape like this. Now all we have to do is click continue and watch our UVs become laid out for us. Okay, so there is our UV. You can see here that this is both the inside and the outside. This is the handle, and we should have here the bottom. Now it hasn't come in a proportional size, so I'm just going to select all the UV shells. So UV shells, select them all, and I'm going to hit layout. There you go, and that will put everything into a proportional size. So really quite simple with this technique. Now if you want to see our map here, we can get a view, image, and check a map, sorry, textures, check a map. And we're on the default material, so let's get off the default material, and you can see here our checkers are nice and square. So pretty simple for us to deal with as in terms of UVing. Now I don't like this particular layout. I'm going to have to come in and texture this. If you were texturing it in Mari or Substance maybe, then you wouldn't really need to worry about the orientation of these UVs necessarily. But for me, I want to paint a condensation drops on this, so I want mine nice and square. Also, I'll probably cut mine. Actually, I was thinking about cutting the inside out, but it's not really necessary. I'm going to scale it up a little bit, move it across. There we go. Because I'm not actually going to put anything on the handle, most likely. So that can be a little smaller. Just get this here, and let me just turn the image off the background here so we can see a bit more what we're doing. And just pick this UV shell and move it. So I'm trying to pack these nicely without, overlapping UVs would be a very bad thing. And I'm going to make the handle just a little bit smaller. We probably won't end up doing any texturing with the handle. The same goes for the inside, bottom and top of the glass here. So really for us, they don't have to have as much space on the UV map. Okay, so inside of our glass, outside of our glass, where the handle starts and the handle itself. So we'll be using this UV to paint a variety of different textures. Let's go back to a standard workspace. And that won't affect your render, of course. If you've never done any UVing before, using the bonus tools is a very quick way to achieve something like this. So I'm just going to hit done. I'm happy with my UV layout. We'll just check that's worked okay. And UV editor. From the hotbox, we can see our layout there. We really are using most of our texture space. We're not bisecting another patch here, so this should be fine. So in the next part, we'll look at doing something with these textures, probably the displacement for the logo, because you'll find online, generally when you're doing something like this, if you wanted a displacement map for any of the large brewery companies, they're easy to find their logos online, but they still need a little bit of tweaking. So I'm going to show you how to optimize a logo you might find online for displacement. We'll look at that in Photoshop in the next part. I hope this one's been helpful to you, and I'll see you soon. Cheers. Hi, welcome back. So in the previous part we finished off our UVs here, and before we go any further with that and get some displacement on this glass, we should kind of talk about putting a liquid in it and a basic head on this beer. Now, if you look at my scene here, I'm just going to make sure I've shut Arnold down. Just a second. Okay, so we don't want that constantly rendering in the background as we move around. I've actually gone ahead and turned on the default material, simply because when we're doing this shot, most of our stuff is glass, or the glass is, which is taking up the majority of the shot. So that's just going to appear black in the viewport. So it makes it kind of a little more difficult to work on. So you can go ahead and turn on default material. That way when we decide to cut out our liquid or our head from this glass, we can just go ahead and it will be easier to see where these are. Now you'll see where we cut our UVs out, it's kept these cut edges on the polygon surface. Now I personally don't like to see those, I don't need to know where my UV edges are, so I'm going to press space to bring up the hotbox. I'm going to display, polygons, and reset display, and that will just get rid of it. Now we'll be doing some more UVing later, just a small portion for the beer head, and the same thing will happen. So if you do see those lines, or even if you've gone ahead and turned on something in the display like the face normals for instance, so if you were showing face normals to make sure you'd got everything the right way round and pointed in the right direction, you can go ahead and get rid of that just by doing the same thing. So display, polygons, reset display, and that will get rid of anything that might be on there. Now we need to discuss how to get this liquid out the glass, so I'm going to actually work on a duplicate copy of this glass. So I'm going to hit Control D and Control H. So I've got a duplicate. If we bring up the outliner, we should be able to see there we've got beer glass and beer glass 3, so we'll just call this one beer glass original. Now the reason we have a duplicate is we're going to cut the surface of this glass out a little bit here to make the liquid. So I'm going to press Control and 1 to isolate the selected, so we're not looking at a whole bunch of stuff in the viewport here. And then I'm going to select this vertex in the middle. Now we could select all these faces individually, but that would take a month of Sundays, and we haven't got time for that. So I'm just going to select the one vertex in the middle. I'm going to hit Shift and greater than arrow, and just select up as far as I want my liquid to go. Now in my case that will be quite high, so possibly as high as this, or possibly one higher even. We can always cut it back later on. It's more difficult to add to it than it is to cut it back, so probably around here would do for me. Actually maybe one less, so push the less than arrow and you will get one less, and that should be fine. So let's come down here, and now we need to convert this selection to faces. So we'll press Shift and right click, and Control and right click to edges. No, we don't want edges, we want faces. To faces, there it is. So to faces, to contain faces, and you'll see that's selected all the faces in there for me. Now I'm going to come out, I'm going to press Shift, and I'm just going to drag the marquee tool all the way around it, and that will select the inverse of the previously selected items. I can now just hit Delete, and I am left here with what would be the container for my liquid, or what will become the liquid. Now because of the way this is done, this liquid will want to be facing outwards. Its normals will want to be pointing this way, and at the moment it's reversed. So just go to Mesh Display, Reverse, and as you would expect, you'll see the grey on the outside and the black on what will become the interior of this object. Now we need to give it a top, so let's just select this edge, and we're going to extrude inwards to give this a top. So Modeling Toolkit and Extrude. Now click here to center your manipulator, and then Control click on the square box on the top, and that will drag everything towards the center. Now you don't need to get it perfect, something like this will do. But before we continue, I've just pressed 1 to go into the non-smooth view. We need to use the multi-cut tool to cut a couple of edge loops in here, about like so. Now this one and this one are to hold the smoothing edges so it doesn't smooth too much, and this one is simply to allow us to add a little bit of surface tension. So I'm also going to put some loops spaced equidistant. I'm trying to get these squares to be about the same size. Now it doesn't have to be spot on, of course, but later on we will be doing some displacement on this surface, so it's going to help us now if everything's a sort of uniform size, or as near as you can get it, without going too nuts. Now I'm going to take this edge here, and I'm going to just do a slide on edge. So with the Shift key, slide edge tool, and use the middle mouse button and drag it a bit closer that way, just so I can get one final edge loop in here, like so. And then we'll need to merge all of these vertices together to make one closed object, but you know, if we go in a vertex mode here, we'll be selecting these for a month of Sundays. So instead of doing that, just select the edge, double click on the edge so it selects the entire edge, and then convert that to a vertex selection. So control click to vertex, and then you can hit the hotbox spacebar, edit mesh, merge to center, and that's all nicely merged. Now we can quad this up a bit. It'll help later on when we are doing our displacement and whatnot. So just come in and delete every second edge. Actually, I must have skipped one there. There we go. So we have every second edge selected with shift held, right mouse click and hit delete edge. And these are now quads. Now they're connected to a huge pole here, which is not so great. But for this, it's not really going to matter. We just wanted to make sure everything was quadded. So let's smooth it out. Looks alright. And this will act as the basis for our liquid. Now if we hit W to move it, you can see our pivot's off center. Let's go ahead and center the pivot. There we go. So our pivot is nice and central there. And this way we can scale it. Now I'm going to go to the channel box to scale it. And there's a reason we'll scale it. And I can show you easiest by duplication first. Control 1 to bring everything back. Let's unhide our beer glass to bring up the outliner, and Shift H to show beer glass original. And let me show you what happens to this if we don't. I'm just going to hide this duplicate for the minute. We'll need that in a second. If we don't, if we just leave this like so and we do nothing with it and we hit render, I'll show you what we'll get as a result. And what we'll get is a liquid that doesn't look particularly good. Now, obviously this one won't look like a liquid yet because we haven't made it, but it should illustrate the point. Okay, so something here went very, very wrong. Let me just stop this a second. Okay, so it looks like we're seeing some green here and we shouldn't be. I've got a feeling that if we check our material out, the exit color for the refraction will still be set to green, and it is. So let's just set it to black. Now that was set to green just so we could illustrate when we didn't have enough ray depth that rays would exit to green, and the green was easier to see. So let's try this again. Let's get the Arnold render. I'm going to refresh the scene here, and as you can see, this has gone badly wrong. This in fact is not working at all. So let's stop it. There we go. And let's try and discover why. Now let's make sure our beer glass still has the opaque setting on it. There's no reason why it shouldn't. Probably because we duplicated it. I found that happens in this version of Arnold with this version of Maya. It's a bug, or it's just a lack of integration somewhere along the line, but occasionally when I duplicate an object, that opaque tag will actually fall off it for unknown reasons. Hopefully, you know, after you see this, that won't be such a huge issue. So in order for you to get a better look at what's going on here, let's just assign a standard shader to this. So assign new material, and because it will still have the glass shader on it, so it's making it a little difficult to see. So let's come in and AI standard, and we'll just call this one liquid, because we'll be making the liquid from probably an AI standard or an AL standard, but we'll go into that in a second. Now let's hit go. And you can kind of see here, well, I'll pause and I'll be back with you in just a second so you don't have to sit here and wait for this to render out. So you can see what's happened here. We have this really nasty artifacting. You would expect to see this in a kind of solid greyish color, but you don't. You get this sort of artifacting which looks like Arnold can't decide whether it should render glass or the material behind the glass. And that's because we copied the faces from this. So these two things are actually touching. They're literally one on top of the other. Now, this is how it would be in real life, but unfortunately it won't work for us. Now, if we take a look at what would happen if we scaled this down, so I'm just going to come in here and I'll use the channel box to scale it down, say 0.99, and that's a little bit smaller than the glass now. So now we shouldn't have the artifacting issue, but we'll get another problem. Let me just take a quick render for you and you'll see what I'm talking about. Okay, so the issue here is it no longer looks like the liquid is touching the surface of the glass. You would expect this liquid to be out to here, and it's not. So we can't do it the way we do it in real life, because we get rendering artifacts, and we can't scale the liquid down slightly, because then it doesn't appear to be realistic at all. So what we need to do is intersect the liquid with the glass. So we need to make the liquid slightly bigger than the inside wall of the glass. Now, the reason you're seeing all this grain here is simply lighting samples, and we'll cover that quality at a part later on down the road when we go in for a final render. But let's look now at what's going to happen to this if we intersect the glass. So instead of making it smaller, I'm going to select these in the channel boxes and make it 1.01 maybe. Now we'll just intersect it ever so slightly with the glass. And again, I'll take a render and pause here so you don't have to wait with me. Okay, now we're seeing what we expect to see. That liquid pushes all the way out to the very edges of the glass, which is actually as it would appear to be in real life. So let's do a couple of things to this before we turn it into an actual liquid. The first of which is I'm going to select it and press Control and 1 to give me the isolate selected view. And then I'm going to come in and I'm going to select this vertex and I'm going to press Shift greater than till I've selected all the vertex out to here, and then I'm going to push them down a little bit with the W key, move, just to create the apparent illusion of a little surface tension. Okay, so you'd normally have a little tiny bit of surface tension around here. That might be too much. If it turns out to be too much, we can always select those verts and just shove them up a bit. So no big deal there, just one final thing. And now we need to make this a liquid. So let's go into its material attributes. I'm going to delete its history. So edit, delete by type history. And there we have our liquid material, which is just an AI standard. Now, we don't want a diffuse contribution, it's liquid. So turn the diffuse weight down to 0. You don't have to turn the color down to black, it's just a habit for me. We're going to turn the specular all the way up, turn the roughness all the way down for now. We're going to tick Fresnel. We're going to tick Fresnel use IOR. So an IOR for liquid of 1.33, and as I've mentioned, if you search up IOR, if you do a Google search for IOR tables 3D or something like this, it will give you the real world index of refraction values for many different types of material. So for us that should be about fine. We need to turn the refraction weight up to 1, of course, and we're going to change the color of this liquid. Obviously we want a nice golden sort of beer color, and you know there are many hundreds of different types of beer, so you go for more reddish, more orange, more yellow, depending on what specific type of drink you're trying to create. But let's go here and turn on some transmittance, and we'll use a sort of pale reddish yellowy color, so sort of this color to start off with and see how we get on. So let's bring up the render view and hit render. Right, now you see we run straight away into a problem here. It's almost clear that transmittance doesn't seem to be working. If you look at it, you can see a slight tint, but not a huge amount. So let's move that out the glass and see what happens. So I'm going to push Control D and move it outside the glass. Okay, and let's render them side by side and see what sort of difference there is. Now there shouldn't be any difference, realistically speaking, but as you can see, this is the same liquid that's in here. The difference is that you're supposed to calculate transmittance by the thickness of the object. So the thicker or bigger an object is, the less light is going to transmit through it and the darker that liquid is going to appear. So if we were to scale this beer glass radically up, we would get what we were looking for, but then everything else in the scene would be out of scale. So I think one of the problems here is the Arnold Maya integration at the moment, especially on this version, is quite new. And what's happening is because we bisect the glass with this liquid, it's only calculating the transmission between the glass and the liquid surfaces. So it's calculating a very, very small amount of transmission between the outside edge of this and the inside edge of this, which is obviously not what we want. So how do we fix it? Well, like I say, one option is to scale everything up massively. This will kind of fix it, because it will trick Arnold into thinking that the gap between the glass and the liquid, or the lack of gap, should I say, that small overlap, is actually much bigger than it is, and then it will make the transmission as you would expect to see it. Now, that's not going to be good, because then we'd have to scale our lights, we'd have to scale our scene, we'd have to scale everything, and you really want to avoid doing that if at all possible. So what do we do? Well, there is an answer to this. There are a bunch of shaders for Arnold called AL shaders. Now, the AL shaders are very commonly used pretty much everywhere, and they address certain lacking features between the Maya and Arnold integration. So if you give me a second, I shall bring those up in my browser and show you where to get them and how to install them. So if you go to this web address here, I'll make a note of it on the website, you'll see AL shaders. Now, there's a whole bunch of reference to what they are. They have surface shaders, hair shaders, and whatnot. The instructions are here. I will, of course, go through making of liquid, but the AL shaders do cover a few gaps that are at the moment a little lacking in the Maya Arnold integration. So if you just go to download, they are available for Windows, Linux and OS X, of course, so it should suit pretty much any platform you might be using, and the install instructions come with them. So what you want to do is just follow the install instructions. It's quite easy. You're just going to copy the shader files to your Maya or Arnold directory. I cannot remember, but it does say so in the README file that comes with the download, and then you'll need to restart Maya. Now, upon the restart in Maya, you'll have a list of shaders the same as mine. So if I take a look at assign new material at the moment and I go to Arnold shaders, you can see we have the AI shaders, which are Arnold's standard shaders. They're built in. So, you know, curvature, hair, the standard shader, skin, thin film, and then you have the AL shaders. So cell, hair, layer, surface. Now all of these are very, very useful shaders, regardless, even if you decide to scale this up massively to get it to work the way you want it to, or the way it should work. I'd still recommend you go and have a play around with these. They do address, as I say, some of the issues with Arnold's basic shaders in Maya at the moment. So let's go ahead and assign an AL surface to our liquid instead. Now, the same thing really. The controls are fairly similar. So the diffuse strength down to 0, the specular up to 1, which it is by default in this, a roughness of 0. We're going to leave the mode to dielectric, and when we come down, we don't need to mess with specular 2. Transmission. So here's the transmission, the same as it was before. So I'm going to go to transmission color, and I'm going to make it that same color we had before. And I'll put the transmission strength at 1. I'm going to link that to the specular IOR, so 1.33 as we had before. And let's take a render of this. Whoops, that's the wrong one. I want the Arnold one. There we go. Let's go. And as you can see, this is a much better reflection on the color that we had chosen. So again, there was a couple of ways to do that. My preferred way is with the AL shaders. If you decide, you can of course scale everything up. I believe this to be somewhat of a flaw, maybe an oversight, maybe because Arnold tries to be extremely physically accurate, and of course bisecting a liquid with a glass is not physically accurate. But if you do visit Solid Angle's website, Arnold's website, and have a look, this is their recommended way to do it, by bisecting the liquid with a glass. So at the moment it really is the only realistic way to do it. It just does cause some problems with the standard Arnold surface material and transmission strength. However, with the AL shader, this is not such a problem. So I'm going to leave this here. When we come back, we'll look at sculpting the basic head. I hope something in there has been useful for you, and as I said, I will go ahead and leave the web address for AL shaders, and regardless if you use them for this or not, check them out. They're fantastic group of shaders, open source and completely free. So have a look. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next part when we get on with that beer head. Hi, welcome back. So now we've taken a look at creating this liquid and some of the pitfalls that can come along when you are creating a liquid like this with colour and transmission. Let's just go straight ahead and create our head for our beer, or at least the basic working shape of it. Now, in order to do this, we're once again going to control and duplicate the glass. I am then going to control H to just use this duplicate, and in this case I'm going to select the faces around the top. So pretty similar method here that we used to create the liquid itself. We're going to use the inside of the glass to start as a basis for the foam, but instead of doing a vertex selection, we're just doing a double click face selection here. So I'll probably get it up to about here, I should think. Oh, maybe not this last one. Maybe I'll just take it from here. Should be fine. And again, because we're working on a duplicate, we're just going to shift and drag a marquee around, which will do an inverse selection, and then we can hit delete. So the same thing with this. This is going to form the basis of our head. So the normals are inside out. So mesh display. And let's get a reverse normals. There we go, that's reverse those. And again, we'll need to put some form of top on this. Now we will be doing some sculpting because, you know, beer foam's rarely completely flat. So in the modeling toolkit, and again, I'm just going to do an extrude. I'm going to click here and control click here to extrude inwards this way. Okay, so for the same reason, I'm going to put some extra edges in. So let's hit 1, so we're not smooth anymore. I'll put an extra edge here. And then I'm just going to get a bunch of fairly equidistant edges. You really don't have to be too worried about this. And let's put one, say, here. And one here. Now, the reason those are so close together is because, once again, this one and this one are close together. I mean, it's because, once again, I'm going to do an edge selection and mesh merge to center. There we go. Now, for our beer head, we're going to be leaving the bottom open because we're going to be making dynamic bubbles which will fill up the bottom of the glass anyway, so we don't really need to worry about the bottom of our beer head. The other thing we need to concern ourselves with, though, is we're going to sculpt this, so it has to be fairly high poly. Now, you can sculpt it and then reduce it if you're worried about poly count, but realistically for this it's not going to be a game asset for me. I'm not really that worried about poly count, so I'm just going to go ahead and first center the pivot, just modify center pivot, because just like the liquid we will be scaling this up. And now I'm going to go mesh smooth. Okay, and I'm going to give that maybe 2 levels of smoothing. So that's got quite a lot of geometry to work on. Now let's just go to 0, and before I forget, I just want to delete every second edge from here. So once again, we're quadded up. Now again, we are still having an issue where we have a large pole in there, but at least we don't have any triangles. So let's come in and mesh smooth, and probably 2 divisions. Okay, That should be more than decent enough for our intents and purposes. So go ahead and delete the history on this. Now, what I might recommend, because I'm not quite sure how well this is going to work, is just having a duplicate of this. So Control H to then hide that duplicate. Okay, just in case this goes a bit wrong when we delete the history. And now we're going to need to sculpt this. So if we bring this back, you can see our head here is sitting right on the lip of our glass, which is pretty much what we want. But when we sculpt it, if we were to just take, let's say, the sculpting tools and let's say the pull tool, and we worked here, hold B down and move your left mouse button left and right to adjust the brush size, and they go like this. Well, that's obviously going to now bisect the glass, which we can't have. All we want to be able to move here is the top of this foam, because the rest of this foam would be constrained by the glass itself. And there is actually a way to do this. On this, because we have so many edges, it may be a little tedious. I'm just going to push 1 here. I'm going to select faces, and I'm going to go down and select all of these faces. So you can see what I'm doing here. Now, as I say, this is a little bit time consuming, simply because we've got so many of them. So, I mean, we probably could save ourselves a job of work here by just going to the side view, flipping this to object mode. It's just not having it. Okay, why are you not having it? There we go. Just being a little stubborn. And now we can go spacebar and face mode. And let's see if we can grab them all. That's not all of them. Okay, yeah, this might be a little difficult to see. Okay, well, that should have grabbed the vast majority of them. Let's come in here and look. And indeed it did. And in fact, I think we got everything we wanted. Maybe one more here. Like so. So now we have all our faces selected, whichever way you decide to do it. We need to come up to the sculpting menu and hit freeze here. So if I just get rid of this Arnold render view, so you can see the little tool help will pop up down here. So when I push this one, you'll see it says freeze tools, paint areas of the surface to prevent further modification. Well, if I have faces selected and I hit the freeze tool, and then I come in here and select the grab tool, you should be able to see, nope. Okay, so let's try that again, folks. And grab tool. And why are you not working today? Okay, let's just get off that. So they are indeed selected. This should be working. We could try convert to frozen. And there we go, that did it. Now we can manipulate this without actually moving. So my apologies, not the freeze tool, it's the convert to frozen that you would need. But you know, no big harm done. What we need to do is come in and just start sort of altering up our foam here to make it look a bit foamy. And this brush is a little bit too small. So I'm going to hit B, and when you're using a grab with the sculpt tools, especially if you want to do something just, you know, a little foamy here, it is quite handy to, you know, have it a bit bigger. So I don't want to go too mad. You know, I don't need to create any mountainous regions here or anything. I just want a little kind of bear head. So I'm just going to come in and, you know, very roughly, if you wanted to, you could do this in ZBrush, of course, or Mudbox, or any other sculpting panty, any other sculpting program that you actually use. But for something this simple, the Maya sculpting tools, I mean, they're a lot better than they used to be, is all I can say about them, really. And they're actually usable for certain things like this now, you know, without too many problems. I'm going to switch to a smooth brush, just so I can get rid of this really hard edge here, because I wouldn't really be seeing a hard edge on a beer, I don't think. So you see, you can just smooth that out like so. Okay, let's increase the brush size a bit, and let's increase the, if you hold M, not N, but M for mother, and go left and right, you can then increase the strength So I'm going to increase the strength of this a little bit, and that should help us smooth out just a little bit quicker. Okay, and we're going to be displacing this anyway, so there's an argument to be made that you don't really need to spend that much time smoothing, you just don't want to raise a sharp edge, because it will stick out like a sore thumb. So I'm just going to pause here while I finish off the basic sculpting of this. I'm not going to do anything different. I'm just going to go and smooth this line. It's just not so interesting to watch. So I'll be back in a second. Okay, so something like this should just about do it. Now you might want to take a bit more time, pull up a bit of photographic reference, but for me I just want something that's not completely flat. So let's press Ctrl 1, Q to get out of the sculpt tool, and Ctrl 1 to bring our beer back, and there you have it, the head just ever so slightly bisecting the top of the glass there. Well, actually by quite a bit, but this is a Czech beer and they normally come like that when they're first poured, so that kind of suits me fine. Now let's go into here, Control 1 to bring everything back, and you can see, let me just hide this, let's just show image planes, let's get rid of it, where are you, there we go, let's get rid of that, and I want to see our head here. And I also want to see our liquids. Let's go to Window, Outliner, so I can select both. So the head and the liquid beer glass. Okay, the liquid's actually hidden, I think. Okay, so that's the Control H to hide that. That was the backup beer head in case anything went wrong with our sculpt. Now I'm just going to make sure that this is set. I'm going to Control H to hide that, and I'm going to start giving these things names that make sense, because as you just saw, it does become quite difficult. Beer glass original, beer glass 3, we do not need this anymore. Let's see, that's our beer head, and beer head backup. Okay, so what I wanted to see was beer head and beer liquid. So one thing we do need is for the beer head to be underneath the liquid, if that makes sense, because we're going to use some transparency here to fade the two nicely together. So this has worked the way I wanted it to. Now our liquid is set at the scale of 1.1. Let's set that at 1.2. Okay, out 1.2 for all of them, and 1.2. For our beer head, we'll just then overlap slightly our beer liquid, so when we make it transparent, it will look like it's fading into the liquid. But for now, let's just give this a material, assign new material, and shader, and AI standard. So Arnold's standard material, and we'll just make this white. Should be fine by default to get a glimpse at this. Now let's have a look. Now we might need to play around with the scale somewhat. It kind of depends what this will look like. So Arnold render view, and let's pop a render off, and I'll be back in a second. Okay, so our render is finished here. Now a couple of things to remember. Make sure that you've got all of your surfaces that need to be set to opaque. Again, my liquid had fallen into a non-opaque status. So if I go and select it in the outliner and select liquid, and then under the attribute editor, just make sure it's ticked to opaque. The same thing with the original beer glass. Now the beer head at the moment doesn't need to be opaque, but it eventually will, so we'll tick that one as well. It won't make any difference for now, it doesn't have any opacity on it, but later on, we won't be able to forget it. The other thing that you want to make sure you've done is made sure your beer head here is ever so slightly larger than your beer liquid. As you can see, mine is 1.02 for the head and 1.0, let me see here, 1.01 for the liquid. So we will eventually fade these two together to get a nicer shot, but for right now, that's the basics of our beer and our beer head. Very low quality render, of course, but it has shown me I've still got a little bit of sharp edge that I don't like here. So in between the parts, I'll just go in with the smoothing tool once again under the sculpt kit, and I'll just smooth that out a little bit. It's just a little bit too sharp for my eye. So I'll see you in the next part when we'll discuss getting the basics of the bar top material in place and probably a beer mat. The way I like to do most of my scenes is get the basic materials set up first and then go back and tweak them, because obviously this is never going to make a beer head. There's no bubbles on it, there's no displacement for the said bubbles, there's no opacity, so you'd be able to see through a beer head ever so slightly, and there's no subsurface scattering. I like to have my basic materials in place before we do that. So I'll be back in the next part when we'll dive quickly into Lightroom, just so I can show you the reference pictures I took for this, and then we'll put them together in Photoshop, create a bump map for them, and whack the surface of the bar in place. Thank you very much for watching. I hope you found something in here that was useful to you, and I'll see you in the next part. Hi, welcome back. So in the previous part we got our beer head done here and the liquid inside the glass. Now in this part I want to discuss texturing this bar top. Now because it's just a flat polygon plane, we really don't have to worry that much about its UVs. And we could just stick a tileable wood texture on here and call it a day. But I actually have a specific texture I want to use. I went and took some photographs of a table of mine, and it's got some water damage on it here, as you can see. I think it would make, after some editing, a very nice bar top. So I just went with the camera and took a sequence of 3 images, which we'll go over stitching together. We'll also need to develop them here in Lightroom because they're a little washed out, they're a little too overexposed. So let's go back to Maya for a second and just think about what we need to create, because what we need to do is get that bar top on here, but we want it at a very specific scale and we want it in a very specific place. So if we look at one of these pictures, you can see we've got some watering damage on here, so that would be about the size of our pint glass. I mean, to me that would make sense that the damage comes from the bottom of a glass, so when we put the texture on here, we'll need it to be the correct scale. If that's too big, it's not going to look realistic. If it's too small, again, you're going to experience the same problem. Now, before we do this, there's a couple of tweaks I want to make to the actual model itself. Let me just turn off the resolution gate here. And one of those is I want a crease down this back end, so I want it to fold over. Now this is very simple to do. We just need to put a quick edge loop in with a multi-cut tool, so about here, and then I'm going to hit Q for the selection tool, edge. I'll take this edge and then just double click on this one, and I'm literally just going to move this down and in a bit like so. This way when we smooth this model, so I hit 3 for smooth, you'll see we've got a bit of an edge, a lip across the back there. So if I was to come in and shoot this now at this sort of angle, you can definitely see that lip. That will catch the light in a different way than if we just terminated this with a completely flat laminar plane. So that's one thing. Second thing is the UVs on this. Now if we flick our workspace to UV editing and take a look at them, you'll see that they're just a box at the moment. They're just a perfectly straight box, as you would expect from coming from a polygon plane. Now this would be fine. You can actually tweak the size ratios of an image in the image node within Maya. However, because I want to place this in a very specific place, I want these UVs to be as good as they can be before I export them. So let's go up to unfold here under the UV toolkit. Oops, let me just get that UV toolkit back again. There we go. And I'm just going to unfold this because where we've bent this over it will no longer be correct. So unfold, there you go. You can see it didn't make a huge amount of difference. I'm just going to rotate it back square, or squarish, and then in order for me to see what the UVs are doing, I want to put a checkered map on this. So I'm going to texture checker map, and you'll notice I can't see it. It's because I have the default material on here. So untick use default material, and you can see our squares are certainly not square. So let's hit R to rotate this to scale this UV shell, and just scale these in until it is square. I'm also going to rotate these up this way, there we go, and just move these down a little bit so they're not overlapping on 2 shells, and there you can see. Now the only reason I rotated it this way is because that's the way my images are rotated in Lightroom. I mean, that was the only reason for it. And again, we could have flipped that with the image node, but I prefer to work in Photoshop the same way up that my images are. Just makes it a little easier on me. So I'm going to turn this texture off, so off with the checker map, and now we have a UV. It's pretty straight. We could probably come in and just even that up a tad. I mean, it really doesn't matter at this point, but there we go. So now we've got a straight UV map. We also need to get a look at the scale, because as I say, we want to match that watering precisely to the scale of the bottom of this glass. So to do that, I'm going to flip back to the Maya Classic, and I'm going to assign a quick Lambert to this, assign new material, because we're going to paint on it to give ourselves some visual cues. Sorry. So just a Lambert here, and I'm going to use under rendering, texturing, 3D paint tool, and this will allow me to paint on this surface. Now you'll see it gave me an error, and I've got a big X on my brush, so I can't paint there. If you double click over here to bring up the tools options box, we can come in and assign edit texture. Now I'm going to use a 4K if. Really it doesn't matter at the format at this point, it's just going to be a visual indication for us. So assign edit texture, give it a second, we can now flood fill this, you'll see it goes white, and we can now paint on it. So what I'm going to do to start off with, to give me a scale indicator, is I'm going to paint around the bottom of my beer glass. That way when I bring this image into Photoshop, I'll be able to match it up with a texture. It gives me a reference point there for what we're actually working on. Now another thing you can do with this tool, if you're just intending to do a still shot, so I mean if you're doing an animation, then obviously you need to pay attention to everywhere the camera would move, but as we're going to be doing a still shot, what I'm going to do is get a couple of likely points that I might take that shot from. So you can see where our camera, this green bar here, in fact I'll bring back the masking, so this is the shot we would take. So I can now take this 3D paint tool and just draw around this, draw up here, and now I know that this is the most important area of the texture for me. So if I'm going to put any extra effort or any extra work in, it should be around this area. Now as I say, you might want to do this for a couple of different shot positions you might use, so I might also use sort of an extreme close-up shot position like so. So again, I can just mark that out on a bit of reference and go okay, so they're approximately in the same area. So now I know roughly that this area is going to be the most important area of my texture. Now obviously if you were doing a turntable or something, this wouldn't make any sense, but for a still shot it can actually be quite handy and save you some time, because if you've got, let's say, some blemishes over here that you're going to spend a long time removing in Photoshop, well, if we're doing this still shot at these kind of angles, then there would be no point for us. So again, just a visual cue. Now before you clear the paint tool, you want to go save texture, and that will actually save a copy of that texture. And if we go Q and material attributes, you'll be able to see where that's been saved. So in our source images, 3D paint textures, part 6, bar top shape. Okay. Now we're also going to want the UV snapshot for this as well. So when we bring this into Photoshop, we can put it all together and see where the UV is, where our beer glass scale circle is, and where our main shot focus is going to be. So flip over to UV editing and just go to image UV snapshot, and we'll save it out in our project folder, of course, and we'll just call this bar top uv.iff. Again, it doesn't really matter, I'm just using 4K by default for everything. Okay, and that's saved out a UV snapshot. So now we can go into our Lightroom and begin developing our images, and with this extra information we've given ourselves here, the UV snapshot and the little drawing we've done, will give us extra information in Photoshop to help us place the texture where we want it to be. So let's go to Lightroom and do a quick develop on these. Now I'm not going to do anything special here, I'm simply going to straighten it up a bit. So let's get it here and then straighten it like so. And let's crop it here, and I'm going to lose a bit off the top. In fact, we've probably got some perspective distortion, so if we go down to enable lens correction, there we go, and I am going to lose a bit off the top, but it doesn't really matter in this case. So now I've got this, but it's overexposed and it's too washed out for me. So let's just do a very rapid develop, and obviously I'm sure you guys have probably used Lightroom before, so you'll know that this can take a very long time or a very short time depending on the look you're going for. So I'm going to just turn this up a little bit so we get some contrast. So black's down, white's up, gives us that contrast we're looking for. And it might even be a little too exposed still. It's a very dark wooden table. So what I am seeing though is some areas of blue in here from the temperature. But if I turn the temperature up, it's going to be too orangey. So you know what? Let's just do as shot. And I just have a very hint of blue. But we can come in and select the blue and turn the saturations down on them. See where the blue was, and now it's not really there anymore. And we probably have some purple and magenta in there as well knocking about. Okay, so I'm just going to desaturate those channels. And to be honest, as I say, you can spend a long time tweaking this in Lightroom. I don't really want to at the moment because I'm sure that you've seen this done before. I want to more stitch the images together in Photoshop and then precisely lay them out on the UV. So I'm just going to copy the development settings. So developer settings, copy settings. Now I don't want to copy the crop. I'll copy everything else, and then I can just paste those on there. So developer settings, paste settings, there we go. And yeah, it looks like I've pasted them into both at once. So great. So all three are done. All we need to do is just finish up the crop here a little bit. Let's get the cropping tool and let's get it straight to this edge. Okay, that's looking pretty straight. Just crop down here, crop a bit off the top, and that should be fine. Okay, done. That should be okay. And the same thing. Okay, and this way, and crop. And there we go. So now we have three photos ready to be stitched together. We can always tweak the levels or make them slightly darker in Photoshop if we need to. But let's just export these. So export. And these will go to my tutorial images folder, which is where I want them. Now you can obviously choose a folder here. I'm going to use a 16-bit TIFF with the color space of sRGB. And that should be fine. So I'm going to hit export and I'll just pause while that exports. Okay, so that export should be finished. Let's just whip them open in Photoshop and see what we got. So I want my images folder. And there we go. Open. So this should be the three images we just did. Okay, we also are going to need our UV snapshot here. Okay, and that will be the snapshot. It's just come in with a transparent background, but if I add another layer and a paint bucket, you can see that's our UV. So we know where our tabletop needs to be now. Now I also want to open our reference image that we made, so that will be source images, 3D paint textures, part 6 end, bar top shape. So that's our reference image for where we need to be. So if I just come in here and copy this to the bar top UV, so layer, duplicate layer, bar top UV, we should now have that in there. So we can see that this is the areas of we need to concentrate on, and this inner ring here is about the size that our water stain needs to be. So to do this, copy all three of these into bar top UV. So layer, duplicate layer, bar top UV, and just repeat that process for the next two. Okay, and now we should have everything in one file. Okay, why did you not copy? Layer, duplicate layer. In fact, did I? Oh yeah, sorry, I copied one into the wrong image there. So my mistake, sorry about that. And bar top UV. Yeah, that's the right one. Okay, now we should have all three of these. So that one's on the top. We should have, let's see which one. So I'm just going to get them in the order in which they appear. So first, second, and third. So now I have this, I can see my UVA overlay over the top, so I know not to go any smaller than the UV itself. And let's bring this one up and put him here with a very low opacity. Just want to get it so I can see what size this ring should be. So I'm going to select the first one of my images, hit Ctrl T, and hold Shift and scale it. There we go. I don't know why that took so long to do. In fact, I'm going to undo this completely because I think my machine there had a bit of a pause, and during which time I skewed that off center. So Ctrl T, hold Shift and scale it in until you get it to about the right size. Okay, that looks about right to me. Now that water ring we drew on the very outside of it, so that would be about the right scale, I should think, because as you can see the beer glass would sit there, so yep, that seems to be about the right scale. So let's just nip these other two off and this one, and now I can move this into place on my actual table. So I can see the UV there. Get it about here, should be about fine, so that's covering that portion of the UV. Now we'll bring this one in, hit Ctrl T, whoops, click it, Ctrl T, Shift again, and make it about the same size. So around there should about do it. Now I'm going to use the Shift and arrow keys here to just nudge this into position, and I'm going to get it as good as I can get it without spending too much time on it. So about here would be good for me. Now the blending isn't very good, but I'm not going to worry about that too much, simply because we're going to blend these together with a layer mask in a second, and that's a bit better. It's a little out on this side, but you know, it should work just fine. So to blend these together, we're going to take the background here and add a layer mask. We're going to make sure we're on black and white. We're going to select the gradient tool with the standard foreground to background gradient, and I'm going to come in and I'm going to blur these together, so like so. So, you know, a lot of times that will work perfectly adequately for you. Sometimes you might have to come in and press Shift Alt and view the layer mask itself. You might want to do a little more feathering in if necessary, but on this one it looks like they blended together rather well. So yeah, I have no problems with that blend together. It's going to be, you know, good enough for our purposes. So let's bring the final guy in here. Control T to transform him, and make sure he's about the right size. There we go, somewhere around here. And then let's just bring this in. Now, should be about here, I think. So I'm going to just zoom in on this area. Actually, where are we? Let's just get this approximately right, and possibly this guy needs to be about there, I think. Right, so let's come in and zoom in here, and let's get a match, shall we? So again, I'm just going to use the movement tool here and get myself approximately in the right position. Now I need a point of reference here, so I'm actually having trouble seeing where these are going, so I'm going to come on this and make it slightly less opaque. And for now I'm actually going to move this one on top, maybe. No, that would be a bad idea. So let's just get this with that one more opaque. I can see approximately where it would be. So it would be approximately there. Let's change the opacity back up to this one of full. And yeah, this is not going to be a perfect match. But that's not too bad. I'm quite happy with that, to be honest. Let's blend it together, which we'll do by using a layer mask here, and the same thing. So let's come out from here and just go up a bit. Okay, that's pretty well blended together. Actually, I can't really see where one stops and one starts, so I think I'm going to be happy with that. So let's zoom out and make sure we occupy our full UV space, which we do. Now, you can't really see the UVs that well, but we could do levels on them just to kick them up a notch. So let's go solid white here. Okay, and now you can see the UV a bit better. You could even do some dark lightning here, but really we don't really need to see it better than this. We can see the edges of it here and here. So we've got this water damage here, and the water damage here, and this water damage here. Now let's see where our main shot focus would be. Now we've got a slight issue because I want this water damage in our main shot focus. So we'll take all three of these together and move them so I can put this water damage down here. Now this is going to leave us with an issue because the top of our UV now has no texture. But realistically speaking, I'm never going to shoot from this angle over here anyway, and even if I did, I could come back in, edit the texture, I could tile the texture at that point. This is all about getting the placement correct for where I need it to be for this shot that we're doing. So this is absolutely fine. Now let's come in, turn this off, and turn this off. That leaves us with this. Now I am going to neaten it up just slightly by just coming in here, and really you don't need to do this, but oops, we need to do a select inverse, of course, and delete, just to make it a little neater. There we go. So that will be my texture. Now I must have something on a slightly lower opacity here. There we go, I do. I could see the background through. So let's put this back on, and I'm going to add an adjustment levels layer as well because this is not really dark enough for me. I've got the feeling that once we render this bad boy, it's going to come out a little too orangey. Let's come up here, go to adjustments and levels. There we go. And I might try the auto, see what it gives me. No, definitely not. So let's just black it up a bit and come in here. No, wrong button. Come in here, give it a bit more contrast and darken it just ever so slightly. So like so. I'm after a really kind of dark, dingy kind of bar top that looks like it's been there for the last 100 years sort of look. So this should be about right. Now I'm just going to save this out. So File, Save As, and I'll save this as a TIFF in my source images directory. So I'm going to call this bar top diffuse. I had one from an earlier experiment. I'm going to untick layers because I don't need them and click yes. So discard layers and save a copy. That's all fine. Okay, right, let's bring this into Maya. Okay, so it didn't like that. Excuse me folks, I must have it open somewhere else. Sorry about that. Let's call this bar top diffuse new. There we go. So again, I don't want the layers. Save and save. Okay, back to Maya, and we'll see what that looks like when we put it on our desk here. So for right now, I'm going to assign a new material, which will just be standard AI surface material. So AI standard material. There we go. Let's get rid of this UV by going back to Maya Classic, and let's add our bar top. So material attributes. Let's come here, File, there we go, and bar top new, done, and let's get a look at it. It'll take a while for text to load in the viewport here. It normally doesn't, but when the recording software is on as well, then you do get a slight delay. Again, apologies. So we would have something that looked like this, and as you can see from my shot, I'm just going to do this from a slightly more above angle than I normally would. From my shot I can see that water stain that I wanted, and it's exactly the right size to fit round a beer glass. So just by giving ourselves that little 3D paint tool with a few little visual indicators of what we were doing, we managed to get the scale right, we managed to get the bar top exactly where we needed it to be, and it looks quite nice, I think. So when we come back, we'll look at creating a bump map for this and then putting some specular highlights on it. And the bump map in this case is going to be quite difficult because we've got these areas of contrast. they would really yeah, they would really not be brilliant to have on a bump map. So we're going to have to do some painting for that. I'm going to move this backing plate a bit over here, and I will leave you guys with a render of this bar surface, kind of the bog standard rough surface. Okay, so there's what we're looking like. So as you can see, we've got a ring here that's pretty much the same size as the beer glass, which is pretty much what we wanted to achieve. We got the bits of distressing here, if you like, in the right place, and I would be quite happy with that. Now, of course, it doesn't actually quite look like wood yet, and it's a little bright, but if you look at the top of our beer head here, that's also a little bright. So we've got a lighting issue rather than a texturing issue. So when we come back, we'll look at making a basic bump map for this, as well as adding some specularity to it to make it look a little bit more like a sort of old polished bar surface. So I hope you found something in here useful, and I'll be back in the next part when we'll continue getting all of our basic textures that we need lined up and done. So thanks very much for watching. See you in the next part. Hi, welcome back. So in the previous part we got on and made our bar-like surface here, our rather distressed bar-like surface, which is what we were going for. And in this part I'm going to jump straight in, and before we get into anything complicated with this shader, just want to create a quick beer map for our beer glass. So I'm going to get the polygon menu, and I'm going to do it with a poly cylinder here, and I'm just going to scale that down. So I'm scaling it down in the y-axis, and then I'm going to hold control and scale it down again, or scale it up in this case, which will make it bigger. Now I'm going to move it into position here so I can see roughly what size it is under our beer glass. And yeah, it'll stick out about that far, I should think. Maybe a tad further and maybe a bit bigger. So let's scale it again, just give it a bit more width. And that should about do it for our beer map. But the problem is when I try and smooth it, you'll see the edges disappear. So I'll need to add some edges to it. And also, beer mats don't lie flat on the table. If you did this and went okay close enough and went to render, there'd always be something that niggled you about it. And what that is a beer mat. It's been in a pub, it's been in a damp environment, it's made of cardboard. It wouldn't be perfectly flat. So we're going to raise some of these edges up as well. So let's hit Control 1 on the keyboard to just bring that in, and I'm going to just cut some edge loops in here. Now I'm going to go onto the modeling toolkit, multi-cut. I'm going to hold Shift and cut all these edges in at 90%. That's a little tedious. And there we go. So let's cut some edges in there. Now let's cut some edges in so this thing holds its shape. So again, Control, and we want this to be, it doesn't really curve that much. So we want to put the Control edge loop in right here and right here. We want to get these quite close. That way when we smooth, this edge will stay quite sharp. Now we're going to have to do the same thing for the bottom. So let's cut one right there and flip over to the bottom view, and once again, whoops, backspace to get rid of any unnecessary points. Once again, hold Shift and snap down to 10% or 90%, depending on which side of the line Maya decides to measure from. And close it up. There we go. Done. And so just put a small Control edge loop in here. Done. Okay, so this will now hold its shape when we go to smooth it. So if I hit 3 on the keyboard, you could say this holds its shape now. Because you're not going to have a big sort of rounded edges on a beer mat. Okay, now another thing I want to do is put some more edge loops in here, because I want to be able to rise the corners of this. So I want to give it a bit of geometry to work with. So let's get a multi-cut and just cut in 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5, and cut 5 in on the bottom. 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. If you wanted to do this exactly, of course, you just cut it in half and then mirror it afterwards, but we don't need it to be that exact. So I'm now going to select every second edge here, just so I can quad up this middle bit. And I'm going to do the same on the bottom. So I'm going to track this edge around, start my cutting here. Just every second edge once again. And I'm holding shift and right mouse button to delete those edges. Otherwise you'll have the opportunity to leave vertex behind, which you won't want. So there we go, there is our beer mat. Now we want to sculpt this a little bit, so some of these edges are raised. Now you don't want to make it too exaggerated, but neither do you want it perfectly flat. So we probably don't need any more geometry than this. Let's press Ctrl and 1 to bring everything else back. And actually, this is a little large, so I'm going to hit R to scale it, and hold Control here and just bring this in just a bit. There we go. So that's about the right width for me. So now I'm going to lift this up a little bit so it looks a little more organic, a little bit more like a beer mat. So I'm going to hit Sculpting. I'm just going to hit the Pull tool, and that brush is probably way too small. And let's pull the edge up just ever so slightly. Okay, so I'm going to undo that. I'm going to make the brush even bigger, and I'm going to pull that edge. Now you don't want it a lot, you know, just a tiny amount to make it look like, you know, it's been in the wars a bit. It's probably had some beer spilt on it at some point. It's a little bit warped. And these small details can end up making a big difference to your render in the end. You know, we've all seen CG renders that are really, really good, but sometimes there's something you just can't put your finger on. And a lot of it has to do with the very, very small details. So that's kind of nice for me. That's sort of enough. We don't want to go overboard. We just don't want a completely flat beer mat. Right, now let's talk about the UV for this and texture in it. So I'm going to press Ctrl 1 again to get it back. And as you can see, we've just distorted it just a little bit. Now you could always come in and distort it a bit more, a bit less if you found you needed it after the render. But I'm going to go now and have a look at the UV for this. So flick over to the UV editing workspace. And as you can see, the UV is pretty much what you get when you pull in a cylinder. So let's look at the UV snapshots, not UV snapshots, UV shells that we've got. So we've got this one, and this one. Now straight off, I'm not going to texture the bottom of this beer mat. If you were, then obviously you'd want to make that bigger. But for me, simply the bottom is just going to be black or blank. So it really doesn't matter to me what goes on there, so I'm not going to give it a lot of UV space. Now this guy is where the main texture is going to be. And this guy will be very, very stretched at the moment. In fact, if we put a checker map on, you can see just how stretched. So let's bring this up until it goes like so, and then push it down until we start to see it go about square. Now don't worry about the size of it for now, we're just more concentrating on the fact that it would be square. So get squares. Okay, that's about square, and then I'm going to do a global scale and pull it right down. Like so. Now I'm going to shove this one down here too. This will actually have a repeating texture on it, so it doesn't really matter what size it is or what size it occupies on our UV space here, because I can simply have a large texture repeated many, many times. So it will have to be a tileable texture, but it's really only going to be a sort of cardboard texture. In fact, I'll just probably use a color with a bump map to simulate that sort of cardboard edge you would get on a beer mat. Now this UV shell, on the other hand, this is where our main image will be. So this one we want to have as much texture space as possible. So we're all square, we should be square on the bottom as well. You can see it's huge because we occupy so little space in UV, and this one is nice and large. So let's bring our image in. For that I'm going to go back to the classic workspace, and I'm going to just bring in the node editor, which I've had open from a previous thing I was doing. Sorry about that. So if you don't know, you can go to Window, Node Editor, and that will pop open the node editor for you, and then I normally just dock mine over here. Okay, so we've got the node editor for this. Now what we want to do is assign a material to the top of it so we can add that texture without assigning the same material to anything else. So a nice easy way to do this is to go to UV, UV shell, select the shell, hold Control and right click, and then go to Faces, to Faces. And you see that selected all the faces in that particular UV shell, which means I can now assign new material, shader, and AI standard. So you'll see here I've got this AI standard. I'll call this beer mat top, I think. And when I crank this down, you'll notice that the side and bottom doesn't change. So you can assign different materials to things based on the faces, not only the entire object itself. And in that case, this is what we're going to do. Now I need to get the image on this, so I'm going to come over to the node editor, make sure I've selected it, hit the tab button, which will bring up this little search thing, and I'm going to go AI image. Now this will allow me to put an Arnold image in there. Now you could use a file node as well. In this case I'm going to use the AI image, and I'm going to come up to image name, and I actually have an image of my beer mat. I'll show you. So it's just this one. I didn't really do any work on it. I literally just threw it on the kitchen side and snapped a picture of it. So any beer mat you can find will do. If you've got a particular preference or whatnot, just any image. So I already saved mine out, I believe, under, there we go. Okay, now you'll notice that you can't see it, and even if I link it to our beer mat diffuse channel, so I'm going to middle mouse drag the AI image over to the diffuse channel of the beer mat top, you'll notice it just goes grey. Now we should be able to see a texture on it, but because of the Maya Arnold integration, this might be fixed by the time you're watching this. I hope it is, but at the moment it won't show you. So we're going to pull up the render view, Arnold render view. Now we don't want to render everything because that would be extremely tedious. So under render we're going to go debug shading, isolate selected. Then we're going to click on our AI image and it will just render that image. So you can see it's got the outline there of the beer mat. So let's just stop this a second, and I'm also going to go to view, test resolution 50%, and I'm going to hide the beer glass. So window, outliner, and oh, I actually thought I'd put these in a group, but let's do that now. So Control G for group and just call this beer, and Control H to hide it. Okay, so hit play to start your render. We're on isolate selected, so you'll see nothing's happened because nothing is selected. Then I can select this image and it will render just that. So let's move this so it's more in a sort of easy position for us to see the placement of our beer mat. I'll make this a bit smaller. Okay, and you can see our beer mat is slightly off center. So rather than doing a UV snapshot and putting it into Photoshop and centering it, we can actually do it with the AI image node. So if we click on the AI image node and go UV coordinates, now if I want to scale this UV, because it looks a bit, it's coming through a bit big, which means I want to scale it larger. So I'm actually going to come over here, click in this box, hold Control, and just scale upwards ever so slightly. Then I'm going to click in this box, hold Control, and scale upwards ever so slightly. And now I can use the UV offsets. The same thing, your mouse cursor must be in the box when you do this. So you click in the box, hit Control, left click and drag. And now I can drag this around to approximately where it needs to be. Now this can be a bit finicky depending on your image and where you need to place it, but I would say probably about there would do. So maybe 55. You can always come in and type in the box as well, of course. And 35 maybe? No, definitely not. Whoops. So that would be 0.30. I think we had it set on. Negative 0.30. Yeah, there we go. So just need to increase the size of this a little bit now. So Control, and we'll just go for 1.1 I think, which will probably off-center it in the UV. It does. or actually maybe that's the other way round, so 0.05. Yeah, I think that will do it, 0.05. And again, it just needs a little bit of a tweak here, so control, and this can be a bit time consuming. And normally the feedback on this is much better. I'm pretty sure it will be much better for you, but when I have the recording software running, it slows down little operations like this. But that seems fine for me. That seems like that's well on its way to being very central to our beer map. So let's just stop this Arnold window to stop it rendering, and now we're going to go and take all of the faces around the outside where we're making cardboard. So let's go to UV shell, because we know this is one shell, and then convert that to faces. Control right click to faces, there we go. And now I can assign a new material to this. So assign new material, shader, AI standard once again, and we'll call this beer mat edge. So for this, we're going to use a color that's rather like sort of cardboard, sort of an off yellowish color, kind of like that, you know, very subtle, almost white. Something like that should do it. Now, I am going to put a noise pattern on this. So in order to put the noise pattern on, I'm going to create a fractal based noise, I think. So I'm going to come over here and just go fractal texture. So that's created a fractal texture, and it comes with a place 2D texture node, which we will be using in a second. Now I'm going to take this and plug it in to our beer mat edge. So beer mat edge over here, grab the fractal, plug it into the color channel so we can see what that fractal looks like. So that's not really rough enough for me, and that's because we have very little UV space. This will be coming in quite large, so I'm going to do a repeat UV of 50 and 50, and there you go. I get a nice roughish pattern that could be cardboard. Now of course we can come in, play with the threshold values for this, the amplitude and whatnot, to get a better looking cardboard. So I'm going to smooth it out somewhat with a ratio, and you know, this should be fine for our intent and purposes. So disconnect it. I know you just connected it, but we needed to see it before we put it in the bump channel. So you can just drag across this and delete the connection there, and then drag this, middle mouse, drag this into the bump channel of the material, and you should see that bump come up. Now that's far too much, so let's try 0.1. Looks still far too much. 0.05. Okay, that should about do it. Now it won't render to know for sure, which in fact we can do by just bringing up the Arnold tab again. We are still on debug shading of isolate selected, so let's just grab this beer mat edge and hit render, and it will render just that edge there. Well, in this case it's rendering the beer mat too, because I forgot to select the bump itself. But this is a great way of coming in and going, okay, I need to tweak this. So you can just see the fractal material here. You can see the tweak we can do at render time. If you go back to the bump, you can see it there. So you can adjust this bump here now, and it's just a very nice way of not having to render everything in your scene. But this from a distance is going to look pretty cardboardy, and it's enough for the basic material for now, I should think. So let's stop that. Let's turn our render to disabled. Well, not the render, but the debug shading to disabled. And let's come in, press Ctrl 1 to bring everything back. Now let's make sure this beer mat is actually flat on the floor here, so to speak, or the surface. So that should be about perfect. Now I'm going to bring the beer glass back. So just outliner, there we go. And unhide the beer glass, so Shift H. And of course now the beer glass will be bisecting the beer mat. And I can of course use this view, which would be a bit easier to make sure. I'm going to turn off X-ray here to make sure we're on the bottom of the beer mat there. There we go. Okay, and that is our basic beer mat. So as you can see, attention to detail counts for a lot in this. Let me just strip out this node editor and get rid of it. And I'm going to shut down the outliner too, and we'll start in the next part. We'll start taking a look at some more advanced materials, maybe get into a little bit of lighting, but for right now I will leave you a render of this beer mat, and this work surface before I go, so I'll be back in just a moment. Okay, so our render finished out, and I actually did change this mat ever so slightly. I made it ever so slightly larger and ever so slightly thinner, so I actually have a render of both. You can see here it was quite a bit smaller and quite a bit thicker, so I've just made it a little bit larger and a little bit thinner. Nothing to it really, but you can see here where we've lifted it off the bar surface, and here we've lifted it off slightly, and it seems quite subtle, but you wouldn't notice it if it was dead flat. It's just one of those details that would leap out and scream at you. So I shall be back, as I said, in the next part, and we'll look at some more materials, most probably, possibly some displacement on the glass, and the other things we need to start putting some more life into this. So thank you very much for watching. I hope you found something in here useful, and I'll see you in the next part. Hi, so welcome back. In the previous part we finished off here with our bar mat and our bar surface here, the rough surface we're going to be using. Now I want to concentrate a little bit more on the bar surface in this part, because while the texture itself is quite nice, we would expect this to be quite shiny. Over years of hard use you would expect your bar top to be, you know, fairly shiny and well lacquered to protect against spills and whatnot. Now obviously we're doing a bit of a beaten up one, so we'll need some sort of bump map to give this some roughness on the surface. Now one thing I will mention before we continue, if you see on my render here, I just went in and resculpted my beer head a little bit flatter. So same technique we used to sculpt it out, but after looking at it I decided it was a bit too wavy. So I just went in, mainly with the pull tool here, and just pulled it down a notch. I mean, depending on the look you're going for, you might decide to leave yours the way you already have it. Nothing wrong with that, I just wanted mine a little flatter. Right, so let's go into Photoshop and talk about a couple of maps we'll need to create for this. First of all, a bump map, and then a spec map. So I'm going to pull open Photoshop, where I've got our bar image that we did here. It's a combination of our 3 photos. Now the problem is with turning this into a bump map is these areas here. Because if you think in a bump map everything black is going to go inwards and everything white is going to stand out, then these would stand out. Now, because the discolorations on the surface of the material doesn't necessarily mean they would stand proud of that material. So we need to equalize this color for a start. In fact, we're going to be doing this in black and white because it's a bump map, so it will be black and white, simply values of grey. But this needs to be go. So we could try painting it out. There's a few things we could do. But before we do that, I'm just going to double click to take this off the background layer, and I'm going to start with the black and white adjustment layer. Now this will allow me to get rid of certain colors. So if I try and take the yellow away, you can see that I get rid of a lot of this stuff already, but then we've got an overall darkening. So in this case I can push the red to get that detail back, and then pull the yellow to get rid of this. Now I might have to pull the red back a bit, and as you can see, this one really quite simple operation has got rid of most of this for us. Now the other thing with the bump map that we need to take into account is it wants to be quite simple. It needs to be as simple as possible, because we want the large indentations on this. We don't necessarily want completely all of the small detail. So I'm going to add here a brightness and contrast and pull the brightness for a start. Okay. And I'll probably have it contrast a little more. What we're looking for is a good balance between the black and the white. Now I'm going to push open this properties, and I don't want this to be completely blown out. So let's pull that down until we can still see some detail there. Okay, like so. I'm also going to do a levels to allow me to just push the blacks up a little bit here, and possibly the whites in a bit. And this way we get an overall level of, you know, brightness for our bump map. Now there are a few areas on this that are not good. This area here is much darker than the surrounding area. There's some darker bits here, and there's some definite darker bits up here, but for a start it's actually not bad. Now I'm going to come in, because I didn't actually see this bottom bit which is blown out down here, and I'm going to adjust back on this one maybe, and maybe on this one too a little bit. We don't want anything that's completely blown out, you know, solid white. And that's kind of exacerbated the problem here with our dark and light factors. So we could try equalize the whole thing. I don't think it's going to work very well, but it's a quick thing to try. So we could hit equalize, and as you can see, no, definitely not. So we're actually going to have to paint this out. So let's add a new adjustment layer here with the brightness and contrast. And this time I'm actually going to be using the layer mask because I want to alter selective portions of it, like this portion here and some of this portion around here. So the first thing I'm going to do is click on my layer mask and fill that in solid black, like so. Now I'll be able to come in with a white brush and paint a brightness and contrast. Now I'm going to turn the brightness up on this, and we'll be able to see where we're painting. So if I come in here with a brush, click the layer mask and start painting, you can see I start to lighten that area up. Now we don't have to be perfect on this. We're just looking to get an equalized color system, and of course that's a little too light, so I can come in here and turn it down a bit. Okay, the other way, if you wanted to see the mask, you can press Shift and Alt and click the layer mask itself, and that will show you the areas that you're painting. In this instance, however, because we've got it connected directly to that brightness and contrast, we can kind of see what's happening as we're painting. So we don't really need to see the mask that much. And this is not sort of highly detailed work. We're just really trying to stamp down, you know, the worst of the areas here. So I'm going to come in, I'm probably going to paint down here a little bit, and I'm just doing strokes. I don't have my tablet with me at the moment, but it's not much of a concern. It's, you know, this is really rough work, which is absolutely fine in this case. Let's just do a little bit here, and you're just looking to eliminate any areas of high contrast within the map, by which I mean sort of big areas of high contrast. Obviously the high contrast where the wood scratches are is pretty much what you want, but where these large areas occur, you know, you want to do your best to dampen them down at least a little bit. Okay, I'm going to blur this mask slightly afterwards so it doesn't appear to be such a you know, if you get an edge of a brush or something like this, you can just blur this out a little bit. And down here is also a little dark, so I'm just going to lighten that up a bit. Okay, and you know, at first blush you might think what difference, but then when we take it off you can see some definite areas of higher contrast, and we might be a little bit light still, so let's dampen it down a touch. Okay, so it just helps to equalize us a bit. Now let's blur this mask a little bit, so filter, blur, and let's go to Gaussian blur. That's probably going to be too much. In fact, for this I want to see the layer mask itself. So Control Shift, and now we can put that blur in. We were using a pretty soft brush, so it's probably not even necessary, but if you wanted to, you can come in and do this Gaussian blur here, and it's not actually showing me that on the layer mask, but if I was to do a large radius blur here, let's have a look, and this is okay, there you go, you can see it blur out. So was that necessary in this case? Well, I'll undo it, and if you watch it you'll see the blur come back. So yeah, maybe a little bit of blur would help. Maybe a little bit less than that. Sort of around just a couple of pixels, just to help those edges a little bit. There we go. So let's go back now and see what we've got. Right, we've got a pretty equalized map here for bump. Now we could push this a bit further with another levels. Personally, I don't think that's going to be necessary, but we could up the black content a little bit and add more white to this. Again, you don't want any areas that are completely blown out. You know, and I really don't like to tinker with these too much. This is just a kind of roughness bump map, so I might come back to it once I've got it into Maya, because we won't be able to see exactly how it works, of course, until we use it as an actual bump. Now let's try this as a raw bump, and then Photoshop has a 3D filtering system here which will act to generate a bump map, but I think this one should do absolutely fine. So let's go File, Save As, and we'll save this as bar top bump. Now you could also use Photoshop now on the newer versions to generate a normal map, but in our case a bump map will do just fine. So let's pop back to Maya and let's add the bump map to this. Now I think I've left the Arnold render view switched on. In fact, I'm pretty sure I have, because everything has slowed down immensely. Yep. Okay, you should find the Arnold render view is a little more responsive on your machine. Just with the recording software going in the background here, it does have a tendency to slow it down quite a bit. Alright, so now we got another angle of our bar surface anyway. So let's add the bump map to it. Now once again, I'm going to come in and dock the node editor. So node editor. And then I'm going to come over here and dock it. There we go. And I'm going to select this material and graph it up here. Now I'm going to find its shading group. So AI standard 5, it's not a good name for it. Bar top, there we go, and graph it again, and that will show me everything here. So we can see our bar top TIFF material here with its Place 2D texture node. This is our actual shader, our AI standard shader, and this is our shading group. So we need to add a bump map to this. So easiest way is to just come into the material itself, scroll down to bump mapping, click here, hit file. That will automatically create a bump 2D node for you. And then we just need to feed the texture in here under image name, so bar top bump new. There we go, there is ours. Now this is going to be a bit bright, so this will be, as you can see, extremely bumpy. I'm going to move the camera angle to the sort of angle that we'd be rendering on. So something like this maybe. In fact, let's just get as much of this surface in as we can. There we go. Something like this, and I'm going to adjust that. So click on the bump 2D node here, and let's have a bump depth of 0.05. Maybe 0.01. It's difficult to tell on the actual viewport here what we're going to get until we do a render. So let's do some quick test renders now. Also, our bump map's going to show up a lot more if you had specularity on the object itself, which we'll deal with in a second. Let's go to Arnold render view, and let's do a render here. Now I can still see this is coming in very bumpy even at 0.1. So, you know, we're trying to give the illusion of a bump to work with the spec. We're not trying to get this so it looks like, you know, a sawn off tree log, because obviously being a bar surface, you'd expect it to be actually quite smooth. So we want to go quite subtle here. The thing I really wanted to see that's nice is that this white lines here aren't standing extremely proud, which is one thing we did when we equalized the whole image in Photoshop. So let's get a slightly better bump value for us. So probably something like 0.05. Let's try half this amount. Okay, that still looks pretty bumpy. So yeah, I'll probably half that again. So let's put it to 0.025 and half it again. Okay, that's looking about the level of bump I need. Now we might have to come in and readjust that after we get the spec map on, and let's go and do that. So if we jump back into Photoshop and go into the copy that we had saved, which I believe was this one, I'm going to actually make this a spec map as well. Now on its own it would make for a pretty good spec map. What we're looking for in a spec map is not to have particularly any highlights where there would be noise or where there would be dents in the image. So you'd expect to see the highlights, you know, on either side of the dent, not in the dent itself, because you'd expect that to be shadowed. So let's come in, and for this I'm just going to tweak the levels a bit. I'm probably going to push the black levels up and then the white levels up quite a bit. and probably bring the overall level down like so, and possibly back up a bit more. So we're looking for something like this for a spec map. Now I'm not overly concerned here with these blown out areas. I mean, I could do another brightness and contrast, which I might do just to take care of that. So let's do another brightness and contrast here, and if I brought the brightness down, now you can see these have now been completely blown out. So how to deal with that? Let's dump this brightness and contrast, we don't need it. And the levels, we're going to paint a mask for the levels here a little bit, just to mask some of this out, because it is the levels that have blown this area completely out of whack, and we don't want that. So let's come in and again do a black paint bucket here. So actually let's do it the other way round, shall we? Let's do a white paint bucket so everything is affected, and then let's paint black down here to not affect these portions. So I'm just going to come in, I'm going to take away just a little bit of this massively blown out area here. Okay, and actually there's a bit too much there, a bit too much, so I'm going to lower the opacity to say 40%, and that way I can come in and not have such a huge impact on it. There we go. So I just didn't want those massively blown out areas. Let's just check up here. No, and this looks like it'll do fine for a spec map. So what the spec map will do is everywhere there is white, it will allow specular highlight to come through, and everywhere there is black, it will allow no specular highlight, and then anywhere in between will be varying degrees of spec. Okay, so let's just go ahead and save this out. So save as, and we'll just save this as bar top spec. And discard the layers, we don't want to keep them obviously, and back to Maya. So let's have a look, let's keep this image. So we've got a base reference, what we looked like before we put any spec on, and let's expand out the node editor here a little bit. And this time I'm going to click on the material, I'm going to come in and add a, let's just go to specularity. So there we go, and specular color. I'm going to use this map for, so file and specular color, so spec, there we go, done. So that's plugged into the spec. Now I'm also going to plug it in to the weight. So this time I'm just going to middle mouse drag it over to the weight, and if I expand this you'll see that we are plugged in now to the KS color and the KS. So this is the specular weight and the specular color. So roughness, now we want quite a bit of roughness on this, it's not going to be that shiny, and we're going to make it a little more shiny with some reflectivity in the moment, and I'll leave the Fresnel off for now. We will be eventually turning that on, but let's just take a look at what this looks like with nothing done to it. So I'm going to make sure I've saved that. Yes, I have. I will be back in a second. Okay, so we can see here our spec map in action. Without the Fresnel reflection turned on, this has become almost 100% reflective. But you'll notice all these black areas that we can still see, and these lighter areas here, that's the spec map actually working. Now, obviously we don't want this, but it does let us see that our bump is really quite bumpy, and it also lets us see that our spec map has worked. These black areas here have no specularity on them whatsoever, which is kind of what we were looking for. Now we're going to turn on Fresnel, and we're going to give it a fairly low value of, say, 1. We're probably going to have to go much lower, but let's just check that out first. Okay, we need to go lower, but we can actually see our spec map in action, and we can also see now we have some specularity that our bump map is also far too high. So I'm going to come over to the bump and adjust it to maybe 0.5. And I'll be back in a second. Okay, so that's reduced our bump a bit. Now we're going to have to go in and reduce our Fresnel a little bit as well. So as I said, this will probably be far too high, so we'll put it down to 0.5, and this should give us something more like we're looking for. Now we might have a bit too much specular roughness on this, so I might tweak that as well. Okay, so I did a little tweak. I turned the roughness down to about 1.6 and the Fresnel from 0.05 to 0.04, and I end up with this rather nice, rather shiny bar surface that's still quite grainy. So you can see the contribution from our bump and speck maps. You'll notice along this dark line there's no speck, it kind of disappears, as you would expect, because this would be in shadow. And the same at the front here, these dark lines have no speck. These parts have less speck, which is exactly what we would expect. Now, we'll still need to make some tweaks to this material, but for right now it's done enough for our intent and purposes for the moment. So before I leave you, we'll start on the next part with the displacement, but I'll just leave you with a full render of everything in situ. So I'm just going to pop open the outliner here and bring back our beer mat, Shift H and our beer, and make sure we are at the correct camera angle here. So I'll rip off the node editor and get rid of it for now, and let's get a shot as we would have it for kind of the final production. So I'll pop open the render view here, and I'll be back in a second to show you that in combination with the bar top, and then we'll get on with the displacement. Okay, so here we are with our improved bar top in place. Now it might need a few tweaks, maybe it's a little too shiny still, but we'll come back and look at that at the end. For right now I'm quite happy until we get the final lighting in and everything else. It's going to be quite difficult to say. We're having some quality issues as well, but we don't want to turn that up just yet because our render time will dramatically increase. So right now we're at about 2 minutes and 30 seconds to render this with the liquid, the glass, the head, the shininess on the table. So it's not too bad. I increased the samples on our light ever so slightly on our area light, on our Skydome light. So on our Skydome I increased the samples to 3, so that slowed it down a little bit. But for right now I think this is fine in terms of quality, and in the next part, as I said, we'll come back and look at the displacement. So thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next part. Hi, welcome back. So in the previous part we got our bar surface here a little bit more finished off, and in this part I want to finally get round to putting the displacement on our glass. Now if we refer to a reference image, you can see here that these Pilsner glasses actually say Pilsner Quell on them with a little stamp here. So we need to make a displacement image for this that's going to work. Now if you look at this quite closely, you can see it's quite rounded. It doesn't stick straight out, it's got a little edge on it. So I'm going to go into Photoshop and we'll have a quick look at how we might do that. Now I've got an image here I grabbed, I believe, from Pilsner's website, which is just their logo. So this is not going to work in its current configuration, of course. So the first thing I'm going to do is invert it so that background goes black. Then I'm going to make it black and white, because it's a displacement map, so it would just be black and white. And I'm going to crank all of these up, and that will just make everything here bright white. Okay, oh, maybe not quite that bright white. There we go. So now we have the white that we would need for displacement. Now the problem with this is a bit bitsy, so I would personally come in and paint all these out. Also we will need to reverse this. This will need to be black and these letters will need to be white. And the other thing is that this, as it is with kind of just straight white lettering, that will just stick straight up. I mean straight up, there won't be any bend on it at all, so we need to put some sort of bend in there. So now this is all correct in its black and white format. I'm just going to come in and flatten it down. Okay, and I'm not going to go over the hand paint of this, and I painted this in. I'll just show you how I got this to be not a straight flat white, and I think it's fairly obvious the rest of it. I'll show you my finished image, but I just painted these bumps out so we didn't have too much detail, and that was about it. So how to get it not to be flat white? Well, in this case I'm going to use the magic wand tool. I'm going to click on the white and make sure I don't have contiguous clicked, so I'm going to select all the white, and then I'm going to do a layer via cut. So layer via cut, there we go, and now I can actually chuck this in the bin and bring in a new layer, which is just a solid black. I'll just use the paint bucket tool, and to get that fade in effect I just did a inner glow, I think, with the glow normally is set to a yellow, I believe, or a green, or whatever the default is. So I just did an inner glow set to black, and that gives us kind of a lip on everything. Whoops, I've got the paint bucket selected, so you get this kind of lip which will ease off your displacement. Now you can go ahead and blur that as well a little bit, but what I ended up with in the end was this. So you can see it's just got that inner glow on there, you know, nothing spectacular. And I went ahead and hand painted that logo out a little bit, reverse the colors. Let's see here, so the lettering is white and the inside is black, and I got rid of all of the little balls so we didn't have too much detail, which I believe is the way it appears on the actual glass. So this is the one I'm going to use. I'm not going to go into it any further. I don't really think you need to see me hand paint out these little bits here. I'm going to hope that you've got the point of how this became this, and I'm just going to save this as our displacement map. So save as, and I'm going to put this in the source images folder, of course, and we'll call this beer displacement. Okay, now I don't want the layers, so I'm just going to tick OK there, and this will now act as our displacement. So let's go back to Maya here, and we'll use our displacement. Now for this I'm going to open the Hypershade again, so sorry, not the Hypershade, the node editor, and I'm just going to dock this over here so it's not flapping about in the breeze, and then I'm going to select my glass and graph it. You'll see this brings up its shading group, so select the shading group and graph that, and that should bring up our glass clear material. Now at the moment it's got no textures plugged into it, of course. Now before we do this, it's probably going to be wise for us to assign a dummy material to this. So assign new material, shader, AI standard, and I'll just call this one junk, because we're only going to use it to define the displacement placement. As soon as we have that displacement placement, we will plug it in to the glass clear. It's obviously just a bit easier to do the test renders and the placement renders on this glass. If it's just a normal material, it won't take quite as long. So I'm going to pull out this junk image. I'm going to pull in an AI image node here, and go, sorry, that junk shader. I'm going to pull in the AI image node, and I'm going to plug in there our displacement. So where are we? Bar top, beer displacement. There we go. So there is our displacement. I'm going to flick this on to raw. In this case it shouldn't make that much difference, but I'm kind of used to displacements being 32-bit nowadays. So I'm going to flick the wrap U and V to file and file, and then I'm going to connect this image to the diffuse channel of this junk shader. So I'm just going to middle mouse drag it over to the color. Now once again, because we're using an Arnold image node, it's not going to display in the viewport. Now that might be fixed, as I said before, by the time you are watching this. Hopefully it will be, but for right now we're going to have to do a test render. So Arnold render view. Now we don't want to be rendering everything, and we certainly don't want to be rendering at a large size. So let's set the test resolution to say 50% and set the debug shading to isolate selected. Okay, then click on our AI image and hit render and see if we can see it anywhere here. Okay, so we can. It's rather large and it has become quite difficult to see the glass. So if we just make this window a little smaller so we can see sort of the hypershade and the window here, and we click on the AI image and we come up and we just move the offset. Now I can see the glass as well, which is quite handy. Then of course it's just a case of doing the U and V, both scale and wrap. So the scale is going to have to come up. So again, control, mouse over the box, click and drag to scale this in a bit. Probably scale it down. Now I'm going to keep the scale of these pretty much spot on to each other. So something like that, and then we're going to have to wrap this image around. Hopefully we'll be able to see it somewhere. No, it has of course completely disappeared. Let's try the negative. Let's try the negative for this. There we go. So sometimes it can be a little tricky, but basically we want this Pilsner Urquell logo to be about there. Now that might be a bit big. I'm going to refer to my reference image. So yeah, that is definitely a bit big. So once again, let's scale this up to about 3, I would say. 390 might do it. 390. Is that still too big? That's still a bit too big. 3.380. Now obviously this will depend on the image that you're using, so I can't give you exact values if you saved it out at a different size or whatnot, but you know, this is not terribly difficult to achieve. And we'll go up a little bit, and I think, let's just check the reference once more. Okay, it's kind of central to the glass, and how far away from the top is it? It's quite far away from the top. I would say this is sort of in the middle of the handle here. So sort of in the middle of the handle, and I think that looks pretty spot on. I just want to move it not that way, this way. Just move it slightly more that way. Okay, so actually maybe a bit too much. There we go. So I would say that's kind of perfect for our displacement. We want a nice large displacement on this. It's going to be a major feature of the glass. Let's just stop this. And now we can disconnect this from the junk material because we don't need it anymore. And in fact, we can get rid of the junk material and its shading group. Done. And then we can plug this image into the displacement of this. So the first thing we need to do is come in and assign our image back here to glass. Where would it be? Okay, I think it's AI standard 4. It is not. Okay, this is what happens when you do not name your materials. You end up spending all day on it. So I think this is our glass material. No, it isn't. It has no refraction roughness. So where did we leave that? Glass clear. Okay, I did name it. I'm just having a senior moment. Excuse me. And yeah, that is our material. So yep, that's what happens when you don't name it beer glass clear. So anyway, moving swiftly along, I'm going to minimize this Arnold render view for now. I'm going to take this AI image and I'm going to plug it into the displacement shot of the glass here. So for that, I will need to get the shading group of the glass clear material, and let's see, shading group, and plug this in to the displacement material. Now that should create a displacement shader automatically, which it has done. So as you can see, the AI image that we had now still has the same UV settings on it, so it's still be in the right place. We plugged it into a displacement shader. Now this will be probably far too much displacement. Okay, so now I'm going to open the Arnold render view, and sorry about the slight skip in video there, my recording software had a bit of a conniption. But we need to just open this up so we can see what this displacement looks like. Now we don't want to be rendering glass and everything else in the scene, so we're going to once again use a debug shading and put it to basic and hit render, and this will show us, you know, approximately what that displacement looks like. Now it looks pretty good on first blush. You know, it's a bit grainy, but that's more to the render quality because we're rendering from such a long way away. It can only see this much. So let's address that by just zooming in here so we can see some of the more fine details. And as you can see, it doesn't look half bad. Now I'm going to pull this out. It's still actually finishing off its rendering here. There we go. Now it's finished. So I can zoom in and my lettering's nice and crisp. And you know, as I said, I will include this displacement map in with the lesson pack so you can have a look at it yourself. But it was, as I showed you in Photoshop, just with those slightly shadowed edges, so it wasn't too crisp. Now the problem with this view at the moment is if we turn it sideways to kind of get a view how thick this displacement is. So you can see it's not very thick at all. So you'd think increasing the scale of this would make it a lot thicker. If I would increase this to point, say 3, you think that would become a lot thicker, but it actually doesn't. It appears to, you know, ever so slightly thicker, and the shadowing certainly gets deeper, but it doesn't actually change itself. Now I'm going to put this back to 0.1 for a second, and we'll have to figure out why. And the reason is because by default, when you connect a bump map to, a displacement map to Arnold, it will convert high frequency details of that displacement map and use them in the bump map channel. This is done because if we go on to our debug shading and do a wireframe, so here is a wireframe. Now as you can see, a displacement actually displaces the geometry. So there isn't enough wire here to do that. If you were trying to displace this tiny lettering here, it wouldn't be possible. This is one polygon, so that's not going to be possible. So Arnold chucks the higher detail into a bump map, so we still get some representation of it. Now this renders pretty quickly, so it is quite good for testing, and if you're doing this on a completely diffused surface, so for instance if there's no specularity or anything like this, no reflections, then often a bump map might be all you need, or at least a combination of low level displacement with that high frequency bump on the top might be all you need. But we're doing glass, so we need a little more than that. So let's go in, let's stop this for a second and take a look at the actual displacement shader itself. Now you'll notice there's an Arnold tab here. If we untick auto bump and re-render, what we'll get is, let me just take this off wireframe and put it onto basic. So view, there we go, debug shading basic, and give it a minute, because now it's actually calculating displacement, not just and as you can see, I've got nothing. Well, I have something. See here? It's slightly bumpy. Again, that goes back to the wireframe. There's simply not enough geometry here to have this displacement map work. So what we need to do is click on the geometry we're going to be using, and under its shape node, pop open the Arnold tab and tell this to subdivide at render time. So we use Cat Clark, and all of a sudden you see the very ghost of a Pilsner logo. So if we go back to wireframe again, so debug shading wireframe, you can see here now that our wireframe has got a lot denser. If I put this up to 2, sorry, you can see the ghost of a Pilsner logo comes through a bit more, and our wireframe gets immeasurably denser. So let's go up and do the turn the debug shading back to basic, so we can get a better look at the displaced logo. And every time you put this up 1, your geometry will be subdivided by 4. So you are going to make a huge difference when you put this up. It will use more memory. Fortunately, Arnold is very, very good at millions of polygons. So if we put this up to 3, you'll start to see it come even better. And obviously with this much geometry, rendering is going to take a bit longer. It's just one of those things. So now you can see we're taking a bit longer, but we're actually using displacement now, not bump mapping. So let me just pause this a second and flip this glass round to the front so we can get a better look at this logo. Okay, and let's just flip it a bit more. Now obviously we're not seeing the kind of detail that we need. So for testing purposes, this would actually be fine. I don't need to see all of the detail in my test renders. But for a final render, I'd probably want to crank this up to 5 or maybe even 6. But that is going to slow your render down. But again, it's one of those things. If you left that auto bump ticked and you render with this on a glass material, what will happen is the specularity will never look right, because the surface is not actually being deformed, it's simply a bump map which is changing the normal direction. Your surface won't look right. So you can use the auto bump with no subdivisions under Arnold for your test renders, and then when you're ready for a production render, you can come in here and tell it to turn the auto bump off and really give it some stick with the number of iterations that you're going to use here. Now this is still rendering, it's still calculating the displacement on the glass. So when I said it takes a bit longer, what I meant is it takes quite a bit longer. So for a final production shot, this is exactly what you'd use. For something a bit more for testing purposes, maybe not so much. I'm actually just going to pause this now while this finishes. Okay, so that finished, and you'll see down here it said it took 3 seconds. But that's, well, we know it didn't, because you sat there and watched it for 30 or 40 seconds before I paused the recording. What's happening here is Arnold pre-calculates the displacement somewhat like mental array did. So what happens is, although it said it took 3 seconds to render, it's only counting this time after it's calculated that displacement, and that will be determined by how many subdivision iterations you have here. So, bear that in mind. To get this level of detail on a displacement map is going to increase your render times. Now, Is it worth it? Well, on glass it most certainly is, because a bump map on glass just won't look right. Now, before we go, because this will do us for our displacement, I think we've got enough level of detail in here. It's quite nice. Now, my little building chap here, I can't see much of the detail in here. So what I might do with that guy is go in and paint a bit whiter colors, because I believe mine are slightly grey. But when it comes to the lettering and this lettering here, we're looking pretty good. Now I will leave you with a render on glass. Now the nice thing about Arnold is once it's done that initial calculation, you can actually see, if I go and change the shot angle or whatnot, that it will actually, render that out in 3 or 4 seconds. 4 seconds in that case. So if I want to look at the width of this, you can see here that it is quite proud of the surface now. Whereas with that bump map, it was just getting blacker because it was just changing the normals. Now we're actually extruding geometry from the surface of this glass. So once you've got that initial calculation set in, you actually go quite quickly, so it's not too bad for testing purposes. The problem is, if I was to go here and change the number of iterations, it would have to recalculate that displacement, and the same if I was to change the scale value in the displacement shader to say 2 or 3, then it would again recalculate, which is going to take it a couple of minutes. So it's not a disaster. It is a couple of minutes, can be a bit longer, a more complicated displacement, but not the end of the world. So I'm going to get a good shot angle of this. Let me just pause this, and I will just zoom out on this glass a little bit so we can see the glass and the beer mat. Now we'll probably be plagued with some quality issues on this because of the quality of our lighting and the quality of the render settings in general, but I'll just show you what this looks like on glass with true displacement. So let's go to the debug shading and disable that, and I will be back in a second when this has done its thing. Okay, so on our glass it's looking pretty good. Now obviously this is a very, very small image we rendered here, only took 4 minutes to render, but I can see this is catching the light nicely. It's got that rounded look I was after. This is a bit too small. I mean, this is probably the size of our image, so at the maximum zoom you're not going to see too many details, but as soon as we do a larger render you'll see all the detailing come through. So I'm quite happy with that. It's a sort of basic displacement. I might move it up the glass a bit. Now I see it here, I think it should be a bit closer to the top, but there are small tweaks I'll do in between these parts. Next part we'll look at putting some bubbles on the inside of the glass. So I thank you for watching. I hope you learned something, and I'll see you in the next part. Cheers. Hi, welcome back. So in this part I want to discuss end particles for some bubbles inside our glass here. Now we're not going to spend too long on this, as they're pretty much going to be invisible, because we're going to have a lot of condensation on the outside of our glass, but we are going to have some clear patches, so we should be able to see some bubbles. Now before we start, I've done a couple of things in between the parts. So if we take a look at our glass material here, I've broken the displacement away from it. I don't want the increased render time from having that displacement. Now it's still there in the hypershade, and I'll show you how to reconnect it later when we need it, but for right now, for test rendering purposes, I've just clicked on it and hit break connection, which severs the connection. I'm also going to assign a dummy material to this glass. So I've got a bar top dummy here and a beer glass dummy. Now this beer glass dummy material is just a Lambert with some transparency. So it's just a bog standard Lambert with a little transparency turned on it here. Now this will allow us to see through the glass where our end particles are going, and will just make life a bit easier. Now for the same reason, I'm also going to assign a dummy material to this bar top, which was the same one we created originally. So it's an AI standard material with the color set to dark brown, just so when we have to render, we're not rendering out all that bump and all those specular highlights and everything. It'll just make life a little simpler. So we need to emit some particles into this glass and then have them look like bubbles. Now one of the easiest ways to do this would be to create an emitter in the glass and have the particles emitted directly into the glass. Now we can use polygons to emit from. So an easy way to do this would be to duplicate this glass, then Control H to hide the original glass, and then we're going to shading standard material, for now because it's easier to see, and I'm just going to take all of the faces around here, turn B to turn off soft selection. So an easier way of course would be to select the vertex and then shift greater than to expand out and then convert that selection to faces. So to faces to faces, and I'm going to use this as my actual emitter. It just makes more sense to me than trying to get an object in there that would be the correct size when we can just shift, drag around it to inverse the selection and delete, and we have here a perfect emitter for our bubbles. Now this edge here is superfluous to requirements, so let's get rid of it, and there is a nice little emitter for our bubbles. Now this one is slightly skewed, so I'm just going to hit R, modify center pivot, and that should bring our scale here, and I'm going to try and get it straight, so probably easier if I select all the vertex on it and then scale them all in together until it's completely flat. Okay, object mode, smooth it. Let's bring our beer glass back. So beer glass original 3, shift H. Okay, and let's see how that's fitting in there. Kind of perfectly, a little too perfectly. It's gone underneath. So again, I'm going to turn off the default material now, because part of the reason to have this transparent glass is so we can easily see where everything is, and we can see that that bubble emitter should be about there. In fact, I'm going to scale it a little bit smaller and then move it down right to the bottom of the glass there. Okay, so we'll emit bubbles right from the bottom of the glass. So now we've got a piece of geometry we can use to emit end particles from. Let's go ahead and set up some end particle emission. So I'm going to middle mouse button to bring up the hotbox, and I'm going to go to end particles. Now you want emit from object. Let's pop open the options box. Now you do have the same option down here, and they've put it in a little grayed out tab here called legacy particles. So these were Maya's previous particles. You're probably not going to want to use these that often. They're still in the software, so you can, but just make sure you get the right emit from object, because this one will not work for this. So we're going to pop open the options, and we're going to do an emission from a surface, particles rate. Now you could do directional, omni, surface. I'm going to do surface for now. And rate of speed 100 per second. Well, that's going to be a bit wimpy, I think, so let's do 1000 per second and hit create. Now we're going to hit the play button here. I'm going to hide this, Control H, and we're going to watch all those particles fall right out that glass. Now this is because by default the old particle system you would have had to have gone in and under fields here connected some sort of gravity to it. In the new particle system, fortunately, we don't have to do that. We need to go under the nucleus here, which is the solver for the whole particle system, and we will have its gravity. So instead of 9.8, I'm just going to go minus 9.8 and reverse gravity so the bubbles go up. So I would say that's a nice amount of bubbles for us. I mean, we can change it, of course. One thing though, they're not being blocked at the top of the liquid. So let's bring our liquid in, because we want them to be blocked where the liquid finishes, of course. They're not going to keep going up in the air. I mean, it would be rather cool if they did, but unfortunately they don't. So we've got our liquid here, and I'm going to assign the same dummy material to our liquid. So the beer glass dummy. And that will just make our liquid transparent and give us a slightly easier time on seeing where these particles are actually going. So first thing we need to do is bring in an object to stop these bubbles. Now again, a very easy way to do this would be to just chop the object off here. So that's what we're going to do. With the liquid selected, hit Shift and Control and 1 to isolate it. I'm going to once again use the default material for a second, just so we can see this a bit better. I'm going to unsmooth it so we can actually see where the edge of the liquid is. Then I'm going to duplicate it, Control H to hide the duplicate, and then I'm going to cut this out. Again, easiest way, vertex, and expand the selection, Shift and greater than, and then convert this to faces, so Control left click to faces, and Shift select shift and drag, and just delete the rest of it because we don't need it. Okay, so now we've got this little chappy, and we've got one face we don't need around the edge again. So again, just delete. Now this time I'm going to leave it in this shape. Okay, but I am going to give it some thickness. Now I do this because back in the old days, if you had a single thickness plane, particles had a tendency to pass through it. Now, this is probably not such a huge problem anymore, but it's really no issue for us to come in and just extrude this up a little bit and give it a bit of thickness. Give the particles something to interact with, so to speak. So that's looking fine. Let's smooth it away because that's how it would be in the beer glass. And now we can shift 1, bring everything back. I can now hide this liquid, which we've hidden, and turn off the default material. So use default material, and you can see that I've got now this piece of geometry exactly where the top of the liquid would be. Which means I can now select this piece of geometry, shift select this, control select the piece of geometry, control select the nucleus, spacebar, go into Encloth. I know it sounds strange as we're not using Encloth, but now we can create passive collider. So if we select our liquid here and we go display shapes, under the liquid, where are we? No, it's come here as an N rigid. So we've got this N rigid, which if we open up the attribute editor, you'll see we've got a whole bunch of things that we can do to make that N rigid do various different things, the thickness of it, the collision size, whether the particles will bounce off it or not. Now, we don't really need a lot of this because obviously we don't want our particles to bounce, but as you can see here, they're kind of bouncing at the top. In fact, let's get a few more frames here so we're not constantly having to rewind all the time, but you'll see our particles now bounce off the top. So, you know, this would be more useful if we were going to animate this. Since we're not, we're just going to use it as a still shot. The particles can just collect there on the top. Now, another issue we're having is because our glass is much wider here than it is down here, we're having this issue where we're getting these particles come out and they're fine, but they're straight up. We would definitely expect some particles to be hitting the side of this thing. So I'm also going to select this, select the nucleus, and make this glass a collision object. So Encloth again, create passive collider, and now particles will collide with the glass. So this means that if we push the particles outwards slightly with some radial field, maybe would work, what we'll be able to do is have them hit the side of the glass and then travel upwards, a bit more like beer bubbles. As I said, we're not going to put a huge amount of time into this because simply because they're not going to be that visible at the end of the day. So a simple radial field will do us fine here. Now I'm going to select the nucleus, select the particle I want, and come here and go Fields and Solvers, Radial. So that's given me a radial field down here. You can see it as little purple dots. Let's click in its options and go to Volume Control Attributes, and I want a volume that's a cylinder. Okay, now I can scale this cylinder up as if it was a normal piece of geometry. So I'm just going to scale this, and I'm going to bring it just slightly over here. And what this will do is push the particles outwards. We might need to change some of its settings here, depending on how it's set up. But no, as you can see, that does pretty good off the bat, a pretty good job of pushing those particles out. So they appear to be more coming up the sides of the glass here, which is exactly what we wanted. Okay, now you might have to give it more magnitude, and I say maybe we'll give it a little more strength. So let's give it a strength of 7.5, so it pushes them a bit more forcefully outwards, and that should be absolutely fine. Okay, now the problem we're going to have is this is not going to render correctly. In fact, let's change the particle shape here. So let's go to shading, and instead of points, let's put this on spheres. so we can see the kind of bubbles we'd be getting. Okay, now these are a little large, and we can actually change this up here. So let's see here, where would we be changing this? Particle size, right, mouse right over it, seriously. 0.01 let's try, and that gives us much smaller bubbles, which is more what we're looking for. Now we could render these particles directly. It's not going to be a great idea. It's easier for us to make geometry, link them to the particles, and then we can assign a wider range of materials to these particles. Now one thing I don't like is the way they're collecting around the edge here. And if we look a bit more closely, you'll see they're completely intersecting each other. This is because they don't collide. So let's go in and make them collide. So under the end particle shape itself, we have collide, which means they'll collide with collision objects, and collide and self-collide, which means they'll collide with each other. Now this will be slower to simulate, of course, because they won't be all grouped together anymore, as you can see. But these bubbles that collect along the top of here will help us later on when we're trying to sell the illusion that we actually have beer in this glass. And of course you can make your bubbles a bit smaller, so 0.5, 0.05, and more of them. So if you need more of them, you need to go to the emitter, which will actually be under the shape node for this guy. So there you go. So under this guy, which we use to emit from, you'll find the emitter, and under there is where you can tell it how many particles to output. So we were on 1000, we're now on 10,000, and as you can see, that gives us something that would be extremely bubbly, which might be a bit of overkill. But before we go much further, let's instance some geometry to these particles. So we're not dealing with particles, we want to be dealing with geometry. So we can create something. So instead of seeing this particle, we will see, well, a sphere in this case, because we are going to be dealing with a bubble. So let's just move this sphere out. I'm going to scale it a bit. I mean, it won't really matter until we see an instance what the scale is. So select your sphere, select your end particle, sorry, not your sphere, and go up to, let's see here, end particles instancer. So let's just click on that, and that gives me an instancer. Now this instancer is connected to the end particle shape, and now what we need to do is connect it to this sphere. So click your instancer here, shift click your sphere here. In fact, you're going to have to do it the other way around. So click your sphere, shift click your instancer, or control click your instancer because it's in the outliner, and hit add selected. And you'll see here we got a whole bunch of spheres. Probably a few too many. So a good way to scale this down is to quite simply scale it down. To the correct bubble size. Now you don't want to turn it inside out. I'm going to put F to focus this, and you'll see it's very slow to scale, because as I scale it, I am also scaling every single one of these bubbles. So get a size you like. This should just about do it for me, I think. Maybe that's a little too small. Now another way you can affect the size of these is to again go into the particle and change the size here. So that will also affect the size you're seeing. So I think let's see, 0.75. So you can either scale the object itself, and then you can actually hide the object, or you can scale the particle. Okay, so I'm going to bring this sphere back a second, so Shift H to show it, and because I want to texture it now. So I'm actually going to add a texture that's just glass. So we will do a assign new material, shader, AI standard, and we'll make another glass material quickly. So of course no diffuse weight on glass, and this would be a bubble material, but that's going to be pretty similar to a glass shader really. So specular weight of all the way up, no specular roughness at all, activate the Fresnel, refraction, weight of 1, IOR 1.33 should do it. I'm not actually sure what the IOR of a bubble should be, but they're going to be so small it's not really going to be much of an issue. So anywhere between 1.3 and 1.5 I would say. As I've said before, you can actually look it up online if you want to. Make sure Fresnel IOR and the diffuse contribution is off. Okay, let's hide this beer glass, Control H, and let's bubble away here. Okay, and let's do a quick render. I'm going to bring the floor back for this. Let's see, bar top, Shift H, and let's do a quick render of this and see what we get. Oops, let's use the Arnold render view, shall we? Now, these are not looking very opaque, and that is probably because we forgot to arm the opacity on the initial object. So let's select our sphere here, and under its attributes, arm opaque. And that's looking a little more like it. So in order for me to see this a bit better, I'm actually going to scale these up. Whoops, there we go, scale them up a little bit. And I'm going to rewind and play. Now you'll see it is quite slow right now. For a simulation of this many objects, it's not really that slow, and I'm going to get right up close and personal to make sure these are actually opaque. I mean, they should be. Yeah, I can see that they're going to be transparent. Okay, I didn't actually let that finish, but that's going to be good enough for me. So I'm going to pull the camera back a bit here. And I'm going to scale these again because they're far too big. I just wanted them slightly larger for testing purposes. So point, let's see here, 3 maybe, and 0.2. Now I'm going to have to scale the sphere itself. For some reason that's not playing nicely. It's not an issue to just scale this, however. There we go. I think that should be a reasonable size. To test it out, we'll let it get a decent amount of bubbles in here. Now, there are other things we could do with this. We could put some turbulence in here. We could have particles emit at different speeds and so on and so forth. But realistically speaking, you know, this is going to be enough for a still shot. So let's just pause that there. Let us bring our liquid back for a start. So let's get our our beer here, and let's bring back. This is no longer liquid, so I'll hide that. Liquid 3 would be our actual liquid, and I'm going to assign it its texture back. So liquid, and then we're going to bring the beer glass back. There we go, there's the beer glass, and I'll give it its texture back. So beer glass, where are we? Glass clear, yeah, I remember from last time. And let's get a render of this and see what this beer glass and liquid and bubbles look like together, shall we? So I'll let that run and I'll be back in a second. Okay, I started to get this very washed out liquid. You might have seen it just before I paused, and I realized what I'd done. I'd assigned the old liquid shader to it. So I just came in and assigned here, now I can't click it because the particles are in the way. I assigned back the AL material, so the AL surface material, which I shall rename to liquid presently. So I'll just let these bubbles resimulate out for a few frames, and I'll be back after I've done the render. Okay, so our render is finished here, and as you can see, we've got little bubbles. Now we're going to have some quality issues with the settings we've got, and of course this is a very small render, so it's actually going to be quite difficult to see the bubbles in there, but I think we get the general idea. Now you might want to play around with the scale a little bit and perhaps the amount, perhaps there's not quite enough of them, but for our intents and purposes for right now, for the sake of getting this shot set up, this will be fine. You know, it's very easy to tweak later on. We'd just come into the particle system itself under the channel box here, attribute editor, sorry, and we can then vary the amount of particles put out by the emitter easily enough. We could also, you know, vary the rate by keyframing this, but I really for this don't think it's going to be necessary. I'm quite happy with what we've got. So I'll be back in the next part when we'll look about doing the head for the beer and the bubbles in that. So thank you very much for watching, and I hope to see you in the next part. Hi, welcome back. So in the previous part we discussed creating the bubbles inside our glass, and I did make a couple of small tweaks. I simply organized the scene here under a group so I could hide and show these whenever I needed to. I also adjusted the strength of the radial field down to a much lower magnitude. I noticed after I'd done some renders that all of the bubbles were being forced towards the outside of the glass instead of just some of them. I also came in and took our stopper that we used to stop the bubbles and gave it a little stickiness so the bubbles stick to the top when they get there. So really that made a very small difference to the render, but you know, small tweaks often help quite a bit in the end. In our case though, for this part I'd like to concentrate on the beer head. We can come back to anything that needs to be done with those bubbles a bit later, but honestly I think we're pretty much done with them. So let's show the beer head. Shift and H to show it. Now what we want to do here, I'm just going to hide this, is texture this in a manner that's about the same as this. So you'll notice with these beer heads they've got a lot of microscopic bubbles in them, but what really stands out to me is these larger bubbles. If I flick over to here, you know, and especially on the top here you've got some bubbles that really protrude from the surface. So for these kind of microscopic bubbles we can use a noise pattern, but for these guys we're gonna have to come in and draw some displacement for them and then make them a sort of glass shader again, so they reflect the light well and they look like actual bubbles. So I've seen a lot of people do beer heads with simple noise patterns, and to me the realism is a little bit off, so I want to push the boat a little bit further on this one. So for that we're going to need to come in and I'm going to turn on X-ray here. Okay, and I can see here that our beer head overlaps our liquid by quite a bit. It's probably easier to see in this view, but you can see we've got quite a bit of overlap here. So first things first, I'm going to come in and delete a line of bottom faces off the beer head. This will be fine to do our fade in to the difference between the beer and the liquid, because you don't want a sort of completely clear translation. You want some sort of faded translation. Now if I pop open the reference you can actually see it. There's a slight fade in the translation here, so you get some, you know, ever so slight, but it will make a large difference in your render. Again, with something like this, as I've said in the past, those small differences start to add up as you integrate them in. So I'm going to just make this liquid a little bigger for now, because I want it to overlap the beer head just while I'm painting on the beer head. So let's come in and make the liquid 1.03. That way I can see where the overlap is happening without having to turn on X-ray. Now I'm also going to need to UV this beer head, so Control 1. Now before I do that I'm going to get it in a position where I'd shoot it, just so I know where to put the seam, because obviously I don't want a large seam running down the front of my model exactly in the place where I'm going to render it. So I'm going to press Control 1 and I'm going to go and I'm going to once again just use the bonus tools, UV editing and auto unwrap UVs. So enter tool and close, and I'm going to come in here and select a few faces, a few edges, sorry, that I think will do the job for us. So not that one, probably this one. I'm going to come up and double click, and then I'm going to click here holding shift of course. I'm going to trace this line out, double click, and then this is a really simple UV to do. I can just double click down here and I've got just one line. So add borders. Now with just this one line, this will lead to a bit of texture stretching. but it should be absolutely fine for this. If you don't want a texture stretching, you have to put more seams in. I mean, it's a simple principle of UVing, that the more seams that you have, the less texture stretching you're likely to get. However, if you're painting in something like Photoshop, these seams become a real issue because it becomes very difficult to paint across them. If you're using something like Substance Designer or Mari or Polypaint in ZBrush, it's less of an issue. So depending on what application you're going to use to do this texture, your UV needs to be slightly different. If I was going to do this in, let's say, Mari, I would simply chop the top of this off and then put one seam down the back, and that way I would have a seam running all the way along here, but it wouldn't really be that important because I'd be able to paint over it. Anyway, so we've added the border to this. Let's hit continue, and that should easily lay out our entire UV for us. There it is. So let's turn off default material for a second, and we should be able to see that texture map. We can. So I'm going to hit done on that because our texture map is looking pretty good. You can see the seam, of course, but it's right round the back where we'll never notice it on our render. So our boxes are a little bit stretched. We've got a little bit of stretching going on here, but it's nothing major. And because we'll be drawing bubbles on this, and bubbles are never going to be perfectly round, it really doesn't matter. So this will be good enough for our intent and purposes. Now I'm going to just scale it in a little bit. Whoops, select the UV shell and scale it in a little bit because it's a little bit too close to the edge of that UV there, and I'm going to move it up for no other reason than it would just annoy me if it wasn't kind of central. So there we go, that's that done. And I'm going to save a UV snapshot of this, of course, because we're going to take it into Photoshop in a second and start to draw on it, so UV snapshot is always handy. So I'm going to turn off our, let's see here, there we go, image UV snapshot, and I'm going to call this beer head UV .iff, and I'll call this one actually new. Okay, IFF will be fine for this. You don't need anything fancy. Alright, so there's our UV for it. Now, another thing I wanted to do was go in and just draw on this a little bit, the same way I did with the bar top. Control 1 to get everything back. I just want a good indicator for myself of where this line is, and where the main body of the texturing will need to be done, because texturing this thing is going to be quite tricky. So we're going to do a lot of painting in Photoshop, and I'll skip through bits and pieces of it, so you're not constantly watching me draw dots and different size bubbles on a page in Photoshop. But when I say I'm going to draw out where the main texture will happen, I'm going to draw out again my view from the render point and the different camera angles that I might like to have. Because once I've done that texture, I can of course copy and paste it in Photoshop around the back. And I don't want to really concentrate and have a decent texture here, especially for my test renders, because I'm going to be doing a few test renders here. So I want my texture to appear in the place, or my half-drawn texture to appear in the place where I'm going to be test rendering it. So let's assign a new material to this to start with. Just a dummy material will be fine, and I'm just going to use a Maya Lambert here. So Lambert, I'm going to make sure that I call this, actually let's delete the history on this thing. There we go, and I'm going to call this beer head dummy. Now, as we previously have done with the bar top, we're going to use the 3D paint tool to draw upon this to give us some visual indications of where we're going to do our test texturing and also where this line is. So let's come in and flip open to animation and go to, not animation, sorry, what am I? There we go, rendering, texturing, 3D paint tool. And you'll notice I get that cross on my brush here again. So I'm just going to pop this open, going to assign a texture. A 4K texture will be fine, so assign, and there we go. So that should have assigned a texture for us. Now the error I'm getting is just about UV tiling, which I'm not quite sure why that keeps popping up, but it's it really makes little difference to us. I'm going to flood paint this white, and I'm going to draw in this edge. This will just give me a nice visual cue of where I'm going to start my fade in, and also it will let me know that really texturing under that point can be done without too much detail, because most of it will be faded anyway. Now there are other ways to line up your work, of course. This is just a favorite of mine. I really like, if I'm doing in Substance Design, a Painter or ZBrush or one of those applications, then this is not necessary, of course, because you'll be able to see it on screen as you paint it. But in Photoshop, these little visual cues help quite a bit. So I'm going to say the main body of our test texturing will need to be done kind of across this way. And as you see, I'm not being too fastidious here. I really don't need to be. It's just a small visual cue. So I've got my texture painted here, just my visual cue to myself. So the red line would be where we end the transparency fade, and this line would be where we do the vast majority of our texture for test rendering. So come over here and save texture, and that will go ahead and save that texture. And again, I get that warning about UV tile generation. I don't need it, so I'm not quite sure why it keeps warning me about it, but anyway. Alright, so now we've got that done. Now the second thing we need to do here is just create a noise pattern for this, because if we refer again to our beer head, a lot of this noise here we're not going to hand draw on in Photoshop. It would take too long to sit there and dot it all out. So instead, I'm going to create a noise pattern for this. So I'm going to undock the outliner here, get rid of that. I'm going to assign a new Lambert. So assign new material and surface Lambert, and I'm just going to call this one beer head noise. And now I can use this to assign a noise pattern to. So window node editor. Let's go ahead and dock that. When it's finished its thing, there we go. And I'm going to clear it, so just click here to clear it. I'm going to graph this guy, and I thought I deleted the history on this. Edit, delete by type, history. Okay, and let's see, so we've got our Lambert shading group. There we go. So let's graph the Lambert shading group, and that's going to bring in just the Lambert and the beer head noise. So shading group for the shader and the shader itself. Now we want some sort of noise pattern here. So I want a cellular pattern, which I believe we can find under simplex noise. So let's add a simplex noise texture. Let's connect this up to the diffuse channel of this shader. So middle mouse drag it into the diffuse here, and now we can see it on the screen nice and simple. Select the simplex noise and turn the shape to fractal. Now let's see. So now we need to get this to an appropriate scale, which can probably turn the frequency up quite a bit. And what we're looking for here is just a noise pattern that's going to be quite tiny. So this isn't really going to take us a long time. I'm going to turn this up to 60 maybe. And you see that gives us a lot of little black dots. Now I might turn the amplitude, what do we need here? Threshold. There we go. Might play with the gamma here a bit. And let's see, threshold up a tad. There we go. So that's probably going to be too big for our microscopic bubbles here. Now we can also turn the ratio. There's one thing here I'm looking for that will allow me to, let's see, the frequency ratio won't actually do anything at the moment, and I'm pretty sure we can get it here, because I'm looking for more dots as opposed to this pattern. So that'll bring us out in dots, and then we can down the gamma a bit. There we go. So we're just looking for some black dots, basically, kind of bubble sized dots here. Now it doesn't matter if they're not completely round. We will be able to, of course, tweak this pattern in Photoshop. So let's see, frequency is all the way up. Amplitude gets us a little rounder. Threshold we want all the way up, and gamma we might need to play with. There we go. And then we can adjust here, there. So something like this should be fine, except the size is still way too big. So I'm going to put the size at way too small, sorry. So I'm going to put the size at maybe 100 here. And that should about do us for some microscopic bubbles. So that's going to be the start of our pattern here. Now I am going to need this as a texture, because at the moment it's a simple noise pattern, and we want to convert this to an actual texture. So there's a very simple way to do this. You don't really have to bake it or anything like that. There is a function for this. So let's get rid of the node editor for now, because we're not going to need it, and pull open the hypershade. So window, rendering editors, hypershade. And what we're going to need to do is click on here and find the material we used. So when these swatches have loaded in, be ahead noise. So I'm going to click here and then shift click here. It's important that you have both the geometry you want and the shader that you're using. And then we're going to go to edit, convert file texture Maya software, which will be absolutely fine. Now we don't want to anti-alias. These are the default settings, I believe. So we'll come down, we're on 4K, I'm going to click convert and close. And I'm going to let it do its thing now. Because it's 4K, it might take a minute or two. No, there we go, it's done. Alright, and now it will have automatically assigned that file texture to us. So we can see what we've got. It's kind of a random bubbly noise pattern. So that will do us. If we actually go to this material attributes now, you can see that that does have a file texture saved. So simplex noise beerhead.if. So that does us for the basics. We've got one UV snapshot, we've got one kind of visual indicator hand drawn by us, and we've got a base pattern of starting noise. Now I'm going to leave the base pattern of starting noise because we might come in, we might find that it's a little too big or a little too small when we start to draw the main body of the texture, but it's quite simple to change. You just go in, change the simplex noise values and generate a texture for it again by using that convert Maya software thing in the hypershade. So I'm pretty pleased with this. When we come back, we'll look at opening all this up in Photoshop and beginning the main texture for this beer head. So thank you very much for watching. I hope you found something in here that was interesting, and I'll see you in the next part. Hi, welcome back. So in the previous part we started texturing our beer head with a simplex noise cellular pattern, and in this part I want to get us to the level where we're actually displacing that with some bubbles. But if you look at bubbles on beer, they're kind of flat, really, because they'll be pressed up against the inside of the glass and whatnot. So what we need to create is sort of a rounded, flattish bubble, and that's the reason I've got a new Maya scene open here. Now you can attempt to go into Photoshop and do this by hand with some sort of gradient, of course, but I find it much easier to let Maya do some of the work from us. So I've got a completely new scene here. I'm going to put a sphere in this scene. I'm going to F to focus on it, and I'm going to pull that up so it's about central with me. Square it to the center of the screen. Now you don't have to be too perfect. I'll just get rid of the grid here a second. And now I'm going to render this. Hit 3 to smooth shade it, and I'm going to use this as the basis for my bubble creation, and then we'll come back in, we'll put a simple polygon plane on the floor and have a look what our bubbles look like. Now what we're looking for is something with a slightly rounded side and a flat top. So let's pop open the Arnold render view here and just take a render of this. Now I'm going to be on debug shading basic, so I don't have to put any lighting or anything like that in for it. I'm going to do a file, save multi-channel EXR, and I'll just save that out in my images. So here we go, Pilsner Quell tutorial images, and I'm going to save this as bubble basic brush, because we'll use this to form a Photoshop brush. So there we go, saved out that EXR. Let's open Photoshop and bring that in here. So I'm just going to select the bubble basic brush here, and I'm going to read this in as a transparency, and I should get just that. Now what we're going to do is a variety of tests on different intensities of this particular bubble and how that works with our brushes. So let's bring open a new document here, and I'm going to select a custom 4K at 16 bits per channel, and I'm going to hit create. So first off, our background is going to be black for this. Now, generally in a displacement in Maya with no tweaking at all, black will be completely unaffecting the surface and white will be 100% affecting the surface. However, with that in mind, you can only raise the surface like that. You can't lower it, because if black is the point at which the surface begins to lower, and well, black is flat, then normally you would use a 50% grey displacement map. Alter that settings in Maya so 50% grey was flat, white stood tall, and black was recessed. But for us, we're not going to have any bubbles that go inwards, so we're not going to worry about it. We're just going to go black for no displacement and white for maximum displacement. So let's come in here, and we've got this particular bubble image now. Now what I want to look at is basically turning this into a Photoshop brush. So I'm going to come in with a marquee tool. I'm going to drag and select around it till I've got it, like so. I'm going to Control I to invert it. In fact, why are you not inverting? Probably because it's a 32-bit image and Photoshop is 16-bit internally. So we might have to go Image, Adjustments, Mode, and 16 bits. So we can merge, there's only one layer, it's no problem. And instead of local adaptation, we'll just put this on exposure and gamma. Click OK. Now we should be able to turn this into a brush. So edit, define brush preset, beer head bubble, should do it. OK. And what we're going to find is this is not going to work particularly well. I need to invert it first. Sorry about that. That's what I was trying to do when we discovered that it was a 32-bit image. So let's see, define brush preset, and once again beer head bubble. Okay, so that should give us a brush now. If I select a brush, I should be on this brush. Let's do white, and you can see I now have that as a brush. Now let's get a slightly larger one of these and start to see what this displacement looks like. Now the whiter it is, the different scale it's going to be at. So if I do one in white here, and then one in sort of half grey, and let's do 4. So let's do quarters, and then one in half. I'm only being approximate here as well, it doesn't need to be spot on. And then one in a quarter again. Now there is no point in doing a black one because black would be no displacement. Okay, so we can test this out. Now let's come in here and uninvert this and change the levels a bit, just so we can get a couple of different brushes that we can play with. So I'm going to get rid of this marquee around here. I'm going to add in a levels probably, and let's adjust that, shall we? So let's shove everything towards a bit darker, and let's pull the white in a little bit, possibly like so. So we'll make a brush out of this and see what those changes have wrought. So image, and let's flatten it, so layer, merge down, and again let's just make your bubble brush. So invert it first, again forget that twice. Low, edit, define brush preset, and we'll call this one beer, let's do it the same name, head bubble v2. Okay, so let's go back in here and let's paint 3 of these or 4 of these in a similar pattern. So I'm going to get the brush to approximately the same size, and I'm going to come down, and then again I'm going to go in the quarter approximately, and we'll see what difference on the bubble pattern this makes on the displacement, and we can decide which bubble brush we want to use. It could be that we decide to use a combination of the two, of course. So let's save this out, save as, and I'm going to save this as a TIFF in my source images directory. So let's just call this bubble test displacement, save. And now there is no layers, so that's not really necessary, just have more habit forming than everything else. Right, let's go back to Maya and see what sort of pattern we can get on these brushes. So first off, let's put a straight polygon plane down. Doesn't really matter what it is at this point. Now I'm going to actually turn on Cat Clark for subdivisions and a level of 2. I'm going to assign a new material to this and then assign a displacement to its shading group. So let's go for AI standard and click here to go down to the shading group, and we'll just feed a displacement material in. Now this is relatively simple, so we're not going to need to pull the node editor up for this one, but we have bubble test displacement. There we go. This was a 16-bit image, so I'm going to set this to raw, and this displacement, probably by experience, tells me is going to be way too big, so I'm going to start off with a scale of 0.1 and the auto bump switched on. I'm then going to go to Arnold render view, make sure that we are set to debug shading to basic, so we don't have to bother with setting up any lighting or anything, and let's see what sort of displacement we get. Okay, so you can see here these bubbles were the ones that we pulled the contrast up on a bit, and they're much more rounded than these ones, which are much more flat. Now you'll see we've got quite a bit of kind of distortion going on here. So let's do away with that, and the way we'll do away with that is we'll turn off the auto bump, and you can immediately see with the auto bump turned off we don't have anywhere near the level of subdivisions that we need on this thing. So let's jump straight to say 4. Okay, now you can see our bubbles here. In fact, let's jump to 5. Whoops, 6. 6 might be a bit much. You can see our bubbles here are flat, and these ones are much more rounded. So for me, I think I'm going to use the slightly more rounded ones. And you'll also notice that, you know, those bright white, half white, dark grey. So we can also vary the size and colour, the size of our bubbles as well as the roundness. But this to me looks pretty beer bubbly. Okay, now we do have an artifact in the centre, which I'm not loving, to be honest. But I should think, let me just go in and see if we can get rid of that. I'm not really loving this artifact here in the center. So let me just go back to Photoshop and see what we can do to get rid of that. Okay, back in Photoshop, and apologies if your video jumped there. As you can see by the recovered label here, Photoshop did crash on me as I jumped back to it. So I'm looking here for where that artifact is generated from, and I really can't see anything that's obvious. I think it's probably a limitation of Photoshop working internally in 16-bit, and you know, this is not the best program to do detailed displacement in. You would be far better off in Mari or Substance Painter or something that was designed specifically to do this job. Now, flicking back to Maya, I'm really not going to see it as much of an issue. It's a small artifact that we'll probably be able to take out with some levels adjustment afterwards. So, you know, after we've painted the final texture up, and even so, we're going to be transparent for these bubbles, of course, so it's really going to be very, very difficult to notice. So, considering the limitations we're working with, this should be more than good enough for our intent and purposes. Now, I'm going to come in and I'm going to open up a few files that we're going to need to start painting this texture. So, first one, I'm going to open up the painting that we did for our own reference, so beer head shape, and here is the line of where our main texture body will go, and here is the line that we'll need to run some sort of opacity around, some sort of graduated opacity to fade the head into the beer. Now I'm also going to open, let's see, what else do we need to open? We need to open our texture file, which would be simplex noise beer head. So we can actually have a look at how that rendered out, and you know, it's not wonderful, but it should be fine for our intent and purposes. It's just to give us a little noise in the background, and we won't be using this for displacement. It would be far too much. We'll probably use it for a little opacity and maybe a little bump. So let's come back here. Let's just copy this simplex noise pattern into here. So let's see, layer, of course, duplicate layer, and let's copy that into beer head shape. Done. So now we should have that as a layer here. Now I'm going to bring in the UV also, so file, open, and that should have gone to our images directory. So beer head UV new, and this should be our UV here. Let's put a black background on it just to make sure that it is. Okay, yep, that was not the way to do it. Alright, yep, that's our UV. This is just where we have more UVs because we have more detail along here to do that fold in the glass, that lip in the glass, if you like. So I'm also going to copy this to beer head shape 2 here. So layer, and let's see, duplicate layer and beer head shape, and that copies the UV map in. So now we can see the UV map overlaid on top of our simplex noise there. Now we can add a layer and start painting on top of this. Now I also want this one to be up here, and again the opacity of this one will be quite low. So now I can use this to simply see where the UVs are, where the edge of the glass would be, where the round lip is. This would be the top, this would be the side we need to most concentrate on, and down here is pretty much going to be opaque, so we don't need to put that much effort into it. Now we still need to draw some bubbles on here because of the nature of the beast. Some of them will not be completely opaque, but we know at least that a lot of this down here doesn't have to focus too much effort on. We also know from looking at pictures of beer that the bubbles are going to get bigger as they go up towards the top. So we're going to take our bubble brush in the next part, start laying out some bubble patterns here. I'm just going to use a tablet and randomly dot them around at various different sizes. We're going to put some size jitter on the brush and various different spacing elements on the brush, brush dynamics, just to make life a little easier for us. So I will see you in the next part. Now we've got our basic brush, we know what it looks like as a displacement, we've got our basic layout, we've got our background texture and everything we need to get this show on the road. So thank you very much for watching. I hope you found something in here that was useful to you, and I'll see you in the next part. Hi, welcome back. So we left off in Photoshop with our UV ready to paint on, and I've just changed the actual UV map itself by brightening it up and making it a slightly different color so it's a little easier to see. Now what we intend to do on this point is generate a few maps from this guy. We want to generate a displacement map, we want to generate 3 different types of opacity map. Now the first part of this is actually going to be just quite tedious. Now one thing I did in the break as well is I went in and generated a slightly larger simplex noise pattern. The one we had before was slightly too small, so I just changed the scale on the simplex noise and resaved it out. Okay, I've also brought in an actual beer head here so I can get my brushes to a right size. I'm going to create 3 layers of bubbles for the displacement and opacity, small, medium and large, and all of these are going to be done on separate layers. So let's get rid of this, this and this for a start. I'm going to leave the UV there. In fact, I'll keep our hand-drawn diagram and get rid of the UV. I'm going to add in a background, just a standard black background so we can see what we're doing here. And then I'm going to take my brush that we did for beer bubbles. I'm going to create a new layer and call this one small. Okay, and then I'll have a medium layer and a large layer. Now the important thing to note here is the color. So on my small layer I want quite a dark color. Now this is because we'll be using this to generate displacement, and obviously a darker color will generate less displacement. So we want the big bubbles to stand a bit more proud of the surface and the small bubbles to be a bit flatter, as we demonstrated in one of the previous parts. Now I'm going to bring back my beer head image here, and I'm going to get my brush down to what I would consider sort of a small bubble, because these micro bubbles, that's what our simplex noise pattern is actually for. So let's just get rid of that. Now I've got my small bubble size, but the thing is I don't want to paint a series of perfect bubbles, so I'm just going to change the brush dynamics here. I'm going to go into the brush menu and I'm going to go to shape dynamics. I'm going to tick it. In fact, the first thing I'm going to do is go to spacing and space this out so I can't accidentally draw a line, with the spacing like so. As you probably know, I can get a line which is no good at all, and like so we'll get more of a even distribution, if you like. I won't be able to overlap by accidentally clicking and dragging. So that's the first thing, the spacing. Then we want to go into the shape dynamics, and we want a little size jitter here. We don't want all of our bubbles exactly the same size. We also want a bit of roundness jitter, because again we don't want them all perfectly round. And then we'll want a bit of angular jitter to make sure they're not all coming in at the same angle. Then I've got my scale, and now comes the rather tedious bit. I'm actually just going to dot a few bubbles around in places that I like. I'm going to refer to my reference. When I've dotted some small bubbles around, I'm going to create a new layer, call it medium. And yep, you guessed it, I'm going to have a slightly bigger brush, and generally the bubbles will get bigger towards the top of the head, and if we bring the UV map back we can actually see where the top of the beer head will be. So I'd put a few large bubbles in the middle, and again this is entirely up to you, your interpretation on it. Bring in your reference of course and have a look at the large bubbles. So this would be a large one for this beer head. But beer heads vary in general depending on the type of beer and the way they're poured. So it's really up to you, whatever you want to do. Let me get rid of this beer head here. And so that's what I'm going to do. Now with a medium brush, I'm either going to change the color of it here so it's lighter. Okay. Or if you forget to do that like I just did, you can always come in and do an adjustment on that one particular level a bit later. So we could always lighten it up like so later on, and in fact you might have to play around with these values to get your displacement right. So I'm going to pause the recording now, and I'm going to come back when I've got what I consider a good test patch of bubbles along this region that we can work with. Okay, so welcome back. As you can see, I've just dotted a few bubbles around here, nothing to it really. Now I have had some issues here with these larger bubbles, and I wanted to bring this up. I've actually painted some of these larger bubbles over some of the smaller ones, which won't do us very well for our displacement. So we're going to need to delete the smaller bubbles underneath, but if I control click the large bubbles, you'll see here that I'm not getting all of it. So what I'm going to do is just duplicate these large bubbles a couple of times, which will increase their opacity. I'm going to keep a copy for myself, then I'm going to shift select all three of these and press Ctrl E to merge them. Then I'm going to control click the merged copy, and you'll see this allows me to come in here and select the full range of the large bubble. I'm then going to come in and select medium and hit delete, and small and hit delete, and then I can get rid of this copy altogether. And you will see, let me just drag this one in the bin because it's not necessary, you will see that the bubbles underneath have now been deleted. And you could do the same for your medium bubbles if you painted over anything with those, which is probably going to be a good idea in our case. So let's just come in and duplicate, 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 keep the original copy, and Control and E to merge them together. And then again, you're going to want to select the small bubbles layer and hit delete, whoops, after you've control clicked this medium copy of course, and hit delete. We can then dump the medium copy layer in the bin, and you'll see here that we now have no small bubbles under our big bubbles. Now this is just because of the opacity on the brush, and you don't want those smaller bubbles shining through because that will give you a problem with your displacement. So as far as displacement goes, this will be our displacement map. Now of course we won't have this on here. Now we won't be using the simplex noise in the displacement, because if we did, the displacement would take far too long to calculate. We'll be using the simplex noise in the opacity map. So let's save this one out first of all. So I'm just going to hit save as here, and I'm going to save this one out as a TIFF, and I shall call it beer head displacement. There we go. So discard layers, we don't need them. Of course you don't want them cluttering up the works. Now we've got a displacement map. Now we need to talk about an opacity map. So first things first, let's bring in our simplex noise because that will be part of our opacity, and let's bring in our UV here. Now we know from our own diagram that the head is starting to go opaque around 1, 2, 3, 3 up. So we need to create a layer to create this opacity here. So basically I'm going to just paint this out. Now I'm going to do this on a new layer, of course. So let's pull this up here, and we'll go all the way up, and we'll call this one opacity. Okay, so all I'm going to do is take a white brush and go around and paint this out, basically. Now we're going to do several different opacity maps, as I said. So this will just be one of them, and we'll take care of the others in a second. But for now, let's just concentrate on this one. So I'm going to get a standard brush fairly hard brush, maybe not that hard, and I'm just going to come in and I'm literally going to paint around here. Now, the reason I'm doing this by hand is because you want a neat job of it, but not too neat, you know. It's not going to settle in a perfect pattern, so I'll just be back in a second when I've painted this out. Okay, let's painted that line around here, and you see it's a little bit jagged, it's a little bit rough and ready. Now we might need to come in later and blur this, maybe tidy it up, but I think for our intent and purpose it should be fine. Let's turn off our UV map here, and our layout and our UV map, and this will form the basis for our first opacity map. Now the problem is, because we have all this see-throughness, all this opacity on the bubbles themselves, which is good for the displacement, but not so good for you know, anything else. And one other thing I do notice here is our simplex noise is actually clashing with these, so we don't want this either. You can see our simplex noise is coming through, which actually for opacity won't matter like it did with displacement, because by the time we finish these will all be all white, now I think about it. So let's put a levels in here, so we can just grab a levels adjustment. And what we intend to do is I'm going to pull this down below the opacity line, because we won't need to adjust that, and then I'm going to make this so it's bright white. Okay, because everything that's white will shine through and everything that's black won't. So you'll see now why it doesn't actually matter that the simplex noise comes through, because by the time we've finished with the levels, you're actually not going to see it anyway. Okay, so this will be the first of our opacity maps. So let's save this out, and this, we're actually going to have an inner beer head and an outer beer head. So this will be the opacity map for the inner beer head. So let's again save this as a TIFF, and I'm going to call this outer there we go, outer beer head opacity and foam. So this will be actually the opacity map for the outer beer head foam. Now we need an opacity map for just the bubbles. So we're going to create a layered shader that will have foam and bubbles. So we need an opacity map for just the bubbles, and that will be pretty much the same as this one, but it won't have the simplex noise in it. That's because we want just these large bubbles to take advantage of the bubble texture, or the bubble shader we're going to use. We don't want all those micro bubbles trying to act like glass. It'll just slow everything down. So I'm actually going to just leave this here like it is. This should be absolutely fine, and I'm going to just file, save as, and we'll call this one, let's see, what did we call the other one? Outer beer head opacity foam. We'll call this outer beer head opacity bubbles. Okay, discard layers, and now we need an opacity map for the inner beer head, which will just be this bottom piece here. So we can actually turn off the small, medium and large bubbles, and it will just be this. We want that inner beer head to be opaque along the bottom in exactly the same way that the outer beer head is, and all this will make a bit more sense in a second when we go into Maya to design the material. So let's save as, and again TIFF, and what did we call this one? We'll just call this one inner beer head opacity. Okay, so that's 4 maps we've generated for this, 3 opacity maps and 1 displacement map. So let's go and get this done. So let's flip open Autodesk Maya where we left it. Now I made a small change to the particles as well, which was nothing major. I just had less of them. I looked at the renders again and there was a few too many. So let's press Ctrl 1 to isolate this, and here it is with our simplex noise on it. So let's assign a new material. So shader and AI standard, and we're going to call this one beer head outer foam. And when we're dealing with this many 3 different opacity maps, a displacement map, 2 separate sets of geometry, which we'll have in a second, it's important to get a good naming convention that at least you understand. or you can get in a real pickle. Okay, so we've got a white foam material. Now I'm going to include some subsurface scattering. I'm not really going to do a lot of test renders for this. We'll be doing those later. So for right now, just throw a bit of subsurface scattering on it, and that should do for our outer foam beer head. So I'm going to press Ctrl D and duplicate that one, and I'm going to go to the channel box and I'm going to make it just a bit smaller. So now we have an outer head on our beer and an inner head on our beer. So let's call this beer head inner. The reason we're doing this is because certain parts of this are going to be opaque, so you're going to be able to see through it. Now, because this is not completely filled with bubbles the way a real beer head would be, when that shines through, you're going to be able to see right through it onto the background, which of course is not going to look very realistic. So we want to add this as a sort of fill layer. This is a sort of fake bubbles layer, because after the first set of bubbles on a beer head, as you've seen on our reference, everything tends to just go white. Now, because of this, we're going to have to cheat a little bit and go to the attribute editor, make sure we're on the beer head shape node, and we want to go up to render stats, and we want to make sure this thing neither casts nor receives shadows. We do not want this thing calculating shadows, we don't want it casting shadows, we want it there simply to act as a sort of white backing plate for us. Okay, so we've got one material here, which is our basic beer head. We've got our inner material, which I'm actually going to assign a new material to. So let's go for an AI standard again, and I'm going to call this one beer head inner foam. And I'm just going to leave this one at its default settings for now. So it's just going to be white diffuse material. Now we might have to look at brightening that up a bit when we've sort of added more maps to this, but for right now we need a layered shader, because this at the moment is just going to appear to be subsurface scattered foam, something akin to maybe a milk, but it really isn't going to look like the head of a beer. To do that, we need to layer a couple of shaders together. So I'm going to go to assign new material here. I'm going to go to shader, and I'm going to use a Maya shader. Now the layered shader here, which is a standard Maya shader, will work with Arnold. So it's absolutely fine that we use this one. Now let's bring open the hypershade. So window, not the hypershade, the node editor. I'm going to just clean that view. I'm going to dock this thing. I'll remove the outliner for now and just dock this over here. And then I'm going to graph this so I can get to that layered shader. Now I'm going to give it a name. So beer head layered. And now I need to take another material, so AI standard, and I bring this up by pressing tab, I believe I've said before. So I've got this AI standard material up here, which I'm going to call beer head bubbles. Now for this we're going to want no diffuse contribution. We're just going to make a very glass-like surface. So let's bring the color down, let's bring the spec all the way up. I'm going to have a specular reference of none. Now everything in the real world would have some slight roughness to it, but this is going to be so small that you'd never notice it, so there's no point wasting the calculation time on it. Refraction, of course, nothing we haven't done before. Up with the weight to 1. Fresnel uses index of refraction, and index of refraction at say 1.5. So this is going to give us our base shader here. So this will be our bubbles. Now we also are going to want to add to this our initial surface. So let's go up to the hypershade. And I want to find my beer head dummy, beer head inner foam. We're looking for the beer head outer foam. Bubbles. And of course we can find every single thing except the beer head outer foam. Right, beer head outer foam. Okay, now we want to middle mouse drag that into this box in the layered shader. Okay, then we want to get rid of this green material that it's its default by clicking here, and this will give me the beer head outer foam. I then want to take the beer bubbles, middle mouse drag once again, and drop those into the layered shader here. So this has layered these two together. But if I render this, in fact let's do that now. I'm just going to put the test resolution to 50% so we're not here all day. If I render this, you'll just see it's white. You know, this is because there's no blending of these two materials together. If I render, let's say, where do we have it, head bubbles, you will see that that one just becomes clear. Now what you're seeing is you're looking through that layer to the beer bubbles underneath, to the inner layer, which is exactly what we need to happen when we put the opacity map on here and have those bubbles showing through. So let's come in and assign the layered shader to this thing. So where we have it, beer, why can I never find anything in here? There we go. So now we've got the layered shader assigned, it's time to talk about how to blend these two layers together. So let's graph this one and let's graph this layered shader. There we go, and you can see beer bubbles, beer foam outer, graphed to this beer head layered. Now you'll notice we have a transparency here. So if we click it, there's no corresponding transparency on an Arnold material, like there used to be on a Lambert. So what this does is use opacity down here. So let's go to the opacity stakes. Let's hit File, because we're going to need one, and let's load in our opacity map. So source images, let's do this by name, and we have here opacity foam. So this will be the opacity for our outer foam. Let's click OK. Let's make sure we're on raw, and let's give it a render. Right, apologies for the poor render quality, but you should be able to see here those bubbles start to come through, and this material here that's on these bubbles is actually a shiny glass material. The reason we're not seeing the effect of that so much is because we have no displacement on this, so it's just pretty flat at the minute, so it's not catching any highlights or anything. So let's come in, and before we do that, we want to look at this layered shader again, and we need to add some opacity to these bubbles too. So let's come in and add the opacity that we have for these. So File, let's pull out the opacity here. So beer head bubbles we are looking for. Outer beer head, no. Outer beer head bubble opacity, there it is. Okay, so when we render this, it will look approximately the same. I'll show you what the difference is. Let's assign to this a shader that is just our beer head. So beer head outer foam. So we'll assign just this shader, and for the moment we'll go in and hide this inner one so it's easier to see on the render. Arnold render view. And what we're expecting to see is this thing with a lot of holes in it. But as you can see, something seems to have gone wrong here, because the line around the bottom here, the slightly jagged line that should be very opaque, is not. So our opacity map is backwards. So all we do is click on our beer head outer foam here, go into opacity, go down to effects, and invert the map. Now we should see what we expect, and we can, because down here, as you'll see, that line is gone now, and we're getting these clear bubbles. Now there's no glass texture on these bubbles at the moment because we're not using the layered shader, but I think that demonstrates the point of what this particular map is doing. Now it's always handy to test out the individual shaders you're using in a layered shader by themselves to make sure they're doing what you think they're doing, because this one was not. The map was the wrong way around, which simply means if I'd had this on a more complicated layered shader and I hadn't tested this on its own, it might have taken me a lot longer to find out what the problem was. So in that vein, let's go and do the bubbles here, so beer head bubbles, and let's render this, and what we're expecting to see here is just a collection of bubbles around here. So I can already see them coming in at the top. Now obviously in a real world scenario we would have textured the whole thing in Photoshop, but I wanted to do, just the piece we're going to be able to see to get a bit of a test texture going on here. Now I can also see here that there's a nasty line around the bottom of the glass. So let's work out why there's a nasty line around the bottom of the glass, and I think it could be, let's just check the map on this. So beer head bubbles, and let's double click this. No, it could just be an artifact. We'll sort that out in a second, but for right now, this is looking okay for testing purposes. So let's just minimize this again and throw the layered shader back on. Okay, so our layered shader, beer head layered. So we have an opacity map for the bubbles. We have an opacity map for the beer head foam. We don't have anything for the inside yet. So let's bring the outliner up. And beer head inner, Shift H to show it again. And I'm going to material attributes on this one and give this one some opacity too. So let's do a file texture and load one in. So let's see here, inner opacity we are looking, okay, there we go, inner beer head opacity. So let's see, let's just Control H this one, and let's see if this one is all white except for the part around the bottom, which is what we're looking for. So let's just do a test render to make sure our map's around the right way round. Okay, our map's inverted again. So down to the opacity here, under effects, invert it, let's just double check, and there we go. So there's 3 opacity maps put into place, and now we need to put the displacement map into place. So let's bring our beer head back, Shift H, let's do a material attributes, let's go into the layered shader, and let's click a displacement map here. So once again, just a file texture, click the displacement here. Let's load in that file texture, so beer head displacement, it should be beer head displacement, there we go. That was the one we just generated, and let's go to raw. Yep, that's the right one. So let's now hide the beer liquid. We don't need to see that, we don't need the extra render time. So we've got the beer head, the beer glass, and the beer head inner. Let's push 1 to get back to a sensible camera angle. I'm going to just scoot this over here for a second, and let's take a render of this and see what we've got. Now we'll need some more tweaking before this is complete, but this should give us a bit of an idea about what we're going to end up with. So I shall render that and I'll be back in a second. Okay, I can already see before the render's even finished that we are a bit large in these displaced bubbles on the top here. So I'm going to come in and set the displacement down a bit before I do a render. So let's look displacement shader, there we go, and let's put this at say 0.25 to start with, and we can adjust from there. I'm also going to grab my sky dome light here. I'm going to put the samples to 4 just so we have a bit better lighting contribution, so we can see a little bit better what's going on. I'm also seeing that we're getting a nasty line around here, which has to do with the bubble opacity, I would very much think, so we can sort that out as well. But for now, let's get a test render of this, and I'll actually bring the liquid back for this, why not? In fact, let's bring both the liquid back and let's generate some bubbles so we can see the whole thing together before we press on. So I will take the render time here so you don't have to, and I'm going to rewind and I'm going to just generate some bubbles in here. So around 80 frames should do it, and I'll take a render of this and be back in a second. Okay, so you can see here we do have this nasty line problem, which is a problem with the opacity map on the bubbles, which we can solve rather easily. But another problem we're having is these bubbles on the top are showing up rather nicely. These bubbles in here, however, they're not really much to differentiate them between the background, which is an issue for me because we went to all the trouble of painting them, so I want to be able to see them a little better. Now again, we're going to cheat, but before we do that, let's sort out this opacity map. So I actually opened up the opacity map in Photoshop, and the problem is self-evident. I've saved out this opacity line along with the bubbles, opacity bubbles for the bubble opacity, when the bubble opacity should not have that line. It should literally just be the small, medium and large here. So let's grab that line and resave this as a bubble opacity map. So save as, and once again a TIFF, and bubbles, 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 opacity bubbles, and let's call this opacity bubbles version 2. Because this would obviously make with this line in, it obviously makes the bottom of the material opaque, and it's a glass material. So we're seeing that difference between the refraction of the glass, the refraction of the liquid, and the refraction of the bottom of that material. So let's go in and change that quickly. So I'm going to pull up the node editor here for a second, and I'll just grab the bubbles shader and go down to refraction and change its opacity from version 1 to version 2. Making sure to set that back to raw, because for some reason it always goes back to an sRGB color space. And there we go, that will take care of the line. Now, how do we differentiate the background and foreground of this? Well, an easy way to do it would be to go into the beer head outer foam material and give it some emission. We want to lighten it up a bit, so I'm actually going to make it emit a little bit of light. Now, this won't really affect anything. In this case, it will just lighten it up a bit. So let's go with emission of about 1.3 for a start, and we'll work our way from there. So I'll get a slightly better angle on this thing. I'll just shove this out the way a second. So let's get an angle that we would be using where our test pattern is going to be visible, and let's come up to Arnold render and let's hit go. We'll bookmark this one so we can see the difference, and I'm going to hit play, and I'll be back in a moment. Okay, that's a little better. You can see that that's really popped our bubbles out from what we had before. Here you could barely make them out at all, and here we've got something that's looking much more like a beer head. Now, it will depend on the sort of beer head you're going for and where you've painted your bubbles. I may tweak mine a little bit. I'm not particularly happy with this fade line, although we have got rid of that nasty artifacting we had because of the opacity that was wrong. But this fade line could use a little work, so we'll come in and work on that. Also, the bubbles underneath now might be just a tad too dark, so we might put some emission on the inner foam surface as well. But for right now, I'm fairly happy with this. In the next part, I want to go along and look at some condensation on the glass. There will be a final part at the end when we tweak all our materials. As I said before, I prefer to get all my base materials down before I start to really dial in on what the problems might be. This allows me to see an overall view of what the final render will be like before I start tweaking it. Because this glass will have quite a lot of condensation on it, so it might be that you won't be able to really see this line when we're done with the condensation, in which point there would be no point fixing it. So to keep the workflow as speedy as possible, I like to get all the base in place before I start to do the real up close and personal tiny tweaks. So anyway, thank you for watching. I hope you found something useful in here, and I shall see you in the next part. Hi, welcome back. So in the previous part we finished off around here, and I want to go over one more major element before we start the tweaking of lighting, quality and basic materials. I want to talk about condensation in this part. So if I bring up an image I've got here of condensation on a beer mug, you can see there's a couple of things we need to do here. First of all, the condensation is going to make the glass extremely frosty looking. So we're going to need some sort of frosted glass material. We're going to need a displacement for the actual water itself, and you can see where the water is and where these water runs are, it's not frosty. So I'm going to do for this a layered material of one frosted glass and one completely clear glass. We're going to use a displacement to put these little bubbles in, and then we're going to use an opacity map to direct the various opaque bits through the frosting. So let's come in and start in Photoshop. Now I've brought in the glass UV here, and this is the one we did in an earlier part. So this is the inside of the glass. So this of course would not be frosty. This is the bottom of the glass here, and this is the handle of the glass. So none of this will be frosty. In general, from the pictures I've seen, condensation is only going to form where the liquid's actually touching the glass because of the temperature differential, and that's not going to include the handle. So we'll have a purely white or clear clear glass handle. Same with the bottom, certainly the inside bottom piece of the glass. Now in here we'll need to draw those condensation bubbles for the displacement map, or those condensation water drops if you like, for the displacement map, and then we'll need to build upon that to create some sort of opacity map to get a rough glass surface, or what looks like a rough glass surface, and some of those runs of water that come down the glass. So I'm going to start off by using the previous brush that we had, and this is just the brush we used for the beer head that we created in the last part. Now this shape for condensation is not the best. From the examples I've looked at, condensation, these water bubble things, whatever you like to call them, they tend to be a bit funkier in shape than the sort of almost perfectly round bubbles that form in a head of beer. So I'm going to create a new brush, possibly a couple of new brushes, so a couple of new layers here, and one for that layer and one for this layer, and then I'm just going to warp these. So edit, transform and warp, and I'm just going to make them a little, funkier in shape. I don't want that perfectly round shape that we had with our other bubbles, and of course we'll put some shape dynamics on the brush as well, so these will get even weirder in shape, which is a good thing for us. So let's go down and warp this one. Okay, so this one I'm going to try and warp in a little different pattern, and you don't want to get it too outrageous. Whoops, like I just did there. So this one, like there, no, I wasn't happy with that. Let's try that again, shall we? Okay, let's pull the middle down, pull it up here a bit, and that should about do it. Now we've got a couple of much more oddly shaped bubbles. Now what we need is to turn everything off except the bubble we want. Control I to invert it, stick a box around it, and create a brush from it. So edit, and we want define brush preset, and I'll call this water drop 01. I'm going to do the same with the other one, so control I to invert after we take our selection away, and again put a selection around this one, edit, define brush preset, and call this one water drop 02. Not very imaginative, but we should be able to find it. Now I'm going to come in here. I've taken a liberty of, as I said, putting the UV on this, so I'm going to start with a new layer, and again I'll do a collection of larger drops and slightly smaller drops. I'm not going to do too many drops for this. I don't want it too exaggerated, if you like. So I'll just start off with the brush. Now that will have automatically selected one of the two that I have, so I'm going to go down here in size. I don't want these too big. This is probably about the biggest I'd like to go, but saying that, you can do a collection of different bubbles. The longer you spend on this, the more you draw on it, the more effort you put into creating this texture, probably the better it's going to look. So let's come in and start with this one. Now I'm going to want some shape dynamics and some size on my brush, so I don't want to be able to draw a straight white line, of course, by accident. So I'm going to come in here, I'm going to go to shape dynamics, I'm going to do the size jitter quite a bit. Let's do an angular jitter, so these are not, and a roundness jitter, like so. Yeah, that should about do it. I want a variation in size, and yeah, that should be about enough. So I'm just going to come in and literally dot around a few of these water drop bubbles. I'm going to change brushes, and I'll be back in a moment when I've done that. Now I would recommend that if you're going to paint in some smaller size bubbles, then you use a new layer. Of course that will let you use the levels on these to get a nicer tweak in your displacement, but for right now I'm just going to put my bubbles in, and I'll be back in a second. Okay, you can see I haven't really spent a lot of time and effort on this. I've just painted two patches of water drops with two different brushes, because before we go into kind of full-blown maximum effort, we really want to see what these drops look like for size, dependent on the scale of our glass. Now I think this will be a good size, but it's always better to do a quick test render before you put any more time and effort into something like this. You don't want to be sitting here for 3 or 4 hours painting out what you think is a wonderful map in Photoshop, only to find that scale is wrong, bubbles are too large, too small, can't see them, etc, etc. So I'm going to save this as an image here. I'm going to go to my source images directory and I'll call this one, let's see, beer, glass, water drops, displacement. Okay, so I'm not going to save the layers, I'm going to discard the layers, and now I'm going to want to see what this looks like as a displacement in Maya. So let's pull open our beer glass here, make sure we've stopped our Arnold renderer. Come here, material attributes, and let's go to the shading group. Let's add it as a displacement map, a temporary one. So I'm going to call this junk displacement, so I know I can get rid of it. Now I'm going to go to file 13, so here under the displacement options, and I'm going to feed in my, let's see here, I've got this on sort by date modified, so it will be the top one, my drips. Okay, now I'm going to do a true displacement on this glass, so under the beer shape I want to come down to Arnold and make sure this is set to about 4 should do it, and cat Clark as a subdivision type. And then we want to go back to that displacement shader and just make sure that it has auto bump unchecked. So down here to the displacement shader, Arnold, auto bump unchecked. Okay, now we can do another render of this and see what this looks like. Let me just get a screen cap. See what this looks like with that displacement on it. Okay, so for me this is a little large. These actually came out a little large, so as I said, sometimes you're just off in the scale in Photoshop. I thought they would be small enough, but you know, it's not terribly difficult to deal with. We just need to come in here, turn this one off, Control T to transform these two layers, and then I think I'll just make them a little bit smaller. Turn the UV on. Oh, let's just complete that transform. Turn the UV on. Turn the background on, move this here, let's go into position, and I'm going to try this again with what would be a much smaller level of bubbles. Now obviously we could come in and dot some more around, which we'll have to do, but for right now I just want to see if I'm more happy with this size. So again, save this out as a displacement map. So let's do a save as here. I mean, this is one of the advantages in using a painting program like ZBrush or Mari or Mudbox or any of those Substance, is you actually get live feedback and you can automatically adjust. When you're trying to deal with Photoshop, well, there is some limitations, and this is one of them. So beer drop displacement, let's stick that as version 2 and discard the layers, and let's have another look. So let's open Maya again, make sure we've stopped the renderer, and I also put the scale of the displacement down a bit. You're pretty much always going to need to do that. And let's stick this beer drop displacement V2, and remember this time to put it on raw. Not that that would have done a lot because it was the actual size of the bubbles that I was objecting to, and I'm going to hit go. And this will probably take a second or two to process because it still needs to calculate the displacement with so many subdivisions. Okay, so this is more the size I'm looking for. So now I can simply go back into Photoshop and finish painting as many of these water drops as I'd like. So pop open Photoshop. This time we've got a good scale for our brush. We didn't waste too much time getting the scale dialed in. Now I might come out and delete some of these as well, so we form some sort of bare patches, because as you can see here, not everywhere has these drops. So I'll be back in a moment. I'm just going to paint this map and I'll come back and show you exactly where I put the bubbles and all the water drops, if you like, and how many I have and the placement. Of course, the look you're going for will depend on the glass, how frosty it is, you know, how much condensation you need. So there's kind of infinite variety of things we can do here. But for me, I'm just going to get the map I like and I'll be back in a minute to show you. Okay, so I painted up a basic map here in Photoshop. You can see we've got some bits that don't have any drops, and we've got some bits that have fairly large concentrations. Now probably when I do a final material tweak for this displacement map, I'll come in and add a few strategically placed larger sort of hero drops. But for right now, this is what the map looks like in Maya, and all I did was do a lot of dots around the place, and then I just took a soft eraser with the same brush and just deleted some back. Now because the brush is very soft, you end up with this pattern of somewhere you have nothing and somewhere you have very much lightened drops here, and that gives us in Maya this kind of pattern where some you can just barely see and some are quite large, so a more realistic overall pattern of condensation drips. Now the challenge we have at the moment is this glass already has, let me just stop this renderer, this glass already has displacement on it. So let's look at a way to combine these two displacements, because of course we could now open up our Pilsner Quell logo in Photoshop and overlay it on the top of here, and but that leaves us somewhat at a disadvantage when we need to come back and tweak this map or that map. Maybe if they're combined, it gets a little more complicated. So we can actually merge two displacement maps together in Maya itself. Now let's pull open the node editor here, and I'm just going to clear this off from what it was last time, and then I shall graph this material here. Now to make this easier to see, I have to stop remembering to drag it to my second monitor and instead just dock it here. So let's graph this, and we're looking for its shading group. So we graph its shading group, and we can see here its shading group should have connected to it a junk displacement. Okay, which is the displacement we were using as, well, basically a junk displacement. So I'm going to come in here, and we've got this water drops TIFF connected to the junk displacement. Let's just disconnect that for the moment. So actually let's get rid of it altogether. Okay, now in order to combine these images, I'm going to use the AI image node. So I'm going to hit tab here in AI image, and I'm going to need two. I'm going to need one for our Pilsner displacement and one for our water drops displacement. The thing is, the one with our Pilsner displacement on has a lot of information in it already as to where the placement goes. So if I bring up the hypershade here and go under textures, now it's image AI image 3 for me. I should really give this a proper name, Pilsner displacement. Okay, so we need that Pilsner displacement. So middle mouse drag it into the hypershade. This will stop us having to do the information again under UV coordinates, because if you'll remember, we put UV coordinates in for this to get it in the right place in the glass, and we don't want to bother with that again, but we do want to merge this displacement with this displacement. So let's call this one water drops displacement. And when you start working with the node editor a bit, it really is quite important that you name things well. So now we need to take both of these and feed them into this junk displacement. So there are a couple of ways we can combine these displacement maps together. Now I want to give myself some more options for the future in case I need them. So I want to be able to mask off parts of these displacements if necessary, change the clamping values for them, do what's necessary to get the right one. So I'm going to use an AL remap node. So I'm going to use an AL remap float, and I'm going to use two of these, one for each image. So AL remap float, one for each image, and then I'm also going to need an AL float combine to combine them both together. So let's use an AL combine float, sorry. There we go, done. So we've got all our elements. Let's put our junk displacement down here for a second, and let's look at hooking these up. So these remap nodes have an input, they have a remap channel where you can remap stuff, and then they have a mask where you can mask stuff. Now, whether we'll need a lot of this or not, I'm not sure, but I've got a feeling we might have to do some masking at some point, so I'm going to add them to the node chain just in case I need them. Now, I'm going to expand this guy until I can see its out color, and I'm going to add the out color R to the input of the AL remap float, because you'll see if I try and add everything, it won't let me. It's one channel only. So we'll use the R here, then I can sort of close this off and just see what we're inputting into what. And again, I'm going to get this Pilsner displacement, and I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to take its out color. I'm going to drag that to the input node on the AL remap float. So at the moment, nothing really has been done to these images. What will be interesting is when we take the input here and connect probably our Pilsner input out value, to the input 1 here, and our water drops input to the input 2 here. Our water drops output. Whoops. So you're going output to input, obviously. Now I'm going to click on my junk displacement here, and I'm going to use this AL combine float now as the displacement itself. So middle mouse drag that over to displacement, and you'll see that hooks that up to our displacement, so the out value to the junk displacement. Now we can get a look and see what's happened here to our glass. Okay, and what happened is I've got an error saying invalid file because I forgot to actually add the image to this AI image node, which was a little silly. So just make sure you've got your image loaded in. This one we won't need to tweak its UV offset because we actually laid this one out on the UV, so we know where it will be. And it's just converting its images to TX, and I can do another render of this, and I'll be back in a second. So we look, and that really didn't act as expected. You can see parts of some of the displacement here, and this is probably because we're multiplying one image over the other, which I believe is the default for this AL combined float. It is. So we changed the operation from multiply to add, and this time we should see a result more akin to what we're actually expecting. Okay, so this worked almost perfectly. The one problem I'm seeing here is my displacement is too large on these bubbles. If you see, or drops, if you see how far they protrude, it's too much. But if I turn the displacement down completely, then it's also going to turn the displacement down on this Pilsner Quell logo, which to my mind is pretty good right now. So how do we fix this? Well, it's not that difficult. We go back to our water drops here. I'm actually going to stick the Arnold render on probably 50% of its actual size. So let's go to Window Test Resolution here. View Test Resolution, 50% of actual size. I'm going to set the debug shading to Isolate Selected so I don't have to render everything at once. I'll click on the combined float so we can see it both coming together. And you can see here, for some reason, we've got a grey background on this. That's probably the offset on one of the images. It is, this one. Let's just turn that offset all the way down. So let's just, come on, render. Okay, I think it's still calculating the displacement on the glass here, so I'll just give it a second. And that just takes a second on the first render when we change something because it's calculating all those subdivisions on the glass. So technically we should go in and turn those off for now as we're not dealing with displacement, but this should be a fairly quick process. All I want to show is that we have this bright white Pilsner logo here, which is giving us exactly the displacement we need. Now if we click on the water drops themselves, they're also quite bright. Now we could use Photoshop to obviously produce some sort of levels for this, but it's not terribly necessary to just, if we just want to turn down the brightness, we can use this multiply here under the water drops AI image node and just crank this down, and you'll see this go down to a much lighter grey. Okay, so that just knocked out a lot of the lightness off this. So now what I tend to see if this has worked properly, or not worked because we know it's worked, it's lighter grey, but has it given us what we were looking for? So I'm just going to go on to Render, Debug, Shading, Basic, and now I can have another look at this, and you'll see the effect of our water drops. They're not protruding much at all, and if this is too little, I can go in and adjust this so it's a bit brighter. But there we've managed to combine rather easily these two fairly simple displacement maps. But you can combine much more complicated displacement maps using the remap values in here if necessary. In our case, it looks like we'll be able to get away with just this simple use of multiply on this one image here to turn that down, but it will allow us to individually tweak the amount of displacement we're getting on both the Pilsner Urquell logo and the water drops. Okay, sorry about the jump in video there, folks. Arnold crashed on me when I put the debug shading to isolate selected. It happens occasionally. So we can see here our combined displacement with the benefit of having turned down the multiply on this image. And you know, I can turn that down a lot more and it'll get darker and darker and darker. So I can actually come in, click the AL combine float and tweak these till I get exactly what I'm looking for. So it's a really nice way to very simply combine, as I said, a couple of displacements here. Now I quite liked it where it was before, so this will be about right for me. I'm going to click on both to check the white balance on both, and they look fine. So in the next part we'll come back and discuss the opacity, because we need to put the frosted glass on this along with the clear glass, and we'll need to create some sort of roughness for the opacity and all that good stuff. So I will see you in the next part. I hope this was somewhat interesting to you, and thank you very much for watching. Hi, welcome back. So just in between these parts I just did a full render, so you can see these little water droplets here on the outside of the glass. Now you might want to go in and put in a few more, maybe take a few out depending on the look you're going for. But what I want to discuss now is the condensation on this glass. So we've got the water droplets for it, one of the main elements. Now we need a combination of rough glass and smooth glass, or clear glass and slightly frosted glass. So I'm going to stop this render and I'm going to come in and pull open once again my node editor here. So at the moment we've got this junk displacement connected to this glass here, obviously, and I want to create an entirely new material for this glass. Now we've done this with the standard AI shader, so let's do it with an AL shader. So I'm going to do AL standard. Oh yeah, it's surface, not standard for AL. Okay, I'm going to need a couple of these materials. So AL surface, we'll call this one AL glass clear, and then I'm going to put in another one, AL surface, and we'll call this one AL glass frosty. So now we have a frosty shader and a clear shader. We need something to combine them both together. So let's use, before we've used a layered shader, and this time we'll use an AL layer. So we use the standard Maya layered shader, which we could use again of course, but we'll use this AL layer because you might as well see it working. It works very similarly to the layered shader. So we can put our glass material in layer 1, we can put our frosty in layer 2, and the mix would be the opacity map that we create. So at the moment let's define our clear glass material. So of course diffuse strength of 0, we don't need any. And in fact, before we do this, just so it makes it easier to see when we paint our displacement, not our displacement, our opacity, we'll make the clear glass red and the frosty glass green. This way we'll know which way round our opacity map needs to be. So let's jump into Photoshop, and this will be the beginnings of our opacity map. Now we want this to be completely white, of course. So what I'll do is I'll just duplicate each of these layers a few times. So I'll call these layers a name so we know where we are. Let's just call it drips 01, and we'll call this one drips 02. There we go. So duplicate each of these layers a few times. This will just help us bring them back to full white, and then I'm going to grab it from the copy, grab it all up there with Control and Control E to combine them. Now I'm going to want to do the same with drips 1, so just 3 or 4 copies should do. And again I'm going to grab all the copies and hit combine. I'll put these together. I'll call this drips 1, OP, opacity, and drips to OP. Okay, so that's done that. I can just about leave those in place for right now. I want a new layer called streaks, because I'm going to paint in now some streaks as they would be down the front of the glass. Now, if we remember from our condensation here, you can see these small streaks going down the glass. I'm going to exaggerate mine a little bit. I'm not a particular fan of these tiny thin ones, but we'll do something that's a little more obvious. So I'm going to come in, I'm just going to select a fairly roughish brush in Photoshop. Let's see here, what have we got? Something like this might do it. So let's just come in here and make sure we are clicked on the right layer and we are clicked on the actual brush tool, which we were on the eraser. My mistake. So let's grab a brush. Yeah, something like this will do just fine for me. Actually, no, I don't like the color shift on that one. Let's get, in fact, more of a standard size soft brush with a sort of medium hardness should do it for us. Yeah, because we're not going to be doing anything fancy with these. Now let's select black and white, of course, because we're painting an opacity map. Now I'm also going to call these drips displacement, because we're going to need to generate a new displacement map. One of the things you'll note is if you look at pictures of condensation, there's very rarely too many of these water bubbles in the actual streak, because the streak is one of these water bubbles falling down the glass, so it takes anything it hits with it. So we're going to need to change the displacement map slightly. So right now we've got 2 for the opacity map, 2 for the displacement map, and a simple streaks. So I'm going to now go in and paint some streaks, which I'm just literally going to do by painting in some streaks. Now I'm going to vary the size a little bit and come up with some random offshoots, so I'll be back in a second when I've painted those in. Okay, so I've roughly painted in some streaks here. So let's turn the UV map off. I just turned it on for reference for where the top of the glass was, and let's turn off the drip displacement here. And now, oops. Yes, I know, excuse me. And now we've got the makings of our opacity map. So we're going to turn off our 2 drip displacement layers. We're going to look at this. We're going to add an adjustment layer in for this. So adjustment layer of levels. And then we can come in and crank this up until we get something that I am happy with. So something like this will do for our opacity layer. Now we haven't quite finished yet, because at the moment everything on this that's going to be white will be completely see-through, and everything that's black will be completely frosty. But if we bring our UV map in here, that would make our handle completely frosty, the bottom of our glass completely frosty, and the inside of our glass completely frosty, which is obviously what we're not looking for. So if we just take any old standard hard brush here and make it a bit larger, I'm going to add a new layer and just call this one main opacity. And then I'm going to paint out the areas where I don't want any frost to appear at all, which is basically here. Now I don't have to be too careful about this. Just want to make sure we get no frost on the inside of our glass. Let's come up here. Yep, like so. And we also want no frost on the bottom of our glass. Whoops, let me just do that a bit more carefully. And no frostiness on the handle. So there we go. That should just about do it, really. Might come in and tidy up this edge here. It might be a bit of a rough translation, but it should be about right, really. Now, making sure you've turned off the UV map, let's save this as our opacity. The other thing I might do is I might just give these streaks a little tiny bit of blur, because they're a bit hard-edged maybe. Although that actually might look quite good in this circumstance. So we might have to come back and tweak this as always. So save as, and we will call this one TIFF, and we call this water glass droplets displacement, so we'll call this water glass drops opacity. There we go, and discard the layers, of course. Now, if we go back to Maya, we can see the beginnings of our layered material we started to make here. So you've got a layered material with, at the moment, green glass for frosty and red glass for clear. Now, let's bring in a file node. So, file texture. and let's load up our image. And the reason I'm using a file texture is there's a rather handy feature under file texture which just lets me invert the map instead of an AI image. Most of the time it doesn't matter if you use an AI image or a file texture. I mean, they do have certain different features, but for most purposes either one will do. Now this is going to be an opacity map, so I'm going to make it a raw image, and then I'm going to click on my Al layer, which will become my main beer glass layered, and I'm going to drag this into the mix. So now we've got two materials and a mix. Now, just so this is not really slow when I'm doing this test rendering, I'm going to come to beer glass because we should have no displacement on this, and I'm going to go down to Arnold and I'm going to turn off the subdivisions here so my rendering is a bit quicker, because right now all we need to see is stop that. I obviously need to assign the layered material to it, so let's come here, middle mouse drag our main beer glass layered over to the beer glass, and let's try that again, shall we? Okay, so I'm not actually getting any mix. So the layered shader actually has a couple of debug nodes under it. And to do this, I'm just going to stop that from rendering, and I'm going to come to the layered shading group here, and I'm going to turn the debug on to mixer. Now my assertion is this is probably reading, yeah, there is no mix, so it's just pure white, so all of the green is shining through. Okay, so if it's pure white, all the green is shining through. What we've probably done here, if we come down and have a look, is where this file node is connected to this main layered material. If we pop the file node open, you'll see what it's done is connected the out alpha to the mix channel. Now we don't have an out alpha on this image, we're using a black and white image, so we want out color, and we'll just take the R channel and add that to the mix. And this, if we now have a look at our render view, should have fixed our problem. So there we go. Now we can see our streaks and we can see our basic opacity map here. Okay, so when we flick this from debug, let me just close a few of these windows here and grab this layered shader and turn the debugging off, we should see what we expect to see, which is a mix of the two. Now we want the red material to be frosty and the green material to be clear. So this looks like about what we will want. Let's just double check. Now if this is correct, then our AL glass material should be the red one, and it is, and our AL frosty should be the green one. No, I'm the wrong way around. Of course we want the green to be clear. So let's see, the frosty, yeah, that's not working well for me. Let's see what we've done here. Yeah, so we need this green to be clear, and if we look, it's the frosty material that's showing through the opacity map. So we need to invert this opacity map, which if we click on its file node, we can come in here and effects, color balance, sorry, effects, invert, and then render again. And now everything in red should be clear, and everything in red should be clear, yes, and everything in green should be frosty. So if we, sorry, I had a bit of a brain freeze on this one, folks. But anyway, if we double check this, our frosty glass should be green. It is. So wherever there is green, we will have a frosted glass, and our clear glass should be red. It is. So we know everything is the correct way round. Everything is as we would expect it to be. But we haven't quite finished with this yet, because although we have these larger bubbles and these larger streaks on the surface here, what we don't really have is a real blending between the two. So I want to create sort of a scratchy look, almost a small bubbled look with some noise patterns in the background. So let's just come in, make sure that's stopped, go to Photoshop. Now I'm going to bring back here the UV. I'm going to add a new layer, I'll probably pull this one all the way down to the bottom here, and I'm going to just lasso around this main area. Now, I don't need to be too accurate with this. It's just going to be quite a simple noise pattern here. So I'm going to put the noise on layer 1, and I'm going to start with a filter. Let's do something noisy-ish. So we'll do probably a clouds or a different clouds. Clouds should do it. And I'm going to need to turn off this levels. So I want something like this just to give me a bit of random noise, and then I'm going to blur that ever so. No, actually, I think I'd quite like it to be as it is. So I'm going to now add noise to this. So it just gives me a bit of noise added. I'm going to turn off the rest of the opacity here so we can really see what we're doing with this. Okay, and now I just want to drop a level adjustment in here. So let's go to adjustments and drop in a level adjustment. Now I can come in and adjust this. So, whoops, wrong slider. I want it much darker with perhaps a hint of white here, and let's pull this one up this way. Just something like this. Maybe that's a bit overly done on the white. There we go. Just want some basic roughness map in here. So that should do it. Now, I want to save this out as an opacity map. The problem is if I come up here, of course, and go like this, then yeah, this is really not going to give me what I want. So let's turn off the UV and look at a way to solve this. Now, the opacity maps I need are main opacity. I need these streaks. I need these drops, and I need these drops opacity. So let's put this whole lot into one group. So I'm going to shift select, highlight it all, and press Ctrl G to group it, and then change the group from pass through to normal, and you'll see here I can now use this without the levels in this group affecting anything back here. So this was good for me to save out as an opacity map now. So let's just save as, and once again I'm going to use a TIFF. And where do we have those opacity maps? So, beer glass water drops opacity, we'll just call this one V2. V2, discard the layers. Okay, this, little roughness in the background should help us sell it a bit. Now, it might be a little bit too bright, we might have to turn it down, but it's really no issue if we need to come back and adjust that ever so slightly. Now, the other thing we need is a new displacement map. So I'm going to turn off this group, so I'm going to turn this one on and this one on. I'm going to turn this off for the displacement. I'll turn this off for the displacement, and this is the displacement we were using. So we need to make sure there are no drops in the path of these streaks. So if I turn these streaks on, in fact, instead of turning them on, I'm going to get a copy to use with the displacement. So I'm just going to pull these streaks out of the group here. And I'm going to use this copy with the actual displacement. So I'm going to control click the streaks themselves, and I'm going to go to drips 1 and hit delete, and drips 2 and hit delete. That way, if I take the streaks away, you'll see there will be no water drops where these streaks are. The other thing I can do is put these streaks, let's say I wanted a streaks displacement as well, because these would be slightly proud of the surface, but just slightly. So for this one, I can just actually come in and turn down the opacity here until they're just ever so slightly visible. Now, you don't want them really visible at all. If you really wanted to kind of add some extra bits to this image, you could come in and draw, a little water drip at the end of these and a little line going down the center, where if you look at condensation pictures, there's often this patch of clearness where the drip has run down, but as it runs down it gets smaller and leaves behind kind of micro drips in a line. So if you wanted to do that, you of course could. I might do that in between the parts, and if I do, I will of course show you the revised displacement here. But for our intent and purposes right now, this should be good enough. So let's save this out as a displacement map, and we have here beer glass water drops displacement version 5. There we go, discard layers and save a copy. Okay, now we need to go back to Maya and sort out this material. So we got a new displacement map which we'll look at in a second. In fact, let's connect that in now while we remember. So there's our water drops displacement. We'll just change this to version 5. So I've got this on sort by date modified, so it will always be the top one. Okay, and you can see the slight streak displacement there. So we're going to load that in. Now, as this is an AL image node, the color space won't change. On a standard Maya file node, it will. You'll need to flip it back to raw. Just something to remember. Now, we've got this file 13 here, which is our mix file. So that will be the opacity that needs changing. So opacity version 2. Let's pop that open. Okay, and I'm going to hide this beer head for now. Control H and Control H, and I'm going to hide this. Let me just bring the outliner up, would be slightly easier. I'm going to hide the beer liquid and all the bubbles for now. So just Control H those. Now I want the render view, and I want to see what that's done to our opacity map here. So let's click Go. And just give that a second to convert. We are dealing with 4K textures here, so it might take a second or two. And you can see here that's changed our opacity map a little bit. We've now got patches of kind of red shining through just a little bit, and that's down to that roughness map. So again, anywhere that's red is going to be completely clear. Now let me just pull this down. In fact, when I have the recording software on, I think I've mentioned that this gets awfully slow. You should get pretty much real-time feedback on that. I'm just going to stop this. Okay, so I'll let that finish, and as you can see here, we've got these kind of rough red patches will be clearer than the green patches around it. So this will help sell our illusion of condensation somewhat. Now I'm going to come in and just hide this bar surface. What I want to do real quick is just make sure that the interior of our glass won't be rough, and we can do that of course by making sure that the interior of our glass is all red. So that's fine. So the outside of our glass would be rough or condensed with micro bubbles on it from the condensation, and the interior of our glass, the handle of our glass, and the streaks on our glass will be clear. Okay, so let's just minimize this for a minute and get on with setting up the actual clear glass materials. So I'm going to take this main glass layered first, and one of the first things it's going to need is under its shading group, which we can find here, it's going to need the displacement. So we have the displacement up here, which we call junk displacement, which is actually going to be our main displacement now, so I'll rename it Pilsner glass displacement, and I'm going to drag that into the layered shaders group node here under the shading group displacement material. So that should be combined still. We'll check the node, it's still at 0.2 because we dragged it down to here. Now, so our layered material now contains a clear glass, frosted glass, a mix between the two, and its shading group contains the displacement. Now if we look at our glass frosty and our glass clear, we need to make these, instead of red and green, we need to make them clear and frosty. So first thing we'll do, turn the diffuse strength down to 0. Specular strength at 1, specular roughness pretty much 0. Or, leave a little bit, nothing's ever completely perfect. Now, IOR for glass, 1.5 is about standard. I'm going to make mine 1.6 so it's a little shinier. I'm going to come down to transmission, turn that up to 100%. This would be refraction basically on the other Arnold material, on the standard Arnold material. I'm going to link this to the specular and turn this to 1.6, just in case I decide to unlink it at some point. So this will now be straight clear glass, and we can get a look at that if I just middle mouse drag this onto this guy and render this. You'll see that we have pretty much straight clear glass as expected. It never hurts to confirm that you've got the shader correct before you start layering it all. Now let's do a frosted glass. So we're going to do the same thing. We're going to turn the strength down to, this will be very similar basically, strength down to 0 here, specular at 1, specular roughness at around 2.5 should do it, maybe 3, maybe the default value would actually be quite good for this. We're going to make sure we've linked to the specular here. We're going to get an IOR of 1.6 and an IOR of 1.6. Now we don't need to adjust this values really because it's linked to the specular values. So the roughness here would be the transmission roughness, or the refraction roughness if you like, but that's linked to the specular, which is set at 0.3. So fairly rough glass surface, should look a little like frosted glass. So let's middle mouse drag this frosted glass onto our beer glass here, and we can see here we've got a clear glass. Now we'll warn you, frosted glass will take quite a bit longer to render, and this is why we do this, because we've got no transmission strength, would be my guess. So let's go down to transmission, and yep, the transmission strength is set to 0. So let's hit go, and you should see what appears to be a frosted glass. Now if I let this render in, you'll see that the handle here is clear, and the top lip is somewhat clearer, where you can begin to see through, where we don't have roughness, and everything is working as it should. So we have a frosted glass, we have a clear glass, both linked to this layer, and we have an opacity in the mix channel. So let's throw those both on the glass, and let's bring back some of our environment here. So let's bring back the liquid, Shift H, let's bring back the beer head, inner and outer, and let's bring back the beer bubbles and the bar top. Okay. Now, one thing, rendering refraction roughness is expensive. It's slow. There's not really too much you can do about it. One of the reasons I use the AL material instead of the standard AI material, it seems to be slightly faster, and for me it gives a slightly nicer result. But this is still an expensive process, so expect your render times at this point to go up quite a lot. I'm going to do now a test render. So I get an angle on this thing that I quite like, and I'm expecting this test render to take probably somewhere in the order of 20 to 25 minutes depending on your machine. So as I say, this gets expensive to render from now on. So I'll be back in a moment when this is rendered out, and I will see you in the next part when I've got to render this. One thing here I'm seeing is that we're not getting the displacement as expected, and I would like to work out why we're not before we just call this part a go. So we've got a displacement material in here, probably because our glass shape has no divisions on it. So let's put that up to 4, get a cat Clark, because our displacement shader, if we go up here, Pilsner glass displacement, of course has auto bump turned off, so it needs the extra geometry. Let's go back to the render view here and hit play. Just get rid of the outliner for a second, and we should see in a second that displacement start to come through. Okay, so before we just finish this part off, I thought you'd want to see a render of this with its condensation on, and it worked quite well for me. Now, you could go in and paint some more of these streaks on there, but I think we have about a realistic amount. You could also go through and add some fingerprints, whatever you wanted to that opacity map to give your condensation here a little more realism. For me, it's looking quite nice. I like the fact that, you know, this is clear and this is frosty. The frosty map we used worked pretty well in my opinion. Now, one thing I didn't like about this glass was the way that this bottom of the glass here refracts the liquid back up. So I actually fixed that. You can see here it's a little better, and here's a shot without the condensation where it's much better. Now, this was a very, very simple fix, and the reason for it is fairly obvious. It's because we didn't have, if I just hit 1 to turn off the smoothing here, we didn't have any support lines. So if I hit Control 1, there was no lines around this glass for it to hold its edge better. So I just came in and put a couple of extra loops around here so it holds its edge better, and that stops the issue with this refraction here, and we get something that looks more like this, which is something more that I was after. So I will see you in the next part when we'll discuss generating some AOVs for this, putting back a standard backing plate and doing real depth of field and getting this image out into Photoshop. So I'll see you for that part. Thank you very much for watching, and I hope you found something interesting here. Hi, welcome back. So I've made a few simple changes here. I've swapped out our backing plate from the blurred one to the perfectly sharp one because we're actually going to be using a true 3D depth of field in this process. It's generally always going to look better, and you know, for a still shot it's expensive to render, but as we're only rendering 1 or maybe 2 stills, it's worth the extra time. Now I've also changed the material on my glass here from our layered condensed material, simply because it's faster to render. We're going to look at some of the materials we've been using for this as well. Now, before we go any further, I want to talk about matching lighting, because we're using this backing plate and it's got a rather strong lighting contribution on this side of the glass bottles here. So in order for this to look realistic, we're going to have that same sort of striped lighting contribution on our glass as well, or the backing plate's not going to match the foreground and it's just going to scream not very realistic. So, you know, the easiest way for us to do this, as I say, I've assigned the standard glass clear material to this, and this was the original AI standard glass material we made. So it's got a diffuse weight of 1 and a diffuse rate of 0 and a refraction rate of 1. I'm going to turn the refraction off because it's expensive to render. So in this condition, the glass just becomes a really shiny black surface, which is really quite fast to render out here. Now I'm going to turn the diffuse weight on as well, just in case I want to make this a slightly different color. Shouldn't be necessary, but you know, it never hurts to have that just in case you need it. And then I'm going to introduce a light here. So I'm going to go to Arnold, Lights, Area Light. And remember, we're trying to match this kind of long, if you could see the glass here a little better, the glasses actually have like a long white stripe down them. So we're going to try and match that. And it shouldn't be that difficult. Now, in order for me to do this, I'm going to get this shot where I would be rendering it from. This is my main render camera that we're on at the moment. So let's just get this into position. About here, you don't have to be perfect. And then I'm going to flick this view back to our perspective camera. Okay, this way I can grab the area light and move it without moving my main render camera. So I should be able to quite easily see what's going on with this. Now, this is probably not going to be bright enough to cause much of a reaction, but let's hit render. So I'm not really seeing anything here. So let's go into the light itself and increase its exposure to, say, 10. We'll try to start with. There we go. And we are getting that white stripe down our glass. Now we just need to move it in position so it approximately matches these, and these ones look a bit squarer and a bit wider, so I'm going to do that as well. Just make this area light a bit wider. And in fact, I'm going to stop the renderer while I do this. Okay, so our area light here is a bit wider, probably a bit too wide now. And now I'm just going to move it into position to get the kind of reflection that I want. Okay, this is always going to render our render cam. So, you know, now we've got this white stripe here that mirrors this white stripe down here and gives us a bit more realism. Now we can tint this, we can turn it so it goes longer down the glass, but I think this is going to look pretty nice as it is. Let's just stop this and rotate this a little bit. Whoops, let me get one hand axis only here. There we go. And go. Okay, so that should do us a little better. That's pretty much all we need in terms of matching up this light in here. So let's have a look now at this material on the bar, because there is one thing about it, and if I bring in a slightly bigger snapshot here, it is still a bit rough for my taste. Now we could of course decrease the bump on this, several ways of sorting this out, but what I'd like to do is actually use another layered material. So let's use the node editor here and let's just clean it up. So we know we need this surface. This will be our bar surface, and so this material is called bar top shape. So we can simply graph this here, shading group, and there it is. There is our bar top shape. And if I pull this out a bit, if you'll remember, we used a spec map and a diffuse map for this one. So we're going to need another material. So I'm going to use an AI standard material and an AL layered material. Okay, and then I'm going to connect up this layered material. So just click the layered material, middle mouse bar top into layer 1, and middle mouse this material here, AI standard, which we'll call bar lack. This will be sort of a layer of varnish that goes over the top of the bar. So again, click this, come up here, connect it here. Now we need to design this bar lack material, which is actually quite simple. What we're looking for is a color here. Well, color doesn't matter because we've got a weight of 0, and we're just going to have a lot of specular highlight that's quite sharp. So we're going to turn on Fresnel, and we're going to go 0.05ish, and then we've got those materials. Now we're going to mix them together. So about 0.2, about 20% varnish. Let's go. Let's have a look at what that looks like. Where is my test renderer? Okay, and as you can see, that got much shinier. So let me just flip back to my render cam here. So panels, perspective, camera 1, and I just want to come out and capture a little bit more of that surface so I can get a better look at the material itself. There we are. Okay, this is looking better to me. You can still see the bump underneath that layer of varnish, which I really like. You know, if you change around with this version, obviously you'd get an almost mirror finish here, which we're not really that big on, so probably 0.15. I had it in 0.2 before. Just gives us a little bit of that lack while still being able to see the original roughness of one spec map and the original bump. So it's kind of a way of building up a layered material to have sort of the wood underneath and then the varnish on top. But I think I prefer that. I might go a bit shinier, but again, that's something I'll get into when I do a larger scale test render. What I want to talk about now is the depth of field for this image, because the same when we brought the condensation in, you really start to make or break your images with the little details like this. The depth of field for an image like this is essential. So let us get our camera into position. And this is our main render camera. So let's come here and grab this one. Now I want to get a bit of this bar surface and a bit of the background. So let's just do a test render and see where that is. Okay. Not really liking the placement of that. Let me see. Because I didn't have the resolution gate on, that's why. Sorry about that. I was actually seeing the I've forgotten what it's called, the film gate, not the resolution gate. So you'll want to make sure you have resolution gate on. That will show you exactly what you're rendering. Now let's just pop this open again and do a quick render. Okay, so this is looking about how I envision it. So the reason I'm getting the camera into place right now is to do a proper depth of field. I'm going to need a focal distance for that depth of field, so I'm going to need to measure it. Now this is not particularly difficult, but depending on where your camera is, of course, just like in real life, you'll want to actually focus on the object that is going to be the main focus of your shot. So it will be no good for us to focus on the background and have all of our hard work in the foreground just completely blurry. So this looks like about the shot placement for me. So I'm going to go back to my perspective camera, and in fact I'm going to hit this button here, which will bookmark this shot so I can go back to it. Looks like I already had one from before. So you can always bookmark, and then if you do move your camera, of course, you can always get back to where you need to be. But I'm just going to flick over to the perspective here. So I've got my light there. We've got our main light, which is our image-based lighting, and that should be all we need. So now we're going to deal with this depth of field issue. So we're just going to create, and I'll use a locator. So I'm creating a locator here, W to move it, and I want to find out exactly where the front of this glass starts, because that's going to be my focal point. So if we switch back to our primary camera and look at distance from camera, 153. And if you're not seeing this, you'll need to go up to display, heads up display, object details. There it is. So just turn that on. That'll tell us the distance from the camera. Okay, now if we click on this icon up here under view, that will open the attribute editor for the camera, and we can scroll down until we get to the Arnold tab. Okay, so camera type perspective, we're not going to mess with this. We are going to enable depth of field, and distance from camera we knew was 153, so we'll say 150 because this is the distance the camera will focus at. So it will focus slightly before the beer glass, which is perfect for us. Now, aperture size. The bigger your aperture size, the blurrier your image is going to get. So let's start off with a quite small one, say 0.3. Now, aperture blades, this is going to control what the highlight looks like. So I want a polygonal aperture, so I'm going to go with 5 blades. You can go with 7. You can even go with negative numbers, which will make the highlights sort of pinched in and look like stars. Aperture blade curvature, well, how curved it is. I don't want a lot of curvature, maybe 0.2. Rotation is fine, aspect ratio is fine, and this should be what we need to render a true 3D depth of field. So let's hit go here and have a look. Now you can see we're starting to get a little bit blurry in the back, which is kind of good. You can also see this edge is quite rough. At this quality setting, this is the best you're going to do. Depth of field is extremely expensive to render in terms of time because it requires a great deal of anti-aliasing. So even with these low anti-alias settings, we're going to wait a while for this to render. So I'm going to stop it. I know I need to change my settings, which are all back at default. So I'm going to go with a camera AA of 8. And again, this is why this sort of stuff gets expensive. So I'm going to press Control H and hide the beer glass because there's no point rendering that. We should render as little as possible. What we're looking to see here is the depth of field at the back of the wood, the front of the wood, and specifically the background image. So I'm actually going to turn this up to full resolution. I'll do these tests and do the weighting so you don't have to, because we are going to need to go more depth of field. I would think this is not going to be a big enough aperture size. So I will be back in a second when that's finished rendering out. Okay, as you can see here on the portions that finished rendering, we're getting a slight blur in the background, but I want this to have been done with a very small f-stop on the camera, or to mimic that, at a close range photography in a fairly dark bar. So you would expect to see some fairly extreme depth of field. So let's come in and go back to the camera, and we'll make this say 1.5. That might be a little bit too big, but we'll see. So I'll be back in a moment. Okay, so I rendered this out a couple of times now. I brought the glass back in so we could check the refraction through the glass. It looks fine. I like the amount of depth of field I'm getting. The fact that this handle back here is blurry while the main front of the glass is absolutely clear. And the same here. We've got this very nice blurry portion at the front of the image. The back is blurred enough, and if you look at some of these white hotspots here in the back, you'll see they've actually got 5 sides to them. So they're actually 5-sided polygons it's turned those hotspots into, which is what we set our camera to do. So if you want a more rounded look, you can come down here, a rounded look on these highlights. You could come down here, and under Arnold, under the depth of field tab, you could set the aperture blades to 7 or 8. That would definitely give it a more rounded look. Or you could simply set it to 0, and then they'd be completely circular. So that's going to depend on what you're going for. But for me, this is a pretty good amount of depth of field. Now, I dropped it from 1.5 to 1.2 because 1.5 was a little too much, and this was a very expensive render. I mean, if we look at this tabletop here now with this nice blur down the front, it looks just a magnitude more realistic than this one here. So once we've got our full shot with condensation on and everything, we're going to start to really kick this up a notch. Now, for me, I want to be able to both diagnose this render if anything goes wrong, if there's too much grain, too many patches somewhere. I also want to be able to have this render in separate passes. So I want a diffuse, a specular, an indirect, and a direct illumination contribution. And then I want to put that back together in Photoshop. So I'll see you in the next part when we take a look at splitting this up within Maya itself, and also then importing it into Photoshop in all its various different layers. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next part. Hi, welcome back. So in this part, I want to talk about ways to gain more control over our final render. As this will be an expensive scene to render with the depth of field and the anti-aliasing being so high, because of that, we want to make sure that when we get our final image, we have a lot of control over it, whether that be in Photoshop, Nuke, After Effects, whatever you're using. Now, to do this, we need to split the render up into its component parts, and we're going to do this through the use of Arnold's AOV system, arbitrary output variables. Now, if you're used to Mental Ray, you would know this as render passes. We'll also be looking at Maya's new render layer system in this to create some masks to again give us more control in our compositing applications. Now, one thing to note before I jump in is just that I've added another light here. It's the same as the light we've added before. I just put it to the back of the glass, kind of facing the camera, to create a rim light to give me some nice highlights on this handle. So you can go ahead and put that one in or leave it out. It's not going to be a big part of it, just looked slightly nicer to me. So in order to test this, we don't want to be rendering with depth of field or massively high anti-alias sampling, because it'll just take too long. We'll be here for a month of Sundays. So I'm going to pop open the render settings tab here and set the camera AA down to 1. I'm going to close that, then I'm going to click on the camera icon under view so I can go into the camera. I'm going to scroll down to the Arnold tab and turn the depth of field off. There's no point to render depth of field and massively high AA sampling for a test render. I'm also going to come in and create the first of our AOVs. So pop open the render settings, go to AOVs, and we've used two base materials in this scene, the AI standard material and the AL surface. Now you'll see both the AL surface have a direct diffuse AOV, and the AI standard, the Arnold standard material, also has a direct diffuse AOV. They're actually linked together. So if I go to the AL surface and take the direct diffuse, you'll see it disappear out of available AOVs and appear in active AOVs. If I go back to the AI standard material, you'll see there's now no direct diffuse here, because this direct diffuse covers a multitude of materials. So AI standard, we want the direct diffuse, the direct specular, the emission, the indirect diffuse, the indirect specular. We want the reflection we don't need, because we're using specular reflections in this scene as opposed to true reflections. So the refraction we actually need. Refraction opacity we'll take in case we need it, and the subsurface scattering. Now here you can see a direct SSS and an indirect SSS and just an SSS. Well, this is the combination of these two. Now as we don't have a lot of subsurface scattering in here, we'll just take the combination of those two to make life a little simpler for us. So the other thing I'm going to do before we do this test render is hide this guy and hide this guy, because obviously the more lights in the scene here, generally speaking, not always of course, but in this case it would take longer to render, and again we just want a test here. So I'm going to pop open the render view. I'm going to go to view test resolution, make sure it's set on 50%, because again with these test renders we don't really need to get a genuinely close-up look. So I'll wait for that to render and I'll see you guys in a second. Okay, so with those settings, we're looking at a 20-second render here, so really no biggie. You can do lots of tests should you need to. Now, we've got these AOVs now, so you can find them here. Beauty is all the AOVs added together. It's the main render, if you like. So we can now look at all the different components of this. So this is the direct diffuse contribution in our scene, and as you can see, we've got no refraction here because it's not part of the direct diffuse contribution. So if we go down to direct specular, you can see the direct specular highlights. This can also be very useful for diagnosing a render. Now in our case we're going to be using a very high camera AA level because of the depth of field, but a lot of the times you can use these layers to tweak whichever sampling needs increasing based upon what you can see here. You might go into the direct diffuse, for instance, and see that it's not speckled or noisy at all, in which case you probably wouldn't need to up the diffuse sampling. But if you go into, let's say, the specular or indirect specular, you may need to increase the glossy samples or whatnot. In this case, it's not going to be an issue because we're using very high camera AA, but apart from helping you split up your render, these can also be quite useful for diagnostics. So as you can see, all of our passes came in quite successfully. we're not getting anything on the subsurface scattering, and that's probably because I might have even turned it off the material, which I think I probably did because it wasn't adding much. But if we had any SSS, it would be there. So these are our basic passes. Okay, now you might have noticed there's a bit of a problem here. There's no background. So there's no background in the direct diffuse, there's going to be no background anywhere. Now this is a bit of an issue because Arnold by default, let me just stop that, won't render this background out into an AOV because it's on a utility node. So if we look at it, the backing plate is an AI utility. Now this won't appear in the diffuse contribution, it won't appear in any contribution in the form of an arbitrary output variable, in the form of an AOV, or a pass if you like. So we need to fix this. So let's hit the node editor here, so window node editor, and with the background selected, let's just hit graph, grab the shading utility and hit graph. So you can see here under the shading utility, if I click it here in the attribute editor and go down to Arnold, you can see we've got other AOVs. Now we don't want to add this to any of these. I mean, we could add it to the direct diffuse AOV, which might be a place for it. So if we throw it, let's say, in direct diffuse, so I'm taking the backing plate, which is the material for this backing plate, and putting it in the direct diffuse channel. Now if we open up the Arnold render view, now I must say this, the Arnold render view seems to have a problem with this because it needs to be closed and reopen. Just using the little refresh tab here often doesn't work. So if we go down to beauty and direct diffuse, let's see, I'll wait for this to render because it's updating the displacement on the scene. Okay, so that rendered again in about 20 seconds, and if we take a look now at our AOVs, if you remember before there was no background in our direct diffuse pass, now the background is in our direct diffuse pass. You can of course change this, the way this behaves, by breaking the connection here. So let's just break the connection. Now if I let this render, you'll see that I'm just gonna stop it actually because that should be rendered enough. You'll see that we have in the direct diffuse still the background, and this again is part of the problem. So I need to close that window, open it up again, hit refresh. And now it might not be necessary to actually hit refresh. I've just had some problems with AOV passes and Arnold in this version of Maya, so hopefully they'll fix this. But for right now, if you change any of the AOVs, if you add custom AOVs, it's generally better to close the Arnold window and reopen it again, because they will appear here if you put custom ones in, just nothing seems to happen to them until you close and reopen that window. Okay, so this finished again at 20 seconds. Now if we flick to the direct diffuse, you can see once again the backing plate is missing because by default it's not part of that direct diffuse and it's no longer in the backing plate shading node under other AOVs. Now the reason I've taken it out of the direct diffuse is I prefer to composite it in separately entirely, so I want it on its own AOV. This is actually not terribly difficult to achieve. We just need to go up to the render settings here under AOVs. I'm going to close the node editor down and I'm going to add a custom AOV. So just add custom, we'll call it B plate. I mean, call it, name is not important here at all. It's just a reference for you, so when you open this up in a compositing app, you'll know the name of all these particular layers. So here we have a backing plate on here. Now it's come in for some reason already connected to this, so I'm going to break the connection and we should see if we open the node editor, which I've accidentally shut. Let's see, node editor, and we should go AI shading utility. So this time take the backing plate material, which you can see here, which is that AI utility, go to its shading group and middle mouse drag that to backing plate. Easy enough really. So the same as if we dragged it into direct diffuse, we're just now dragging it into a custom AOV. So I'm going to come up and I'm going to do a render of that. Now you want to make sure again that the render view has been closed and reopened. Let's just do a refresh of this and hit render, and I'll be back in a second. Okay, so if we go now to look at our AOVs, you'll see we've got the direct diffuse, which doesn't have the background in it, as it didn't originally, and we can look at the backing plate, which is just the background with everything else cut out. So when these are added together, if I show you the alpha there, you can see that this would just have the alpha channel for the background. So let's just flick this back to RGB, and now we have a complete breakdown of our image that we can use to put back together in Photoshop. Now, of course, before you do your final render on this, you'll want to increase your quality settings, make sure your camera angle is correct, because the final render on this will be very expensive. Again, it's one of the reasons we set up these AOVs or passes, is because if you're going to wait 5 or 6 hours maybe for a high quality render, then you really want to have the control over that. You don't want to come back and do it again. I mean, you don't want to finish 6 hours and go, I kind of wish the specular highlights were a little brighter, so I'll turn them up and render again. You don't want to be doing that. You want to be splitting it up like this, so you can control just one layer at a time. Now, if I bring the render view back a second here, there's several ways to save this out as well. So let me just grab a render of this. So now our render's done again, just our test render here, and you can see again we do have all the layers that we need. Now, as I mentioned, several different ways to save this out. If you're doing this in Nuke or After Effects or pretty much any program designed for compositing, you can just go up and say File, Save Multilayered EXR. If you're using Photoshop on the PC, you can do the same thing after installing a small plugin. So by default, Photoshop, any of the versions that I've used, certainly up to 2017 CC, the latest one as of now, won't open a multi-layered EXR. It will open an EXR, but it will only open the first layer of it. So having all of these passes here, or AOVs if you like, isn't going to do you any good. So there is a small plugin for Photoshop, which is, let me just close this down, which is exr-io.com, and it's just a small executable that will allow you to load in multi-channel EXRs. It makes the whole Photoshop with compositing experience much easier. However, this isn't available for the Mac or Linux as far as I know. It doesn't cause that much of a problem. It is a bit more of a pain. You're going to have to come down to each layer separately and just do a file, save image, and save each individual layer as an EXR. But like I say, if you're using a true compositing app, something like Nuke, save a multi-layered EXR. If you're using the PC version of Photoshop, then save a multi-layered EXR and install the plugin here from exr-io.com. It's completely free and it works a treat. Now, if you are going to be using a free image editing application, a lot of the free image editing applications like GIMP, I believe, do support multi-channel EXRs. So again, if you're on a Mac or Linux and you want to use Photoshop, you're going to have to come in and save these out separately. Now, once you've saved those out, I'm going to pop open Photoshop here and I'm going to get a render, a final render. So I'll just go through the settings of what I'm going to use. I'm going to just do a HD 720 render for now. I'm going to use a camera AA of 12, and that's about it. So obviously before I do this, I'm going to turn off my test resolution and put it back to 100%. I'm also going to go to my render settings and set my camera AA up to 12 like I've done there. I'm going to go in here and I'm going to turn the depth of field back on under the Arnold tab here. Then I'm going to do a big render, save that as a multi-channel EXR and open it in Photoshop. So I'll be back in just a second. Okay, so I've just gone to File, Open, and selected my EXR, and because I've installed this exr-io plugin, which is available at exr-io.com, it's just come in with this dialog. So by default it's going to look like this, and I'm just going to hit open, and this will open my final rendered multi-layer EXR. And as you can see, it's brought in all of those layers into Photoshop. So I'm just going to get rid of this one because it's unnecessary, and we didn't use any subsurface scattering in the end, so that's unnecessary too. Now you'll notice here that I've got this image, which is the beauty image. This RGBA is the actual final beauty. So if I turn that off, you're seeing the next layer underneath it, which is the backing plate. Now, to have total control over this, obviously we don't want to be working with this beauty image. It's exported with the main render when you click Save As one of the layers, and it's very useful to make sure that when you put this together, it's exactly the same as the beauty. So let's put this together. So we've opened our render now. We've got our direct diffuse, direct specular, indirect and indirect specular and diffuse, refraction, and everything you would expect to see. So I'm going to put this all together. So I'm going to change here to linear dodge, which is an addition. So you'll see there that it's added the next layer underneath, which is the direct diffuse. If I go to direct diffuse and hit add, it'll add the next layer, which is the direct specular, and again all the way down the chain, add, which will add the emission. Under emission, click add, which will add, in this case, the indirect diffuse. Under indirect diffuse, click add, and this will add the indirect specular. Under indirect specular, click add, and that will add the refraction. And that should look pretty much identical to this. Okay, now you can see here that we've got a slight difference around this beer head. This is going to be because that layered material that's a Maya older material doesn't work 100% the AOV system. However, in this case, it's not much of a problem. If you did want to fix it so it was entirely accurate, you'd need to swap out the Maya layered shader we used for an AL layer, the same material we used on the beer glass and the bar top. So really we've covered it. I just wanted to cover two different types of layering materials. Unfortunately, the legacy Maya layering material doesn't always 100% support the AOV system. It looks like this is one of those cases. Again, hopefully it's something they're going to fix. So for me, in this instance, it's not really making a big deal. Now, I am going to go on and tweak some of these layers and show you some of the things you can do. So for instance, the direct specular layer here, if we were to go up to image and adjustments and hit levels, we can of course just affect the levels of the direct specular highlight. So, you know, if you decide that this white stripe here is not white enough, you can move it down. You'll see it massively goes up. So does our table here though. And this is where masking needs to come in. We need to be able to mask these objects in Maya, which we can also do in an AOV, but it's much simpler for some simple masking to do this within the Maya layers system. So when I come back in the next part, we're going to discuss masking in the Maya layers system and putting that all together within Photoshop. Thanks for watching. Hi, welcome back. So in the previous part we looked at chopping our image down into its component parts, its various different AOV passes, in order to get more control over this in the post-production phase. Now there is one more thing I want to cover before we call this tutorial a day, and that's masking. Because at the moment I can tweak, say, the indirect diffuse or the indirect specular illumination on this image, but it would tweak it as a whole. If I wanted to say just do the bar top, for instance, well, in that case I'd need to mask it out. So we can do these masks quite simply within Maya. Now it's worth noting that masking can be done as part of the AOV stage. You can set up the same way that we set up a custom AOV for the backing plate, you can set up custom AOVs for your masking as well. The problem with this comes from the fact that when I've got an image like this one that's very expensive to render because of the depth of field and the huge amount of anti-aliasing that has to go into it because of that, if I've got my mask wrong, or if I need to add one or tweak one, this can mean sometimes re-rendering the entire image, which with an image this expensive is, you know, it's not worth it. It's not worth a 4 to 10 hour render maybe to just get that mask. So we're going to use the render layers system, which has been around in Maya for a very long time, but has recently been radically overhauled in Maya 2017. So I figured I'd cover it at the end of this tutorial. Now, if we want to mask out this bar surface, we'll need to create a new layer, and we'll call this bar surface mask or bar top mask, just so we know what we're doing. Now we need to add some objects to it. So I'm going to create a collection here, and I'm going to call this collection white, and you'll see why in a minute. Everything that's going into here will be part of the mask. So let's say we just want the bar top and everything else we do not want. So I'm going to click here on the bar top and click add over here, and this will now be in the white collection. I'm going to create a material override for the white connection, and I'm going to call this material white. Okay, so it just lets me know where I am in the hierarchy. Now you see here I've got a slot for override material. Let's pop open the node editor, so window node editor. And we'll just clean up what we were using before, hit tab and type AI utility. There we go. So we're going to use a utility node in the configuration that makes it like a Maya surface shader. That way we don't have to have any lights in the layer in order for us to see it. So let's just grab the AI shading utility here and move it up to the material override slot. So it's a middle mouse drag to override material slot. Set its shade mode to flat, which again will make it act like a Maya surface shader. And let's get a quick test render of this. Now, at the moment, if I hit render, all I'm going to render is the main scene. If we pop open our render setup here, our render layers setup, and click the little eye, you'll notice that that's gone and shown me just the objects within this render layer. So now I can pop open the render view and hit render, and it should render that out as a stark white image. Now you'll notice that I've left the depth of field on. This is quite crucial because when we mask, we want to mask the blur as well. So the anti-aliasing level and the depth of field should stay the same. Now, because we're rendering out a simple black and white image though with no lights on the scene, none of these masks should take more than a minute or two to generate. So, you know, even though you're using huge levels of anti-aliasing and depth of field, you're still not looking at more than maybe 60 seconds, 90 seconds to generate a mask, so it's not really an issue if you need a few of them. Now at the moment you can see this will render out the white bar top, which is kind of fine. That's the white bar top. But if we use this as a mask in Photoshop, it would edit anything in this region. And of course we don't want the beer mats, we don't want the beer glass in there at all. So we created one collection here called white. Let's create another collection. So create collection called black. And this will be our negative space, if you like. So this is everything that we don't want. Let's just click there to go back to the main scene, that we don't want in the mask. So we don't want the beer mat in the mask, we do not want this beer in the mask, and we don't want this. We don't have to select the beer head here because it will be part of the backing plate, which will be black anyway. So let's click add selected, and that's added those three objects to our collection called black. Now let's add a material override, same as we did here, and we're going to call this material override black. And then we need to create an AI shader, so up to the node, an AI utility, sorry. So AI utility, and make this one black instead of white. So again, the shade mode should be flat. We're going to middle mouse drag up the shading group into the override material for the absolute material override on black, and then we're going to hit render, and you should see that our beer mats come in black and our beer glass comes in black as well. Okay. Nope, this is Arnold. I have no idea why it does this. It just does it. I'm kind of hoping that they will fix it, because as you can see, we've got everything set up correctly here. It just didn't work, and it doesn't sometimes. You need to again shut the render view down and start it up again, and hopefully this time that will come in just fine. Okay, and that did come in fine. So there's a few little niggles with this Arnold render view I've noticed, but normally closing it and restarting it again works just fine. So that's at 1 minute 17 seconds. So not really a great deal of time, even with the depth of field and high anti-alias in here. So I'm going to just do a file, save as multilayered EXR, and then I'm going to open that up in Photoshop, and I'll see you back there. Okay, so here's the image opened up in Photoshop. We're not interested in any of the AOVs for this. In fact, you could have turned them off in the render settings when you're doing your masks. It really isn't going to make any difference, because all we're going to do with this mask is simply copy it from this image to this image. So let's just come up here and go to layer, duplicate layer, and new final image, move it across. Okay, so now we've got a copy of this mask. You can see it matches, or at least it should match pretty perfectly with what we wanted to take away, which it does. So I'm going to copy it. Control A, Control C. Now I'm going to use it. So I'm going to use it, let's say, on a levels. Let's bring in a levels. And if we click on the levels, we should be able to go into channels and see the levels mask. Now I'm going to invert the levels mask for a start, because we're going to be pasting white on this. And pasting white over white is, well, kind of redundant. So I'm just going to paste that. I'm going to put it on visible. I'm going to go to edit, paste special, paste in place. Now I'm going to use paste in place instead of just Control V, because if you just Control V, it won't come in the exact location we need it to. So there we go. There is our mask for our levels. Let's turn that off. Let's come in here, and as you can see, we've got our mask now. Now I'm going to turn the mask off and just call this one bar top mask. We don't actually need it, we just need it as a mask for things like levels. So get rid of all of that stuff, come here, double click my levels, and now when I change my levels, you'll see I just change them on the bar top. So now I can come in and I could link this levels, of course, with just the direct specular, with just the direct diffuse, but I've got here an easy way to control just the top of the bar, which saves me on an expensive render like this from maybe having to re-render it, because, you know, I can change it now without affecting anything else in the picture, which is kind of cool. Now we've looked at masking via objects. Let's look at masking via texture. What would happen if, let's say, I wanted to just independently affect this condensation when I know I can't, because the condensation and the non-condensed areas are just part of the refraction. So if I change this, I'm going to obviously change the entire refraction. So I can create a mask for this using a texture as well as an object. So let's jump back to Maya and take a quick look at how to do that. This is also a very useful thing. So for this, I'm going to use a completely new layer, and I'm going to call this one texture mask. And you could do this with a beer head. In fact, you can do this with a lot of things. I'm going to just demonstrate it on this outside condensation for a second. So I'm going to select my beer glass. I'm going to create a collection, create collection, and this one I'll just call con for condensation. I'm going to add the beer glass to it, so we've got the beer glass in there, and indeed if we click the little eye here, you can see we just have the beer glass. Now we need to create a mask for this that will allow us just to change the condensation. Well, that's not too much of a problem for us, because we go into the materials of this and go to the main beer glass layered. We already have a mix layer of condensation, non-condensation. So let's pop it up. Let's grab the image that we're using for that, and then we're going to go to the node editor here. So window node editor, and we're going to create another AI utility material. So AI utility, and you might want to name these too. I normally would, I'm not for the sake of speed right now, but again, flat, and the color this time will simply be a file texture that is our opacity. Let me just paste that in, might be a bit easier. There we go. So that will be our opacity. If we just double click here, you can see on the sample that that's our opacity map. So let's take a render of it. In fact, before we do that, we're going to need a material override, of course. So create material override, and let's just grab this AI shading group 4, I think it was. No, it wasn't. AI shading group 5. Yep, that's probably why you should name them. And then drag this. No, it wasn't. AI utility 6. Yeah, it was AI utility 6. Right, again, a good reason to name your stuff to stop that happening. But anyway, in there, and let's do a render. Okay, that should be rendering out now. I'll just give it a second. Okay, again, so 1 minute and 16 seconds to render, and this is actually the opacity mask I'm now using between the condensation, or the runs, if you like. So would be black, and the condensation parts would be white with a little noise. Now I've redrawn this since the last time you saw it, but as you can see, it's still a very simple texture. Now for us, this is quite good, but it's not perfect, because if we look in Photoshop here, you can see that we actually have some little indentations. Now for this it probably won't matter that much, but if you want those little indentations, it's not that difficult to get them. Let's just stop this. Let's go down here, AI Utility 6. So we're going to need to find our main glass material and copy its displacement. So, okay, this is obviously overridden, so let's turn the override off. There we go. And material attributes and displacement, which is the combined float displacement that we did. Let's go back up to the AI Utility 6 shading group and just paste that in as a displacement, which for some reason does not want to work. So let's graph both of these things. So I've got this AI 6 and now I have my beer glass here. So I'm going to click and shift click and graph again. Okay, so there is the main beer glass layered and there is the Pilsner glass displacement that we're actually using. So click the AI Utility 6, which we will actually change the name of. We'll change it to texture, whoops, excuse me, texture mask glass, and then take the Pilsner glass displacement and middle mouse drag it to the displacement slot here. There we go. So it didn't like directly dragging the AL combined float, better to drag the displacement, but not that difficult to do. You just need to graph the glass and copy it from here. So very similar really. Now let's go back and close down the Arnold render view a second, because it will probably have a conniption at this if it's still open. Let's click on the visibility of our texture mask. Let's come up here and open the Arnold render view, and hit go, and now we should get the displacement that was on the glass in this nice mask that we're creating. Okay, so if we look at this in this view, it's fairly difficult to see whether we actually got those bumps on the outside of the glass. One reason being that the bumps themselves would be drops of water, so they would be clear. And in clear in this case is black. But if we turn this viewer here to the alpha channel, you can see that displacement has actually worked here and given us those little bumps on the outside of the glass. Now in this case that wasn't a big thing, but sometimes when you have displacement, of course, you'd need to include it in a mask, and really you just add the displacement you need to your shading utility and you'll get something that looks like that. So again, in this case, not strictly 100% necessary. Sometimes will be very necessary though. So there we go. Right, again, I'm going to save this as a multi-layered EXR and open it in Photoshop, and I'll see you in a second. Okay, so I've opened this up in Photoshop. Let's bring it into our other image again. So layer, duplicate, and copy it across to our final render image. And again, that will come in, and you can see this perfectly matches where our glass is. So I'm going to bring it up here. I'm going to name it. Let me just. There we go. Come on. There we go. Let's name it glass mask. And now we should be able to start playing around with this a little bit. So black is the areas we're not going to change, and white is the areas we're going to change. So we're going to be able to change what the condensation looks like. Now of course you could invert this texture here. You would have to convert it first to a 16-bit image. But right now, I mean, regardless of whether you decide to invert your mask or not, you know, the mask will work, just dependent on what you want to change. So let's look here. Let's do a Control A and a Control C. Let's come in, and this mask will be, let's see, let's do another levels, just because I think we can all understand what the levels is doing. Let's go to channels and paste this one in, whoops, and you'll see there that it completely missed, which is why we'll need to do a file, an edit, paste special, paste in place. And now you can see where my mask is. So if I come back, if I turn that off, again, when a beer glass pasted over here, that was me hitting Control V and not edit paste in place. So now we've got this connected to this, we can turn off the mask because we don't need it. We can come out here, and now when I play with the levels, you'll see I affect a fairly small portion here of our beer glass. Well, actually I affect everything except the condensation, which is kind of the opposite of what I wanted here. So let me try and invert this mask. There you go, Control I. As I said, you may need to invert your mask. And now I can affect just the condensation, which gives me a great degree of control over what this condensation looks like. So if your lighting is not particularly good on your original image and your condensation streaks are really not showing up to your satisfaction, rather than re-rendering, I mean, if you've got something that looks like this where you can barely see them, rather than re-rendering, you can just come in, render out that 1.5 minute texture mask, and hey presto, you've got control over it. So now we've got control over the condensation on our glass. We've got control over just the bar top. If we want to change just the bar top to be lighter or darker, we can do that. We can link these to individual levels. We can link them to just the diffuse level. We can link them to just a specular level. So this combination of render AOVs, or render passes if you like, and render layers to create the masks quickly and precisely, does us the world of good. Simply because it allows us a massive degree of flexibility when we come to edit our final image, and we don't have to spend another day rendering overnight, or all day rendering. Anyway, I hope you found this tutorial somewhat useful. We covered a lot of topics in it, so if you have any questions for me, you can get me at David or Dave at SimplyMaya.com, or you can post on our forum. Lots of nice folks there that I'm sure will help out. Any questions, feel free to give me a shout. So thank you very much for watching, and I hope to see you in the next tutorial. Cheers.